Chapter 1. In the autumn of the fourth year of the Qi Yuan era, in the backyard of the National Master's residence, Zhu Qingrao stared blankly at the round dough in her hands, her expression vacant, her eyes devoid of any sparkle, resembling the lifeless puppets sold in the shop outside. Beside her, a maid continued to chatter animatedly while kneading the dough. The lady, personally making snacks, will surely touch the National Master's heart. When a National Master is moved, he will recognize all the lattice virtues, and they will share a deep affection, growing old together. When a National Master and the lady are in love, there will be little masters and mistresses in the residence, and it will be lively once more, no longer desolate. Zhu Qingrao felt she ought to join in the conversation, to praise the maid for her delightful words, hoping to hear more such pleasing sentiments. This had once been her favorite pastime. Yet now, still holding the sticky dough infused with osmanthus, the unpleasant texture repulsed her. With a cold expression, Zhu Qingrao slammed it down the dough, which had just enjoyed the gentle caress of a woman's soft palm, thudded into the nearby flour basin, sending up a cloud of white powder. The maid, noticing this, raised her head, ready to inquire what was amiss with her mistress. However, amidst the haze of flour, she caught sight of a chilling look in her normally gentle mistress' eyes, akin to a frozen lake in winter, causing her to shiver. Yet, something felt different. Little Qi fell silent. Her words of concern caught in her throat as she stood dumbfounded before the table. Zhu Qingrao loosened the tie around her neck, carelessly pulling it apart. "I'm a bit tired. You can make the snacks yourself. After all, they're all the same." Little Qi was taken aback by her mistress' action, inadvertently pulling off a piece of dough in the process. Zhu Qingrao rubbed the flour from her palms and walked straight toward the basin of clean water, submerging her hands. She then turned back to the motionless maid, reminding her, "Are you tired as well?" The clearly sarcastic remark flustered little Qi, who hurriedly shook her head, her hands continuing to knead the dough. "No, I'm not tired. The lady should rest, and I will continue." As her fingers sank into the water, the white flour clumped around her fingertips, starkly noticeable against her rounded nails. When she emerged from the steamer, she thought of Mirage, eager for him to savor the freshest and warmest pastries. In her moment of distraction, she accidentally brushed against the scalding boiler, leaving a significant scar on her arm. She had no time to tend to it and hurriedly delivered the still steaming osmanthus cake to Muraguo's room, hoping to bring him a moment of joy, even if fleeting, to justify her efforts. The steward accompanying her mentioned that he preferred cold food over hot, suggesting she let it cool before serving. Though disheartened, she didn't press the issue. Yet, in her distraction, she ultimately forgot. That platter of osmanthus cakes never made it to Muraguo's stomach, left to languish on the table in the main hall, visible to all who entered. She had made a considerable blunder, and everyone was aware that the National Master's wife was oblivious to his dietary preferences, serving him a hot dish he did not enjoy in the dead of night. She seized the opportunity to stealthily take the plate of osmanthus cake still resting on the table and discreetly concealed it in the garden, consuming it piece by piece in the chilling breeze. The following day, she reverted to being the knowledgeable and understanding lady of the National Master, and over time, the household completely forgot this trivial jest that had once amused them. Yet, a scar remained on her hand, a halving-length mark at the bony protrusion where her palm met her arm, resembling an unsightly caterpillar nestled within a cluster of flowers. Zhu Qingrao pulled down her sleeve and stepped toward a nearby rocking chair, reclining slightly as her fan shielded her face, obscuring her vision. She had always believed she could warm the heart of Mirage, convinced that perseverance, no matter how arduous, would eventually yield rewards. Did not the novels of her past life proclaim that the lofty flower of the high peak could only be plucked by a small sun? Until today, she had assumed that the small sun referred to her. However, the memories in her mind clearly revealed that the small sun for the high peak flower could very well be a man. The current emperor was indeed the sun that had plucked her husband, this high peak flower. His name was Wei Ran, a name as fervent as fire, aptly reflecting the nature of the sun. Had she possessed the same ability to read fortunes as Mirage, she would have instantly recognized their fateful connection upon hearing his name. In the past, Wei Ran was timid and cowardly as a sovereign. He merely hid behind his ministers, indifferent to state affairs, even feigning illness to avoid attending court. The ministers had lost faith in this young emperor, their anger directed at his lack of ambition. Then, someone arrived, entering Wei Ran's body, transforming the once timid emperor who had previously shied away from challenges. He accomplished a series of commendable deeds that rekindled the minister's hope for the future of the Qi. Among those ministers who regained hope was Mu Rugu, who, under the edict of the late emperor, had been conferred the title of National Master, tasked with safeguarding the nation's destiny. His original intention was to assist the emperor diligently, preserving the dragon pulse of the Qi and ensuring bountiful weather for the realm. Yet, Mu Rugu had not anticipated that he had already become a pawn in another's game, awaiting his inevitable consumption. The entity that had entered the body of the young emperor was no ordinary individual, it was a tasker from a higher realm. And this world was merely one of many missions. His objective here was to conquer 3 fateful sons: the national master Mu Rugu, the Buddhist disciple Liao Yuan, and the shadow guard Chu Xiao. Her husband was the tasker's first target. Under the guise of mentorship, the tasker gradually approached Mu Rugu. Burdened with the heavy responsibilities of the late emperor, Mu Rugu interpreted the emperor's proximity as a quest for protection, seeking to learn more from him, offering little resistance, which further facilitated the tasker's endeavors. As their interactions increased, Mu Rugu grew ever closer to the young emperor. When an assassination attempt occurred in the palace, the young emperor shielded him from a blade, finally awakening to the nature of his previously vague emotions. As the mist dissipated, what lay before him was a torrent of love. He had long since fallen for the vibrant soul who expressed every sentiment freely, whether in laughter or anger. The high-peak flower had ultimately been plucked by that sun. After stabilizing Mu Rugu, he seized the opportunity to rescue the dark guard who had been wrongfully accused. He occasionally visited the Buddhist temple to engage in discussions with the monk, successfully winning their favor. After enduring numerous trials, the 3 agreed to respect the young emperor's choices. Eventually, the young emperor recognized his true feelings and chose to be with the national master, leading the other 2 to quietly withdraw, continuing to protect the young emperor's realm. As for Zhu Qingruo, the childhood companion of Mu Rugu and later his wife, she naturally assumed the role of the malevolent female antagonist. The narrative describes her as a well-educated young lady who, in her obsessive love for Mu Rugu, resorted to all manners of schemes to capture his attention. This infatuation eventually morphed in a hatred for her. Her love for Mu Rugu was matched only by her disdain for the young emperor. The young emperor, employing a few clever tactics, swiftly unveiled her true nature, provoking her jealousy to the point of madness, leading her to repeatedly conspire against him. Even plotting to assassinate him, Uruguay caught her in the act of assassination and felt extreme aversion towards his wife, who had lost her humanity. Initially intending to execute her entire family, he ultimately opted for exile at the young emperor's plea. Devoid of any will to survive, Zhu Qingruo encountered bandits during her exile and fell off a cliff, leaving no trace of her existence. The text offers a succinct evaluation of Zhu Qingruo: to know someone's face but not their heart, 7 words that erase all traces of her goodwill. Zhu Qingruo gently covered her eyes, a smile overflowing with mockery emanating from her heart. Just a few simple tactics to shatter the jade disc symbolizing imperial authority and accuse her of the act, then a plea for mercy before Mu Rugu. Was that merely a simple tactic? To slash her own arm and claim it was inflicted by her, only to feign understanding when everyone turned against her, was that also a simple tactic? To leap into the city moat and suffer a fever throughout the night, half-conscious, clutching others in fear, was that merely a simple tactic? Yet, these so-called simple tactics, when directed at her, elicited no belief from anyone. Not a single soul was willing to extend a hand and utter, "You are not at fault." Everyone assumed her nature was thus. And in the end, she too seemed to believe it, blinded by rage, rushing to assassinate the emperor, only to be captured red-handed. The narrative offers no kind words for her. Yet the earlier adulation was precise. Was she not the madwoman willing to sacrifice everything just to gain a glance from Uruguay? Zhu Qingruo's fingers traced the scar on her right wrist, the uneven texture revealing its unsightly nature without need for a glance. In this world, which woman desires to bear scars, especially in such a conspicuous place? Even in modern times, she would have shunned such a long scar on her hand. Once, she deemed it ugly, yet now, She found the scar oddly pleasing. It served as a constant reminder of the pain endured, the anguish of being wronged, and the despair of falling from a cliff to a shattered demise. Only this could awaken her. This was no dream, but the bloody reality of her future. Zhu Qingrua pressed her fingers against the scar, as though she were impervious to pain. It was her dedicated doorman, stationed at the entrance, who was vigilantly watching for the return of Mu Rugi's carriage. It was now evident that he had spotted Mu Rugi and had come to convey the news. Was this not akin to a gatekeeper hound? Yet, in her heart, she feared she might not even measure up to a loyal dog. Madam, do you wish to seek the National Master? The osmanthus cake will require a bit more time. Perhaps you should go find a National Master now, and I shall let the cake cool before I come and find you, suggested the doorman. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingrua turned her gaze towards the steamer, from which steam still rose, indicating that the osmanthus cake had yet to be ready for serving. Wouldn't delivering it later align perfectly with his wishes? Why should she acquiesce to his desires? She resolutely declined. Parting her lips, her voice emerged cool and deliberate. No need, I shall take it myself. A little longer wait matters not. Though her words were tender, they struck Shao Qi's ears as distinctly awkward. Previously, the madam would always be the first to greet the National Master each day. What had changed today? This was evidently her lady, yet she felt so unfamiliar. Shao Qi could not fathom the shift, standing silently to the side, refraining from further comment. Chapter 2. The smile that lingered on his lips did not escape the watchful gaze of the steward. Noticing the Grand Master's apparent joy, the steward felt a flicker of happiness within himself and inquired, Grand Master, you seem particularly cheerful today. Mu Rugi and Apos' smile faded slightly, yet he did not wish to dismiss the steward's inquiry, merely responding with a noncommittal hum. The steward had long since grown accustomed to his master and Apos' aloof demeanor and continued to revel in his own delight. His eyes drifted to the empty entrance of the Grand Master and Apos' residence, a hint of surprise crossing his features. However, upon recalling the Grand Master's indifference toward his wife, he let out a gentle sigh. The lady's affections ran deep, while the Grand Master possessed a naturally reserved disposition, leaving the couple at a loss for how to connect with one another. It was rare for Mu Rugi to utter even a single word regarding Zhu Qingrua. Would it not be prudent for the Grand Master to pay a visit to his wife's quarters? I recall that she always keeps osmanthus cakes on hand, lovingly crafted by her own hands. Her osmanthus cakes are truly exceptional. The Grand Master has yet to partake of any sustenance since his audience, and it may take some time to prepare a meal. Why not indulge in a few osmanthus cakes to stave off hunger? Upon hearing the mention of the osmanthus cakes, Mu Rugi felt a pang of hunger. Having been pursued by the young emperor for quite some time without a chance to eat, the steward and Apos' words ignited his appetite. He remembered fondly that Zhu Qingrua's osmanthus cakes were delicious, perfectly cool and to his liking. Thus, he gave a slight nod of assent. The steward, elated, guided Mu Rugi toward Zhu Qingrua and Apos' courtyard, hoping the lady might seize the opportunity to soon bear a son or daughter, thus continuing their lineage. On their way, they encountered Zhu Qingrua, who was heading outside with little Qi. The steward and Apos' face brightened with joy. Madam, are you also seeking the Grand Master? How fortuitous, as he is on his way to your courtyard as well. The statement felt somewhat awkward, yet Mu Rugi had no intention of clarifying the matter to Zhu Qingrua, allowing the steward to speak freely. Initially, Zhu Qingrua was taken aback at the sight of Mu Rugi. It was unusual for him to approach her quarters. However, upon noticing the steward and Apos' beaming expression and listening to his explanation, she quickly realized that he had likely coaxed him into coming. A smile blossomed on her face, revealing two delicate dimples, as she expressed a hint of bashfulness. Really? I was just about to find him. Before Mu Rugi or the steward could respond, she turned to little Qi and gestured for her to bring forth the osmanthus cakes, the freshly made osmanthus cakes from the kitchen, which the Grand Master always enjoys, are here. I thought they turned out splendidly, so I brought some along. Made by the maidservants? Mu Rugi turned to the steward with a curious glance, recalling that it was said the cakes were prepared by the lady herself. Under the scrutiny of his onyx gaze, the steward grasped his implication, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He turned to the smiling Zhu Qingrua and began, Madam, it's not that. Before he could finish, Zhu Qingrua suddenly smacked her forehead in exasperation. Look at me. I forgot that the Grand Master prefers his food chilled. These osmanthus cakes have just come out of the steamer. Alas. It seems he cannot enjoy them now, as mealtime approaches. The Grand Master usually abstains from food past a certain hour, and by tomorrow, they will no longer be fresh enough to consume. She appeared deeply troubled, as if pondering how to rectify the situation. The steward contemplated offering a few words of advice, suggesting that the lady prepare more tomorrow, so he could whisper reminders to the Grand Master, ensuring he would be inclined to remember. Even the smallest gesture would serve as a testament to the Grand Master's affections. The steward harbored grand ambitions, believing he should consider the future of the National Master's lineage more carefully. However, he overlooked the fact that Murugu and Zhu Qingrua had always existed in a realm of inequality. In his heart, Murugu held the foremost position, while Zhu Qingrua was merely a subordinate. This sentiment was mutual, as Zhu Qingrua had once thought the same. Yet now, she was resolute in her stance. With a glimmer in her eyes, she swiftly interjected before the steward could voice his suggestions, effectively silencing him. She beckoned forth a beautiful young maid from behind her, known as Xiaoqi. The suddenness of Zhu Qingrua's gesture visibly flustered the maid, whose face momentarily reflected surprise and disbelief before quickly masking it. Casting cautious glances at Murugu standing a short distance away, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Zhu Qingrua's words were laced with considerations for the National Master, her expression brimming with concern and care, embodying the archetype of a devoted wife. Murugu lingered behind the others, contemplatively observing Zhu Qingrua. She had not looked at him once. Zhu Qingrua would not behave in such a manner. Murugu's gaze fell upon Zhu Qingrua's face, scrutinizing her features. Zhu Qingrua, with a cheerful smile directed at the steward, felt the weight of a piercing gaze envelop her, centering on her visage. She clenched her palm, striving to face the scrutiny with clarity, endeavoring to disregard his examination, which only intensified the authenticity of her smile. His glance was but a fleeting sweep. Yet for Zhu Qingrua, it felt as though centuries had passed. When Murugu's gaze finally shifted away, she found deep imprints left within her palm from her grip. The steward had intended to converse further with Zhu Qingrua, but upon witnessing the scene, he refrained, hastily trailing after her. Their pace was brisk, and they soon disappeared into the distance. Xiaoqi, filled with urgency yet hesitant to reveal her feelings before Zhu Qingrua, gazed at the retreating figures with anxiety. Observing this, Zhu Qingrua chuckled and urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and catch up." Xiaoqi, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly bid farewell and rushed forward, soon losing sight of their figures. Beneath the curved eaves, only Zhu Qingrua remained. She released her grip, opening her palm to reveal crescent-shaped marks, reminiscent of decorative embellishments embedded in a coffin, deep and conspicuous. A gust of wind swept through the corridor, lifting her garments in a whimsical dance, leaving her at a loss for stability. The autumn breeze was sharp and biting. Zhu Qingrua had long since closed the windows and secured the doors, unperturbed about any intrusions. Murugu had never visited her abode. Well, not truly. He had come once on their wedding day, merely passing through, leaving behind a fleeting remark to rest early, never to cross her threshold again. Orphaned early in life, Zhu Qingrua found that her relatives had long forgotten her as the former legitimate daughter of the Zhu family, leaving her without any influential kin to advocate on her behalf. Zhu Qingrua pondered that even if her parents were alive, they would hold no power over Murugu. Hailing from a prominent family in the capital, Murugu was exceptionally bright, while other children were still learning to speak. He could recite the 1,000-character classic fluently and engage in conversation with eloquence. The late emperor had marveled at such a prodigy, and the world proclaimed that the youngest son of the Mu family was destined for greatness, perhaps even a reincarnation of a celestial being. While she was still anxiously concealing her flaws in this unfamiliar world, the name Murugu had already spread throughout the bustling streets of the capital, often invoked by parents to admonish their children, among whom was Zhu Qingrua. Before encountering Murugu, she harbored a degree of disdain, perceiving him merely as a child from kindergarten, incapable of rivaling her 2 decades of knowledge from the modern era. However, upon meeting Murugu, she swiftly relinquished that inexplicable contempt. She vividly recalled his youthful face, earnestly informing her that the game of Go had existed since ancient times, and then decisively defeating her without mercy. Whenever Zhu Qingrua reflected on that moment, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Why had she thought to showcase her skills in Go before a child, and to lose so miserably at that? While adults merely regarded it as child's play, she, possessing a soul of over 20 years, found it deeply humiliating to be bested by a 5-year-old. That mortifying experience instilled in Zhu Qingrua a newfound respect for those around her. The ancients were indeed human, endowed with wisdom of their own. It was clear that mastering modern knowledge did not grant her superiority over them. Each era possesses its unique strengths. Later, when she turned 7, her parents passed away, and the Zhu family clung tightly to the wealth left behind, refusing to take her in. It was the lady of the Mu family, moved by her plight and having been friends with her parents, who intervened to offer her a home. Lord Mu, having served as the Minister of Revenue before spending years at the Ministry of Justice, adeptly navigated the legalities of the Great Qi, managing to reclaim 80% of her family's estate from the grasp of vultures, declaring that it would be set aside as her dowry. She still vividly remembers the grotesque expressions of those from the Zhu family. She had never realized how many relatives existed until after her parents' death, only to witness unfamiliar distant relatives quarreling shamelessly in the mourning hall, where her parents' coffins lay. At that time, she found the noise unbearable and chose to sit by the door, indifferent to the bickering relatives behind her, fixated instead on the clouds stretching across the sky, motionless. It was during this moment that Mu Rugua appeared, arriving with his father to pay respects. As Lord Mu entered the morning hall, Mu Rugua took a seat beside her. She still remembers the warmth that surged through her when the 7-year-old Mu Rugua gently grasped her hand. It was a comforting warmth that penetrated her heart. With his youthful visage and clear voice, he promised her, "From now on, I shall protect you." To claim that her heart fluttered would be an exaggeration, after all. She was not a true child, and how could a spirit of over 20 years entertain romantic notions for a mere 7-year-old? Zhu Qingrua turned over in bed, the moonlight streaming through the window to illuminate her wakeful face. When had she begun to harbor tender feelings for Mu Rugua? She pondered. Perhaps it was when he rode past her window on that fateful day of their reunion. In his youth, Mu Rugua had been taken as a disciple by a wandering Taoist. At the age of 12, he departed from his parents to traverse the vast landscapes of the Great Qi, mastering the arts of the Taoist way. The following day, the taverns lining the streets of the city were filled with eager patrons. Zhu Qingrua, too, joined her friends at the Baowei Tower, seated by the window, awaiting the arrival of the renowned disciple. Perhaps it was the brilliance of the sun that day, perfectly illuminating the figure of the rider, casting a cascade of sunlight all around. He had a faint hue between his brows, as if the clamor surrounding him fell on deaf ears. In this vast world, he appeared to be the sole occupant, leisurely guiding the reins toward the direction of the Mu family. She remained rigidly fixed in place, scarcely daring to breathe deeply, her gaze lingering on the fingertips that had brushed against the celestial garment, a flush rising to her cheeks. From that moment forth, the figure clothed in white took root in her heart, unyielding to the passage of 4 years. Despite his indifference and neglect, she still retained the vibrant spirit of youth. Zhu Qingrua leaned against the bed, brushing aside the moonlight on her face with a teasing smile, unsure whether she mocked her for her audacity or admired her for her unshakable confidence. In Mu Rugu and Appo's heart, she had never held a place. Chapter 3. She departed without a trace of regret, leaving behind an emotionally detached son and daughter-in-law, one concealing youthful sentiments, the other cold and indifferent to the mundane. Each harbored their own secrets, coexisting under the same roof for 4 long years, yet never truly connecting. He treated her with courtesy, prompting her to suppress her feelings, perceiving him solely as the national master, rather than as a husband. The minister Mu had long since passed, leaving only Mu Rugu and Zhu Qingrua as the sole masters of the estate. Mu Rugu was a man of destiny, appointed by the late emperor as the national master, tasked with safeguarding the realm and praying for favorable weather. The departure of Madame Mu stripped her of her greatest support, and the new master of the national master's residence seemed little concerned with her role as a mere decorative wife, an observation noted by those with ulterior motives. Her circumstances within the household grew increasingly precarious. Zhu Qingrua endured all this, sustained by unspoken feelings from her youth, firmly believing that Mu Rugu would eventually come to love her. Regardless of the time and energy required, she never relinquished hope. Yet Mu Rugu would never love her. No matter her efforts, he would remain indifferent, even casting her down from the lofty altar, allowing the world to mock and scorn her, treating her with cold disdain. She would forever remember, in the midst of public derision and scorn, her husband, whom she regarded as her savior, embracing another. She had never witnessed such gentle concern in Mu Rugu's voice, not directed at her, but rather toward a man who had conspired against her, slandering her. She could not forget the triumphant smile directed at her from the person nestled in Mu Rugu's arms, radiating a nauseating sense of superiority, tormenting her with nightmares for days on end. Zhu Qingrua inhaled deeply, pulling the quilt over her head, and in the profound silence of the room, she whispered to herself, "Zhu Qingrua, You are all you have left. Above all, do not let them escape. On the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions, arrived, and by nightfall, the streets were nearly deserted, appearing notably more desolate than usual. The Baoxiang Temple on the Shuanglian mountain outskirts, once a sacred place of incense and devotion, saw few visitors that day. Only a few incense sticks remained neatly arranged in the burner, their smoke curling around the grand hall. The monk Liao Yuan, tasked with guarding the temple that day, was at peace within himself, indifferent to matters of reunion, and volunteered to oversee the hall among his many fellow monks. His master acquiesced to his request. Seated cross-legged on the prayer mat, Liao Yuan occupied a space beside the statue of the Buddha, his eyes closed in meditation. In his focused stillness, he bore a striking resemblance to the compassionate visage of the Buddha enveloped in the white smoke, blurring the lines between himself and the divine figure before him. In the tranquil hall, faint footsteps echoed from outside, gentle and soft, accompanied by the delicate rustling of paper, reminiscent of burning incense. He closed his eyes and continued to listen. Ahead, the sound of fabric brushing against itself indicated that the supplicant had knelt upon the prayer mat. With vision obscured, his hearing became extraordinarily acute, allowing him to distinctly catch the words murmured by the supplicant. O Buddha above, the faithful devotee has 3 requests. I offer 2 measures of incense and seek the protection of the deities. It is not uncommon for visitors to a temple to come with desires. The first request is for the peaceful passing of one's parents into paradise, hoping for a stable rebirth and an escape from the suffering of wandering. This plea is a common one among worshippers, for the great Qi dynasty venerates filial piety, and many in the crowd beseech for their parents' well-being. The second request is for the stability of the common people's lives. In accordance with the principles outlined in the Book of Rites, where prosperity is sought without chaos and theft and disorder are absent, this is a grand aspiration, as most seek wealth and health, with few advocating for the welfare of all. The third request is for the devotee to sever all ties of romantic attachment in this life, wishing to become a statue for the Buddha, thereby alleviating the torment of unfulfilled desires. This third supplication is not typical of younger women, who often yearn for love. Some beseech the Buddha for romantic unions, while others eagerly await their beloved. Yet this supplicant seeks to eradicate the very essence of love and desire in her life. She softly recited a Buddhist incantation, her gentle voice reaching his ears, stirring Liao Yuan's curiosity. This was a 100-character mantra, capable of dispelling the karmic obstacles of rebirth and bringing tranquility to the divine altar, a form of repentance within Buddhist teachings. Slowly, Liao Yuan opened his eyes, observing a young woman before him, no more than 20 years of age. Desiring to renounce romantic ties at such a tender age, clearly ensnared by emotional turmoil. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her mind was lucid, with a faint golden light lingering between her brows, indicating she was destined for great fortune. Why would such a person utter such incantations? The young supplicant bowed once more before the Buddha, her expression earnest. When she rose, her face bore an expression devoid of desire. The hall was suffused with mist, and Liao Yuan saw the supplicant straining to keep her eyes open, seemingly striving to glimpse the face of the Buddha. Perhaps the haze obscured her vision. She lowered her head to rub her eyes, and upon looking up again, their gazes collided. He clearly perceived the look of fright in her eyes. Before he could ponder her reaction, she instinctively leaned back, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately steadied herself against the floor, avoiding a fall. With her head bowed, Liao Yuan could not see her face. Just as he was about to inquire about her well-being, she suddenly cried out for the Buddha's protection. Had she mistaken him for a manifesting deity? It dawned on him why she had appeared so startled. He then raised a hand and uttered an Amitabha, signifying that he was not the Buddha incarnate. Seeing her still reciting the sutra, Liao Yuan approached her from the prayer mat and gently explained, "Please rise, dear supplicant. I am not the true Buddha, merely a humble monk from Baoxiang Temple. There is no need for further prostration." Upon hearing his clarification, the young woman gradually lifted her gaze, tentatively directing her attention towards him, yet she repeatedly averted her eyes. Only when she clearly discerned his face did she exhale deeply, her entire being relaxing. "Master," she uttered, seemingly still haunted by the encounter, "you frightened me greatly." Liao Yuan clasped his hands together and said, "You have startled this humble monk." With patience, he elaborated, "To falsely assume the identity of the Buddha is a grave disrespect, and receiving such an honor from you is indeed a transgression." The woman could not suppress a bitter smile, remarking, "Master Buddha, you jest." Surprised by her reference to Master Buddha, Liao Yuan inquired, "Master Buddha? The woman had regained her composure and simply replied, I once caught a distant glimpse of Master Buddha. In my initial panic, I failed to recognize you immediately, but once the shock subsided, I recalled that Master Buddha is a person of great virtue, destined for Buddhahood and divine reverence, so it is not a sin to bow early. Liao Yuan was a renowned figure in the Great Qi, born under a halo of Buddha and Amp, Oppos, light, and was promptly taken as a disciple by the revered Master Yuan Wu. It should be noted that Master Buddha is merely a term of endearment among the common folk and should not be taken literally. If you wish to address me, you may do so, but the suffix master is unnecessary. I hold no official title and should not be addressed randomly. The woman explained. It is simply a form of respect from the people. In the capital, they admire you and feel that calling you Buddha alone lacks reverence. Hence they add master. Rising from her prostration, her legs, having grown numb from kneeling, caused her to falter. Liao Yuan, quick to react, grasped her arm, preventing her from meeting the ground. Once she regained her balance, she stepped back, avoiding his grasp, and bowed to him, thanking him for his kindness. Do you wish to stay the night? He asked directly, addressing her intent. The woman recalled her earlier words before the statue and understood why Liao Yuan had discerned her purpose. Indeed, she had come to seek lodging at Baoxiang Temple. And she affirmed, Yes, I appreciate your assistance, Master Buddha. Liao Yuan offered her a slight bow in return, refraining from further conversation, and led her toward the courtyard, saying, Please, follow me. Just as she was about to follow, she suddenly remembered something, turning to the merit box beside the statue to drop in a silver note. Accompanied by a small pouch of coins, Liao Yuan waited patiently for her, and after she finished her offering, he uttered, Ba, commending her generosity. The woman followed him into the courtyard, where a coachman awaited. Upon seeing the two, he joined his hands in reverence towards Liao Yuan and then addressed the woman, Madam. The carriage is ready in the courtyard. The woman took a few steps forward, and the matron who had been tidying the guest room emerged, announcing, Madam, the bed has been prepared. I have asked Xiao Xiao to accompany you this night. A small head peeked from the room. Instantly recognizing the woman beside her father and smiling brightly, Madam, the National Master's residence? Could this lady truly be the wife of the National Master? Liao Yuan recalled that Zhu had once spoken of the rumors circulating in the capital, claiming that the National Master's wife had devoted her heart to the National Master, but had been met with unrequited love, suffering day and night in sorrow. 3 prayers to sever this believer and Amp, Oppos, marital fate, wishing to reside as a statue of the Buddha, to alleviate my turbulent thoughts. Liao Yuan and Oppos' gaze fell upon the gentle and serene woman before him, and he found it difficult to reconcile her with the almost humble figure of the National Master's wife as described by Zhu. He pondered to himself. The concept of love is indeed difficult to comprehend. Even a person as perceptive as this benefactor could not unravel its mysteries. Chapter 4. I have donated some incense money for you all in the merit box, hoping that the Buddha will bless your family with peace and prosperity. The gentle voice of the woman resonated beside Liao Yuan's ear. Remembering the bundle of silver that Zhu Qingrua had just placed into the merit box, Liao Yuan realized that it was meant for others. This lady was thoughtful and meticulous, truly a person of exquisite discernment. This brief episode interrupted Liao Yuan's train of thought. Upon reflection, he understood that his knowledge of the National Master's wife was merely the whispers of the populace. Such rumors were not to be taken seriously. He ought not to judge others based on hearsay. Even a fleeting doubt was sufficient to warrant half a day of repentance before the Buddha. What remained was only the regret and guilt for having unjustly speculated about another. The old woman, upon hearing that Zhu Qingrua personally donated incense for them, could hardly contain her joy. The dissatisfaction she had felt vanished in an instant. Madam, how could you say such a thing? Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions. Our family of 3, wherever we are, it is always mid-autumn. There is no trouble at all. Madam, please rest. The old woman had just lit the incense, and the room felt much warmer. Zhu Qingrua graciously smiled at her. Thank you for your efforts. At the National Master's residence, the steward finally spotted his master at the palace gate. Observing the slightly cheerful expression on Murugu and Oppos' face, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Recently, the National Master appeared unusually joyful, displaying such expressions that had never been seen before. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Murugu had already walked quite a distance away, prompting the steward to hastily follow. Murugu was contemplating how the young emperor seemed to have gained insight today, articulating his thoughts with clarity on every question posed. It appeared that the young emperor was on the brink of taking the throne, and soon. the Qi would welcome a wise ruler. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, the steward beside him exhibited signs of hesitation, seemingly wanting to voice something. Murugu, suppressing his expression, adopted a more distant demeanor and inquired, "What is it?" Realizing that Murugu had discerned his inner turmoil, the steward no longer concealed it and wore a look of counsel. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival." Mid-Autumn? Murugu paused momentarily, his motion to board the carriage halted. Has it truly come to Mid-Autumn already? Seeing Murugu and Amp Appo's reaction, the steward hurriedly continued. "In previous years, the old madam would celebrate with you. After her passing, she would accompany the lady in the Buddhist hall. Now that the old madam is gone, the lady goes to the Buddhist hall every year, staying there all night, which is quite arduous. Would the national master not consider offering a word of comfort? We should not allow the lady to fall ill." The Buddhist hall had been established during the old madam's lifetime. Although the national master practiced Taoism, the Mu family had long upheld the teachings of Buddhism before he was taken as a disciple by the Taoist priest, and they had not wavered from this belief over the years. Thus, the residents had maintained a Buddhist hall, which the national master had never sought to dismantle. In past years, the national master would also visit the hall to encourage the lady to rest earlier, but now, as the hour grew late, the lady surely had not left yet. The steward still held on to hope. Murugu and Appo's expression remained unchanged, yet within, he felt a stir of emotion. Zhu Qingrua had always shown great filial piety and respect towards her mother, and given that he had spent little time serving his own mother, this endearing quality garnered him a deeper fondness for her. With such thoughts lingering in her heart, Murugu remarked, "Then let us go and take a look." Having uttered these words, she lifted the curtain and entered the carriage, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Upon arriving at the estate, Xiaoqi rushed forward. But her cheerful demeanor was swiftly interrupted by the anxious steward, urging her to hurry to the Buddha hall, as the national master was seeking the lady. The steward gasped in dismay, exclaiming, "What? How could he be going to Baoxiang Temple?" Xiaoqi timidly shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. With such timidity, how could she possibly bear the responsibilities of the nation's chief minister's wife? Murugi remained silent on the matter, her expression cold as she made her way directly to her own courtyard. The system and Amp Appo's voice echoed in Wei Rand and Amp Appo's ears, leaving him quite perplexed. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, some people dreamt beautifully until dawn, while others awoke in the dead of night, too frightened to fall back asleep. And still others tossed and turned, unable to find solace in slumber. The night was clear and bright. "Help! Someone! Help! Someone!" The young man clad in yellow robes discarded the short sword from his grasp, clutching his wrist as he called out exuberantly. His laughter directed at the astonished woman before him. Despite his arm being drenched in blood and his voice tinged with despair, his countenance bore no trace of anguish. Only an endless display of mockery and provocation. Before Zhu Qingrua could fully comprehend the situation, a throng of individuals surged through the doorway, her husband. The compassionate son of the Buddha renowned across the land, the infamous leader of the cold-blooded assassins, along with a multitude of palace maids and eunuchs. They all regarded her with eyes wide in fury, their wrath seeming poised to engulf the entire room. Why did they cast such gazes upon her? Such a venomous woman deserves to be flayed and displayed upon the city walls for 7 days. The usually taciturn leader of the Shadow Guards, upon witnessing the pallid visage of the one who occupies his heart, lying feebly on the ground with shallow breaths, could not conceal the unmistakable disdain and murderous intent etched upon his face. Amitabha, may the benefactor be mindful of the precept against anger. The naturally divine child of Buddha resembles a celestial being, exuding an aura of compassion and mercy. Ah, how you pity her. Yet you are on the brink of taking a life. This is a transgression of the precept against killing. The shadowy guardian harbored discontent towards his acts of compassion. He tenderly touched the young emperor's face, yet his words were directed at the individual beside him, who had already been restrained by the guards. May the Buddha's mercy prevail. For the law of cause and effect is ever present. I wish for this individual to descend into the hell of the mountain of blades, to atone for his sins. The disciple of the Buddha performed a single-handed gesture, his voice resonating as if it descended from the heavens, ethereal yet deafening. Though it was the voice of a compassionate disciple, it instilled a sense of dread within the hearts of those who heard it. What, then, is the meaning of the hell of blades? In the 7th circle of the inferno, the transgressors are condemned to traverse a mountain of blades, enduring the excruciating agony of their bones being severed and their marrow extracted. Day and night, the assembly of guards and palace maids found themselves paralyzed with dread at the ominous words spoken, their voices ethereal, reminiscent of divine beings descending upon them, leaving them trembling in fear, unable to stand upright. Upon awakening from their fears and contemplating the situation, they realized that the consequences of sin did not fall upon themselves, and thus turned their cold gazes upon the audacious lady of the national advisor. The chilling stares from the crowd were almost palpable, causing Zhu Qingru to shudder. As her eyes sought out the one person above all others, the man she had shared many years with, her husband, who should have faith in her. She bit her lip fiercely, determined to conceal any hint of defeat, asserting silently, "I did not commit this act. It was he who feigned affection to lure me into the palace, he who uttered malicious words to tempt my inner demons, and he who wielded a blade to wound himself. All of this was merely a performance orchestrated by him." She articulated the truth with meticulous precision, each word imbued with sincerity, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto Murugu. Unrepentant, she prophesied that should the benefactor err again, they would be condemned to the mirror of karma and endure a century in the hell of tongue-pulling. The monk sighed deeply. Zhu Qingru and Appo's fingertips pressed against her palm. Faint traces of blood visible, yet she remained unyielding, her eyes fixed intently on Murugu, awaiting his words. The shadows intended to take her life. The monk cast scorn upon her, while guards and maidens observed with disdainful laughter at her perceived folly. She awaited the voice of her beloved, hoping for belief and defense, rather than doubt and inquiry into her truth. Zhu Qingru retained a flicker of hope within her heart, but just as her yearning blossomed, Murugu gathered the person in his embrace, his gaze sweeping over the woman restrained by her arms, his pupils reflecting her image. Yet devoid of any trace of Zhu Qingru, she heard him utter, "Take her away." Those 4 simple words sealed her fate. It was as if something shattered within her mind, fragments rolling through, mingling with tears that traced her cheeks, cascading onto the polished floor, splashing in their descent. He bore not a hint of suspicion. The one in Murugu's arms was watching her, observing her tear-streaked face, her utter disarray, her profound despair. All eyes were upon her, some indifferent, others wishing to flay her alive, and yet more lurking in the crowd, mocking her ineptitude. Yet, not a soul believed her. In the grand hall, bound and half-kneeling, Zhu Qingru raised her gaze, transcending the multitude, cutting through countless stares, fixating on the void. Silent yet coldly staring at the one beyond time and space who was watching her. Everything around her seemed to stand still. She could almost hear a voice echoing from eons away. "No one loves you. No one believes you. No one is willing to help you. You have only yourself. Zhu Qingru, you have only yourself. Zhu Qingru, Zhu Qingru." Chapter 5 Now, as if escaping from the jaws of peril, Zhu Qingru jolted awake. Her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her heart racing with trepidation. She anxiously scanned her surroundings, the room enveloped in darkness. The simple furnishings of the guest quarters in the temple easily comprehensible at a glance. Only after confirming that the haunting eyes had vanished did Zhu Qingru finally exhale in relief. Though it was her dream, it felt as if she existed beyond infinite realms. Having found her direction within the dream, she was compelled to confront those eyes brimming with countless unspoken words. So this was how she appeared to others, so pitiful, so ineffectual, so overreaching. Zhu Qingru curled up on the bed, her knees hugged to her chest, the thin paper of the window casting the shadows of trees outside. Swaying gently in the breeze, their movements resembling ghostly apparitions. She sensed a wind around her, caressing her spine, trailing from her waist to her neck, chillingly brushing against her ear. "Ghost, there is a ghost." Zhu Qingru clenched her teeth to stifle her voice. The sensation of being watched returned to her in the dark of night, becoming increasingly pronounced. She threw off the covers, turned, and hastily descended from her bed. Panic-stricken as she fled the chamber, rushing past the scenery outside and recklessly toward the grand hall. The backyard was not far from the hall, and Zhu Qingru arrived swiftly. Upon seeing the statue of the Buddha, radiating compassion and seemingly aglow with golden light, she felt she had finally escaped the ghostly gaze. "Zhu benefactor?" A familiar voice, as ethereal as a clear moonlit breeze, reached her ears, causing her heart to tremble. Following the sound, she beheld the astonished Liao Yuan, who appeared to be meditating with a scripture opened before him. Startled, Zhu Qingru caught a glimpse of a face reminiscent of the malevolent specter from her dreams and instinctively recoiled a few steps, quickly lowering her head before his puzzled gaze. Liao Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. It was his turn to keep vigil that night, and he had been reciting scriptures when the sudden sound of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility. He turned to the entrance of the hall, only to see a woman in white, her hair cascading down and barefoot, standing there in alarm. Were it not for the rapid rise and fall of her chest, he might have suspected she was a ghostly apparition daring to enter the temple alone. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the Zhu benefactor who had frequently come to the temple to offer incense, residing in the rear chamber. This marked her fourth visit to Baoxiang Temple, each time staying for a couple of days. Their first meeting had instilled a sense of guilt in Liao Yuan, prompting him to chant mantras before the Buddha 100 times, thus he held a vivid impression of her. Rising from the prayer mat, Liao Yuan, wary of startling the benefactor, called to her gently. However, to his surprise, upon seeing him, she took a few steps back. Had he frightened her? Liao Yuan hesitated, unsure how to proceed, when the bowed-headed benefactor suddenly broke the peculiar silence within the hall. I had a dream. Liao Yuan frowned at the mention of a dream. The voice had just spoken of her sins in the dream. As Zhu Qingru emerged from her panic, she quickly grasped her current predicament. Her tone was calm, devoid of emotion. Indeed, it was a dream that had stirred within her an endless malice, one that could be deemed a nightmare. No wonder her eyes had reflected such fear upon seeing herself. It was all due to the nightmare. Understanding dawned upon Liao Yuan, who gently moved the prayer beads and offered solace. Dreams are but illusions, Zhu benefactor. Do not take them to heart, lest they cause you harm. He had encountered many benefactors plagued by nightmares, seeking solace in the temple to alleviate their inner turmoil. Yet nightmares do not arise from thin air. They are born from deep-seated obsessions that linger in the mind. What could be the profound obsession that would give rise to such a nightmare? One that filled her with boundless malice? His interactions with Zhu benefactor had been limited, yet he perceived her as a gentle and perceptive woman. Could it be that she was truly troubled by matters of the heart, leading to such dreams? Strangely, he felt there was more to her than that. Zhu benefactor was not merely entangled in romantic woes. Liao Yuan felt a conviction, the source of which he could not pinpoint, yet it was undeniably present. He lifted his gaze to behold the woman's gently tilted profile, whereupon he discerned a hint of subtle mockery in her traditionally placid demeanor. Was it directed at his words? Or perhaps at the Buddha enshrined within the hall? Liao Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion, only to hear her suddenly inquire, "Has the Buddha child ever experienced a nightmare?" Her question interrupted his thoughts, and after a moment and Appos, as contemplation, he replied candidly, "Not yet." She turned her head slightly to regard him, a faint smile gracing her lips as her tone took on a chill. "Indeed, you were born a Buddha child, with a heart unclouded. How could you ever have the restless experiences of worldly concerns? With unwavering resolve, one naturally does not encounter nightmares." Liao Yuan listened intently to her words, acknowledging their truth. He often recited scriptures for the patrons, understanding that many harbored unspoken burdens, confiding only in the Buddha. He asked her, "What, then, troubles your dreams?" Zhu Qingru and Appos' expression momentarily faltered as she turned to him once more, revealing a pair of clear azure eyes devoid of impurities, in stark contrast to the seemingly compassionate yet secretly disdainful eyes from her dreams. She gazed for a long while, lost in her thoughts. And faced with Liao Yuan and Appos' growing curiosity, she suddenly smiled. What else could it be? It is merely the rumors circulating in the capital. Liao Yuan recalled Zhu and Appos' words. Aware that the tales about Zhu Qingru were rather unkind, yet he believed the reality to be far removed from the gossip. He shook his head and said, "Madam, you possess clarity. How could one who speaks of severing ties before the Buddha be ensnared by romantic entanglements? If one is unbound by love, they would not be disturbed by rumors, and thus nightmares would naturally dissipate." Zhu Qingru had not anticipated Liao Yuan's response. Her impression of him remained fixed upon the image of an aloof Buddha child from her previous life. They had rarely interacted, and when they did, it was not under amicable circumstances. Reflecting upon this, she realized that in her past life, their encounters had been scant, painted only through the words of others, and ultimately culminating in an adversarial relationship, devoid of heartfelt connection. Presently, the Liao Yuan before her had yet to be ensnared by love, still embodying the pure and innocent Buddha child, willing to offer genuine compassion to every devotee burdened by their own constraints. Love, indeed, was a fearsome force. It could transform such a pure-hearted Buddha child into a later executioner, a thought that struck Zhu Qingru with a sense of sorrow. In response to Liao Yuan and Appos' concerned gaze, Zhu Qingru replied, "It is precisely because I cannot sever these ties myself that I beseech the Buddha to do so for me. If I could sever them, why would I seek the Buddha and Appos' assistance?" Liao Yuan observed her seemingly troubled expression, Yet he could discern no trace of anguish in her eyes, only a hint of indifferent pretense. It struck him as odd. If she were indeed burdened by love, why did her eyes lack sorrow? After much contemplation, he resolved to assume that Xu Qingrua was aware of her own heart. He clasped his hands in reverence, saying, Amatba, sincerity begets efficacy as long as you resolve firmly. Nothing is insurmountable. His words, artfully crafted, appeared to encourage her to sincerely bow before the Buddha and pray for her dreams to be realized, while subtly conveying that it was sufficient for her to resolutely sever the bonds of affection herself. Xu Qingrua turned her gaze once more, her eyes lingering upon Liao Yuan and Appos, as clear and righteous orbs for an extended moment. The eyes from her dreams, imbued with a tinge of murderous intent, remained vividly etched in her memory, yet she could never reconcile them with the pair before her. She lowered her gaze, no longer looking at him, her fingers brushing over the scar on her right wrist. Suddenly, she inquired, what is the Buddhist perspective on the causes of past lives and their effects in this life? Her topic was quite abrupt. Though perplexed, Liao Yuan meticulously explained, the Buddha said, even if 100,000 eons pass, the deeds one has performed do not perish. When the time of causation arrives, one must inevitably reap the consequences. He gazed at the woman standing beneath the statue of the Buddha, understanding that the essence of 100,000 eons signifies that the time required to repay karmic debts is infinite. The repercussions of one and Appos' actions will not vanish but will gradually manifest over endless time. When the conditions are right, the opportunity to repay these debts will arise. Xu Qingrua lifted her gaze toward the Buddha statue. So, those who committed sins in their past lives may currently enjoy peace and prosperity. Yet this does not guarantee future ease. When the time comes, they shall bear the consequences of their past transgressions. Liao Yuan nodded, precisely. Xu Qingrua further inquired, do you believe you might find yourself in such a situation? She smiled at him. Well then, I shall await your answer. After speaking, she performed a gesture of respect toward Liao Yuan and turned to leave. Only now did Liao Yuan notice the woman's bare feet as she moved. The deep hues of the temple floor made her fair skin stand out strikingly. He gently shook his head, halting her departure. Under her puzzled gaze, he removed his shoes and placed them before her. Observing her slightly surprised expression, he hesitated before adding, these are new shoes, worn for the first time today. Xu Qingrua regarded the clean, dark blue cloth shoes, then her gaze shifted to Liao Yuan. Thank you for your kindness, but there are distinctions between men and women. If others were to see, it would lead to complications. Liao Yuan clasped his hands. The Baoxiang temple is deserted at night. There is no need to worry about being seen. Besides, with a clear conscience, what is there to fear from rumors? His consideration was thorough, ensuring her safety while preserving her dignity. Yet Xu Qingrua declined, simply expressing her gratitude before departing from the majestic and solemn temple. Liao Yuan watched her retreating figure, his gaze falling to the unheeded shoes before him. Why did Zhu, the benefactor, refuse his offer? Was it due to the fact that they had been worn by him? He sighed softly, realizing his oversight. The woman cherished cleanliness. How could she wear shoes that had been donned by a man? He pondered whether Xu Qingrua would remain in good health after this night, as the verses of the sutra transformed in his mind into a prayer for her well-being. He found himself immersed in contemplation. Chapter 6. This was a vibrant demeanor the national master had never exhibited before. What had he experienced within the palace? The steward lowered his head in confusion, deliberately avoiding any glance at Murugu. Upon encountering the pitch-black gates of the residence, Murugu's previously relaxed brow suddenly furrowed. Why are the lights not lit? He despised places shrouded in darkness. It was already the hour of the rat, and the household had a tradition of extinguishing the lights precisely at the quarter mark of the hour of the pig, a rule established by the old matriarch during her lifetime, as the steward explained. Murugu and Appos' expression momentarily faltered. Indeed, when his mother was alive, the household adhered to the practice of extinguishing the lights at the hour of the pig. The diminutive palace lantern illuminates only a small area, yet in the pitch darkness of night, it allows one to perceive the existence of light at a glance. Much like a watchtower for the lost, an object of yearning and hope for those who have lost their direction. Murugi's gaze lingered on the door shrouded in darkness, as if peering through the fabric of time and space to glimpse a frail woman standing there stubbornly, holding a palace lantern. The beam of light cast onto her face, revealing her dimly glowing features. It seemed as if the soft, slightly sweet voice echoed in his ears, and in a moment of distraction, he found no trace of the woman at the door, only the engulfing darkness and the empty courtyard gate. A sudden restlessness stirred within Murugi, an indescribable sensation he had never experienced in 20 years. The steward, unaware of the fleeting thoughts occupying the mind of the national teacher at the door, could not fathom why she had abruptly huffed and swept away, leaving him bewildered as he followed behind. Xiaoqi looked up to see the national teacher's frigid expression, her heart quivering in fright as she instinctively lowered her gaze. She mused to herself, although the national teacher had always eschewed the company of women and exuded an aura of chill, there had been remnants of warmth in his demeanor. Yet today, he seemed entirely as frigid as winter and Oppos, ice, instilling a sense of trepidation at a mere glance. Murugi averted his gaze, disregarding Xiaoqi and Oppos, overtures, and proceeded straight to his desk. Surely, she was mistaken, he thought to himself. His peripheral vision caught sight of a plate of pastries resting on the table. The slightly yellowed delicacies shaped like five-petaled osmanthus flowers, indistinguishable from those he had consumed in the past. At that moment, the steward entered and immediately noticed the national teacher's attention fixed on the plate of osmanthus cake. Without pausing to ponder, he declared, "This must be sent by the lady. She is always considerate. Today, she must have personally made the osmanthus cake, and, seeing that the candles in the southern courtyard have been extinguished, she must have retired early." Murugi found the steward and Oppos' assertion to be accurate and picked up a piece of cake, its coolness just right, precisely the temperature he favored. As he bit into it, the rich fragrance of osmanthus surged into his mouth, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. It seemed she was indeed fatigued. The pastries were not crafted as they should have been. Upon hearing the phrase busy national affairs, a flicker of expression crossed his face as memories of the seemingly carefree days in the palace surfaced, igniting an inexplicable sense of guilt towards the woman who worried for his health daily. He brought the sweet, cloying osmanthus cake to his lips, contemplating whether to suggest she use less sugar next time. Murugi's fingers stilled at his lips, his brow and eyes suddenly growing cold. The steward, taken aback, inquired, "How could this be? Did not the lady visit just a few days ago?" He then glanced at the exquisite osmanthus cake on the table, puzzled. "Then what of this osmanthus cake?" Xiaoqi fidgeted with her fingers, appearing somewhat embarrassed. It was made by me." Initially, when the steward attributed the cake to the lady, she had wished to clarify, yet hesitated, fearing the national teacher might not favor her creation. Only upon observing that he displayed no dissatisfaction after tasting it did she dare to explain. Surely, he must like it, she thought, as a smile began to form, only to be frozen in place by his abrupt discarding of the pastry. Too sweet, indeed. Murugi offered a simple evaluation, then took a handkerchief to wipe away the sticky residue from his hands, gradually erasing the cold sensation. Xiaoqi stared blankly at the discarded pastry, oblivious to the butler and Oppos' subsequent remarks. The butler pondered Murugi and Oppos' words, interpreting them as a desire to indulge, yet hesitating out of concern that the lady might find it troublesome. He felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. After a moment of silence, Murugi inquired, "Has the lady been frequenting the Baoxiang temple lately?" Murugi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the books before him. While he showed no reaction, the butler cast a warning glance in his direction. There indeed existed a monk known as Yuan, who was deeply devoted to Buddhist teachings. Having lectured on Buddhism in the capital multiple times with great acclaim, captivating all who listened with his profound insights, the butler emphasized the depth of his understanding to indicate that the lady's visits were solely for the purpose of seeking wisdom, not for any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Murugi scoffed lightly, as he was engrossed in Taoist studies and naturally held little regard for that so-called monk. Were it not for his mother's long-standing devotion to Buddhism, there would not even be a Buddhist hall in their residence. He opened the book on the table, his attention absorbed by its contents. Observing his actions, the butler understood and took Xiaoqi by the arm, leading her toward the door. Xiaoqi appeared somewhat reluctant, but the butler firmly guided her out. Just as they crossed the threshold, Murugi's calm voice resonated from behind. "There is a Buddhist hall in the house." In an instant, the small study was left with only Murugi, who shifted his gaze from the book to the osmanthus cake he had taken a bite of. Why did the same ingredients prepared by Zhu Qingrua appeal to him so much more? A hint of confusion crossed his brow, but it soon relaxed as he turned away from the plate of cake. Murugi favorability -5, Murugi favorability 5, Murugi favorability -3, current favorability 42. What had Murugi experienced? He gazed into the void with interest, his fingers rhythmically brushing the tassels. The system can only detect fluctuations in task subjects' favorability and cannot ascertain the reasons behind their emotional shifts. Wei Ran sighed in exasperation. wondering when his foolish system would function properly. At this rate, it wouldn't he even be capable of upgrading to a villain system with anyone else. It might not even complete the task, necessitating his intervention. Calculating the time, he realized he should be able to see Zhu Qingrua soon. He felt a sense of anticipation towards this destined partner of the task, hoping she would not be yet another deceitful woman masked in false kindness and innocence, harboring malicious intentions beneath. If that were the case, he would be thoroughly disappointed. Chapter 7. After listening, she paused momentarily before instructing Xiao Xiao to inform her parents that they need not visit for the time being. Without acknowledging the butler, she made her way directly to her courtyard. The butler watched as the woman gradually receded from view, slowly exhaling a breath of relief. Alas, the lady and the national master remain at an impasse. When shall the Mu residents welcome a young master? The steward conveyed all he had witnessed to his esteemed national master, and upon finishing, he raised his gaze, awaiting a response. Mu Rujue tilted her head, observing the steward, anticipating his subsequent words. Their eyes met. A moment of silent exchange. Mu Rujue discerned the confusion in the steward and Appo's gaze and pursed her lips, inquiring, "Is that all?" It dawned on the steward that the national master was not yet satisfied, and he hurriedly added, "That maid is named Xiao Xiao. Her parents are Lu Shi, the stable aunt, and Wang Posey from the kitchen. The lady often takes their family to Baoxiang Temple." Mu Rujue continued to gaze at him. Noticing the steward was divulging more than necessary and was on the verge of revealing the number of hairs on Zhu Qingrua and Appo's head, she interjected, "Enough." The steward promptly ceased his discourse, closing his mouth and directing his attention to Mu Rujue. Mu Rujue pinched the bridge of her nose, closing her eyes as she pondered. Why does the lady bring that maid's family along? Was it by chance or by design? Amongst the multitude of servants, why choose to take a family of 3? What is her intention? Is it an elopement? By bringing along a whole family, she eliminates the worry of being betrayed. A cold smile escaped Mu Rujue's lips, her expression tinged with a hint of disdain. If she had not intervened, the family would not have been deprived of their reunion. Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she insisted on dragging along another family, under the guise of consideration for others, yet in truth, she was merely inviting disdain upon herself. Since childhood, she had been self-righteous, believing she had accounted for everyone's feelings, yet unbeknownst to her, others harbored grievances against her. Mu Rujue's thoughts were momentarily interrupted, her lashes fluttering as her gaze fell upon a small scar on her left palm. When had she become so considerate? In his memories, she had always been the most obedient and timid, seeking him out at the first hint of trouble, lazily wishing to obtain solutions directly from him. How had he never realized? Seeing Mu Rujue lost in silence for a prolonged moment, the steward assumed he had misjudged the lady and Appo's intentions, and thus spoke. The lady has always held deep affection for the national master. She would not concern herself with such trifles. Please do not take offense. Mu Rujue's lashes quivered slightly as she raised her eyes to the steward by the table. Her gaze, usually frosty and tempestuous, now revealed a trace of confusion. Love? The steward was taken aback by the sight. He had never witnessed such a national master before. His voice softened. Yes, the lady loves the national master. Mu Rujue's moment of bewilderment seemed fleeting, quickly replaced by her usual cold demeanor, eyes filled with frost and elegance. She lowered her voice, emphasizing, "I am a disciple of the Tao. I have no desire for love." The steward questioned, "But did Taoist Yun Xuan not say that the national master is fated to be disconnected from the Tao in this life? Moreover, you have already wed the lady. How can you claim to desire no affection?" Mu Rujue averted her gaze, stating, "Marrying Qingrua was my mother's lifelong wish. I fulfilled her desire by marrying. Otherwise, I would have chosen to accompany wild cranes, safeguarding the dragon vein of Dachi for the rest of my life. Yet, how unfair this is to Zhu Qingrua." The steward pressed his lips together, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. His master was the national master. He ought to stand by him eternally. Mu Rujue, in thoughts of Zhu Qingrua, furrowed her brows slightly and abruptly rose to her feet, striding purposefully towards the door. The steward, caught off guard, hastily followed in her wake. She exited the courtyard, heading south until she reached a certain compound, where she stepped inside without hesitation. The steward glanced at the plaque above the entrance, inscribed with the characters for Southern Courtyard, and felt a pang of curiosity. Why had the national master suddenly chosen to visit the ladies' quarters? Noticing her unusual demeanor, he feared trouble might ensue. With this thought, he quickened his pace to keep up with Mu Rujue as she entered the courtyard. Upon entering, they beheld the neatly aligned osmanthus trees flanking the path. 2 or 3 on one side, amounting to a total of 5 in the entire courtyard. It was deep autumn, and the osmanthus blossoms weighed down the branches. Clusters of golden flowers cascading from the tips, adorning the courtyard with their vibrant hues. Murugue pondered, had there always been so many osmanthus trees here? The steward, however, felt a sense of helplessness, lamenting the lady and Apos, as tender heart. They walked along the central path, strewn with fallen osmanthus petals, which felt light beneath their feet. While the steward mused over Zhu Qingruo's infatuation, Murugue suddenly halted, nearly colliding with him due to her abrupt stop, confused by the national master's sudden stillness. The steward followed her gaze and paused in surprise. He fell silent, observing as Murugue approached the area where the woman lay, and quietly retreated from the southern courtyard. Unaware of the steward and Apos' sudden absence, Murugue approached Zhu Qingrua, his height allowing him to survey the sleeping figure from above. She appeared to have been well fed recently, her previously sharp chin now softened into a fuller shape. Though she still seemed quite slender, her face no larger than his palm. As Murugue looked down, his gaze fell upon her waist and abdomen. Pondering how one could be so delicate, silently, he diverted his gaze, just as a single osmanthus petal gently descended, landing on the woman and Apos' lips. The pale yellow of the petal contrasted beautifully with her soft pink lips, creating a captivating tableau. The woman seemed to feel the tickling sensation on her lips, furrowing her brows slightly and shifting her head in discomfort. Murugue, momentarily startled, found his fingers lingering on her lips. At that moment, she fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes, awakening to the sight of her usually aloof husband engaged in what could be perceived as an almost impudent act. Surely, she must have been startled. It was not her lips that bore the surprise, but her face. Zhu Qingrua concealed her astonishment and propped herself up slightly. Nodding at Murugue, a soft sound of acknowledgement escaping her lips as if to indicate her acceptance. Murugue seemed to exhale in relief, closing his hand and standing with his hands clasped behind him. Neither spoke. Zhu Qingrua, still in a daze from her slumber, remained silent. For a moment, the expansive courtyard was filled only with the whispering sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, as an inexplicable magnetic aura enveloped the two, igniting a flicker of ambiguity between them. If Zhu Qingrua recalls, the scene is reminiscent of a previous life, where Murugi stands before her, and she naively believes that they can draw closer. Her heart races, nearly bursting from her chest, only to discover that he has come to deliver her death sentence. She vividly remembers how she clutched her palms tightly, enduring the agony as she fought to conceal any trace of sorrow in front of Murugi. Consequently, he remains oblivious to her feelings, mistakenly believing that clarifying his thoughts suffices to conclude the matter, and thereafter proceeds unabashedly to love another, without a thought for her. The esteemed wife of the national master. Zhu Qingrua lowers her gaze, her weariness deepening. He harbors no affection for her as his wife. Why should she engage in actions that provoke his disdain? Chapter 8. Murugi observes the woman who averts her eyes from him. His curiosity piqued. She seems different today. What occupies your thoughts? He inquires, without a hint of hesitation. This impulsiveness is what Zhu Qingrua admires about him. He acts on his whims, unfettered by the potential consequences. Upon hearing her words, Murugi recalls that he has never entered this courtyard before, not once in 4 years. A fleeting daze crosses his gaze as it glances over the dimples at her lips. Today marks the first occasion she has voiced her dissatisfaction to him. Uncertain of the faint stirrings within him, he shifts his gaze away from her face, his tone remaining cool. Did you visit Baoxiang Temple yesterday? Her aloofness prompts a frown from Murugi. He dismisses his discomfort, stating, banditry plagues the Qi. Even the capital is not spared from turmoil. You should refrain from venturing out at night. It would be prudent to remain within the estate to avoid misfortune. Zhu Qingrua is accustomed to Murugi's manner of speaking. He focuses solely on outcomes, neglecting the nuances of the process, hence he offers no words of comfort. Just as now, although he expresses concern for her safety, his words come off as harsh. She is indeed accustomed to it, but familiarity does not necessitate acceptance. Since the national master is concerned for my safety, why not provide me with additional guards? Murugi, perplexed, replies, what need have you for guards within the estate? Zhu Qingrua meets his gaze. So the national master has resolved that I shall remain here. If that is the case, why engage in conversation with me? Simply inform me directly. There is no need for this visit. Murugi is taken aback by her response, not expecting such a retort. You, her words, though seemingly conceding to his wishes, leave him feeling oddly unsettled. Is she mocking him? He regards her, seemingly unchanged from before, and chooses not to counter her jibe, merely nodding in agreement. Since she has acquiesced to stay indoors, his objective is accomplished, and there is no further need for explanation. As for her sharp remarks earlier, Murugi interprets them as a fleeting expression of discontent, giving them little heed. If only Zhu Qingrua understood his temperament and recognized that he did not take his words to heart. It seems that the matter of the guards requires further contemplation. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she swiftly devised a solution to the staffing issue. After a prolonged silence, she lifted her gaze and discovered Murugi still standing there. Zhu Qingrua subtly furrowed her brow, wondering if there was something else the national master needed. Murugi found this version of Zhu Qingrua somewhat unfamiliar. They had not encountered her in such a state since their reunion. The last time her emotions had surfaced was during their youth. Reminiscing about their companionship in those days, Murugi couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia, prompting him to linger a little longer. Upon hearing Zhu Qingrua's detached inquiry, he withdrew from his memories. And with a slight frown of discomfort, he recalled the purpose of his visit to the southern courtyard. "I have come today to inform you of something," he stated. The term inform sounded almost like a directive issued to a subordinate. Zhu Qingrua was already aware of the contents of this directive. She leaned back in her chaise lounge, awaiting his announcement. Resting in her chair while Murugi stood before her, despite their differing heights, her face revealed no dissatisfaction as she calmly waited. Murugi's fingers instinctively curled inward for a moment, yet he eventually conveyed the very words he had intended to share from the outset. "Our marriage was to comfort my mother. As a practitioner of the Tao, worldly attachments hold no significance for me. Now that you are my wife, there is no need for superfluous words. I shall speak plainly." He suddenly took a step back, increasing the distance between them. "If you wish, I can grant you a divorce and petition the emperor to establish a household for you as a woman. You may lead your own life. And should you find a suitable partner in the future, I will present you with a generous gift as an elder brother would, escorting you to your marriage. Henceforth, the National Master's residence shall be your family home. If you do not wish to divorce, you may continue to be my National Master's wife." His words were as unyielding as iron, his tone as cold as ice. Even the harshest winter waters could not compare to the chill he emanated at that moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Qingrua and Appo's calm eyes. In their previous life, he had never broached the subject of divorce, merely announcing his inability to love her without granting her the option of establishing her own household. Such conditions were indeed enticing. Zhu Qingrua tilted her head slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed into Murugi's eyes, which appeared more sincere than ever. "Very well," she replied. Zhu Qingrua picked up a nearby scroll, her attention lingering on its contents, and casually remarked, "Since the National Master has spoken thus, how could I refuse?" Murugi was taken aback by her acquiescence and realized that instead of feeling satisfaction at achieving his objective, he was overwhelmed by astonishment and disbelief. She actually agreed? Hadn't the steward said that Zhu Qingrua loved him? Why did she consent without hesitation? Could it be that the steward was mistaken, and she did not love him after all? Sensing the tumult within, Murugi averted his gaze, focusing instead on the fallen osmanthus blossoms scattered around, particularly those beside her chaise lounge. "Since you agree, I shall write. After I petition the emperor, we can discuss other matters." He originally intended to discuss the matter of a divorce letter, but suddenly recalled the issue of establishing a female household, thus shifting the conversation without directly mentioning the divorce. Zhu Qingrua, turning a page and keeping her gaze fixed on the book, replied, "The matter of divorce shall be entrusted to the National Master. I believe he will treat me fairly." His unexpressed thoughts about the divorce did not hinder Zhu Qingrua from broaching the subject with such ease. Murugi observed her nearly indifferent eyes and felt a surge of inexplicable discontent rising within him. Yet, why should he feel dissatisfied when it was he who had proposed the divorce, and she had merely accepted it? Murugi was at a loss regarding his own desires. After a brief pause, he turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. "Then you shall wait," he thought. Zhu Qingrua looked up at his retreating figure, aware that the divorce was not her suggestion, and thus the young emperor would not suspect her involvement. Success would be ideal. Yet failure would merely create further complications for the young emperor in his pursuit of Murugi. Ultimately, she stood to lose nothing. Murugi and Appo's affection -2. Current affection level 40. Wei Ran had finally grown curious about the recent decline in affection levels. What progress had Murugi and Zhu Qingrua made? He marveled at how swiftly matters were advancing. The system remained silent. Wei Ran stroked his chin, pondering that this period of inactivity could be a prime opportunity for an offensive. With one hand resting on the table, he rhythmically tapped his fingers upon it. At that moment, a palace maid entered, gracefully bowing to Wei Ran. "Your Majesty." Wei Ran responded casually, "Rise." The maid complied, standing upright. "The Ministry of Rites inquires if your birthday celebration will follow the customary simplicity this year. In previous years, the Emperor had preferred a modest affair, and the Ministry merely followed protocol, especially considering the current Emperor's somewhat timid disposition, as if he wished to hide away in the palace and avoid all company." The maid, expecting the Emperor to nod in agreement and dismiss her, had already extended her foot toward the door when she suddenly heard him utter, "Why must it be simple?" The maid, taken aback, could hardly believe her ears. Wei Ran continued, "My 15th birthday deserves a grand celebration. This year, it shall not only be held but will be a magnificent event." Having obtained what he desired, Wei Ran leaned back comfortably, squinting slightly as he said, "Very well. You may leave." The maid felt as if she had received a royal decree in response to his seemingly languid tone, and after bowing, she hurriedly exited. Upon reaching the door, she exhaled in relief, her heart still racing from the encounter. Why had the Emperor become increasingly intimidating? Though he remained as amiable and cheerful as before, an undeniable aura of authority now enveloped him, causing a shiver within. Perhaps the National Master's teachings had begun to take effect? Upon reflection, the Emperor did indeed bear a resemblance to the aloof National Master. The maid dismissed her peculiar feelings, unwittingly linking the Emperor's strange demeanor with that of the enigmatic National Master. Shaking her head, she tried to rid herself of such nonsensical thoughts and hastened away from the outer hall. Chapter 9. Since her visit to the southern courtyard, Murugwa had been enveloped in a peculiar state of mind, often feeling somewhat distracted during the day. He was typically devoid of expression, and in the eyes of others, even as the National Master, he had succumbed to contemplation, which evoked no surprise. Wei Ran, however, stole several glances at him, reflecting on the system's remarks. It seemed that Murugo had become ensnared in the turmoil of his feelings for Xu Qingrua. Once he discerned why he was so invested in this matter, he also comprehended his own sentiments towards Xu Qingrua. Yet, what did that concern him? Wei Ran's lips curled slightly before swiftly flattening. He feigned indifference as he let the teacup slip from his grasp. The porcelain shattered upon the hard floor, scattering fragments that cut into his exposed foot, prompting an involuntary exclamation of pain. Muruga turned at the sound, observing the young emperor crouched on the ground, a pained expression adorning his face as he gazed at his injured foot, hesitating to touch it for fear of exacerbating the pain. Muruga's attention fell upon the exposed feet of the young emperor, where a significant gash ran from the base of the big toe to the center of the foot surface. He bent down, furrowing his brow in concern, reproaching, "How could you be so careless?" Wei Ran, dejected, replied, "I intended to offer the National Master a cup of tea, but I didn't and Opos. Tea realize you were lost in thought, and I clumsily dropped the cup." Murugu pinched the bridge of his nose, addressing the evidently remorseful Wei Ran. "It is not your fault. I was distracted." He examined the young emperor's wound, his brow furrowing further, before rising to retrieve a box of ointment from the cabinet on the left side and handing it to Wei Ran, who had moved to the side of the couch. "The wound ISN and amp. Opos. Tea deep. A bit of ointment will suffice." Wei Ran raised an eyebrow at the box of medicine presented to him, questioning, "ISN and Opos. Tea, the National Master going to apply the ointment for me?" He lowered his head, appearing quite disheartened. "It is my fault. I was careless and dropped the cup. I will take care of it myself." Despite his words, he made no effort to accept the medicine from Murugu, continuing to lament his own clumsiness. Murugu found his contradictory behavior amusing and shook his head helplessly. Opening the box of ointment, he delicately applied it with a fine bamboo spatula. "I have mentioned countless times that you should refer to yourself as an amp, Opos, I and amp, Opos, in a formal context. It is unbecoming to say and amp, Opos, I and amp, Opos, in front of others," Murugu suddenly remarked. Wei Ran, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "The National Master is not an outsider. I only speak this way in your presence. Would you divulge it to others?" Suddenly, Murugu pressed the bamboo spatula against Wei Ran and amp, Opos' foot, causing him to gasp in surprise. "Be gentle, National Master. This is my foot. Not a piece of meat that can be poked indiscriminately." The sting from Murugu and amp, Opos' action was swiftly followed by a soothing sensation, prompting a quiet hum of comfort from Wei Ran. "So reckless, you must endure some pain to learn," Murugu said, though his touch was considerably gentler. At that moment, Wei Ran had forgotten his earlier discomfort and playfully huffed at Murugu. As my teacher, you ought to bear the brunt of the hardship yourself. Murugu could only chuckle at this childish remark, refraining from retorting, I am merely a few years older than you. How do you know I Haven and Amp, Oppos, T endured more hardships than you? He has always shown patience towards Wei Ran, after all. He has watched him grow from a timid and cowardly child into the emerging little emperor, who was destined to become the most sagacious ruler of Dachi. Revered by the masses and remembered for generations to come. In due time, he will fulfill the late emperor and Oppos' expectations and trust bestowed upon him during his illness. Furthermore, the national master has traveled extensively since childhood with the wandering Taoist, bearing the burdens of life without wealth or attendance, enduring considerable hardships along the way. Wei Ran chuckled mischievously, teasing Murugu. Sensing the jest in Wei Ran and Amp, Oppos' words, Murugu, while applying medicine, responded with a resigned smile. Since you are aware, why then utter such words earlier? At this moment, it seemed that Wei Ran recalled the days filled with fear, his voice choked with emotion. Murugu, initially lost in thought upon hearing Wei Ran mention the national master's wife, was roused from his reverie by the heartfelt words that followed. Observing the little emperor shedding tears once more, he closed the medicine box and softly reassured him, Do not fear, you have grown, the dynasty is stable. And the situation you dread will not come to pass. As long as you shoulder your responsibilities for the citizens of the realm, the dragon throne shall always belong to you. This was his sincere conviction. In his lifetime, the emperor of Dachi would forever be Wei Ran. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran lifted his gaze to Murugu, grasping the hem of his robe, his face reflecting admiration. Will you stand with me, guarding the realm of Dachi? He sought a promise. Murugu discerned Wei Ran's intent. He gazed into the little emperor and Amp, Oppos' eyes, which brimmed with hope and yearning, tinged with tremors of anxiety. He feared the future and desired companionship. Sighing softly, Murugu reached out to caress the little emperor's head, ultimately unable to utter a refusal. Very well. In my lifetime, I shall safeguard this vast realm for you. The tension in Wei Ran's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile that lit up his entire being, reminiscent of a cunning fox, basking in joy and fulfillment. Observing the delighted little emperor, Murugu couldn't help but smile as well, suddenly reminded of something he had previously stated in front of him. Your Majesty, Wei Ran turned his gaze towards him, inquiring, What is it? After Murugu concluded his lecture and exited the palace, Wei Ran, alone in his chamber, flung the book he had been reading aside. What nonsense is this secret manual? It's utterly useless. Leaning back on the couch with one leg propped up, he scoffed lightly. Where did I go wrong? I followed the instructions to the letter, and yet it left me with goosebumps. Who would dare act like that in front of me? I'd likely be unable to restrain myself from slapping them. At least Murugu managed to hold back. The system, momentarily overwhelmed with code, paused, before finally concluding, in the end, its still increased affection, indicating some value. Wei Ran swung his legs nonchalantly, saying, That's because I brought Dachi into the fold. Look at how much I've said. Did Murugu show even a hint of being moved? The gaze was enigmatic, as if it had wandered to an unknown realm, only to regain a semblance of warmth upon my mention of the grand mission entrusted to me by Dachi. He scoffed at the green tea manual provided by the system, dismissing it as utterly useless. The system failed to comprehend Wei Ran and Oppos' words. It only recognized the increase in affection, oblivious to all else. Yet, what was the cause of his recent hesitation? Was it for me, or for Zhu Qingrua? A flicker of curiosity and intrigue sparkled in Wei Ran and Oppos' eyes, pondering what matter could render Murugu so distracted, caught between words. The system, unable to grasp his sentiments, merely emitted occasional crackles, signaling its attentiveness. Unable to fathom the situation, Wei Ran decided to set it aside for the moment. Hey, can this manual be returned? It cost me 100 points, after all, and you were the one who recommended it to me. Wei Ran began to negotiate with the system. The system rejected his plea, stating, All sales are final. Amused by the absurdity of the system, Wei Ran chuckled. If it can't be returned, surely it can be exchanged? The system displayed a catalog of all manual-related items on the screen for Wei Ran's selection. Beauty and hair techniques, the feasibility of Trojan cattle in ancient times, the 108 secrets of pig farming, practical techniques for science and engineering, my days and nights with the rice fields. Are you certain this is a strategy system and not an agrarian one? Wei Ran expressed skepticism regarding the system and AMP, Oppo's, classification. The system checked its attributes and confirmed, indeed, it is a strategy system. Wei Ran smiled benevolently. Then what do you believe I am here to do? The system replied. To strategize against the 3 suitors of the female lead. Wei Ran nodded, realizing that the system was well aware. Do you think performing pig farming in front of Mirage will make him fall for me? Or that changing hairstyles daily will earn me his admiration? Or is it your belief that crafting an invisibility cloak will elicit awe from Chu Xiao? After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, the system concluded, it should not, no. Amused yet exasperated. Wei Ran remarked, so you acknowledge that it won't work? The system fell silent, feigning ignorance. With a resigned shake of his head, Wei Ran decided to keep the manual for now. The system quietly retracted its offerings. Soon, tranquility enveloped the chamber once more. Chapter 10. Aside from the years spent accompanying my master on various journeys, it seemed he had truly endured little hardship. Previously sheltered by the protection of his family within the Mu residence, he had faced the challenges of scholarly pursuits with his master's watchful eye. Later, with Zhu Qingrua managing affairs by his side, to outsiders, she epitomized the most competent wife of the national master, never revealing her struggles to the public. In the frigid national master's residence, she remained for 13 long years, dutifully honoring her mother while she was alive. After her mother's passing, he became preoccupied with safeguarding De Qi and the young emperor, leaving Zhu Qingrua to uphold the entire household with her delicate strength. At merely 16 years of age, why had she never confided in him? Was it to prevent him from being distracted, or did she deem such revelations futile? The carriage was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, and Mirage and Oppo's face remained concealed in the shadows, leaving his thoughts a mystery to all. Shortly thereafter, the carriage came to a halt, prompting Mirage to lift the curtain and gaze towards the entrance. Before the gate, cloaked in somber hues, stood a diminutive palace lantern, held by a woman whose attire was softly illuminated by the flickering candlelight, casting a gentle glow upon her figure. For reasons unknown, a stirring of excitement welled within Mirage, a sensation he had never before experienced. With a vigorous motion, he flung aside the curtain and stepped down from the carriage, disregarding the stool prepared by the steward, his feet hastening towards the glimmer of light. As he ascended the steps, a thought struck him, compelling him to restrain his forward momentum, and he slowed his pace, approaching Zhu Qingrua with deliberation. An apology was due. He owed her an explanation for his years of neglect. As he drew near, he pondered how best to articulate his sentiments. Just as he was about to speak, his voice faltered in his throat upon recognizing the person holding the lantern. Before him stood a familiar maid. Her arched brows and phoenix-like eyes unmistakable. This was not Zhu Qingrua. Mirage and AMP, Oppo's countenance darkened. He dismissed the maid with a wave of his sleeve, bypassing her to enter the estate. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, he abruptly halted and coldly declared, "No candle shall be lit after the hour of high within the premises. Such an act contravenes the family rules. You shall spend 3 nights in the Buddhist hall as penance." With that, he departed, his flowing sleeves stirring a chill in the air, a silent testament to his mood. On the 4th day following Mirage and AMP, Oppo's exit from her courtyard, he astonishingly transformed, shedding his previous disinterest in managing household affairs. The man who once shunned such responsibilities began to take a keen interest in the financial matters and personnel movements of the national master's residence, displaying an undeniable inclination to seize full control. This shift incited a degree of alarm among the servants, who feared incurring the national master's wrath through negligence. Some even approached the southern courtyard, cautiously inquiring whether he intended to implement reforms within the estate. Zhu Qingrua remained uncertain about the cause of this change in Mirage, yet she quickly deduced his intentions after a brief contemplation. After dismissing several groups of individuals, she instructed Xiao Xiao to deliver all her ledgers to the eastern courtyard. She had little desire to manage those accounts herself. Wishing to avoid the ensuing headache, freed from the burdens of household duties, Zhu Qingrua found herself with ample leisure time. She picked up a simple, old book from her table, opening it to reveal the Buddhist Heart Sutra, the neatly penned characters imbued with strength, yet seemingly floating upon the page, much like their owner, exuding compassion. This book was lent to her by Liao Yuan, who had promised her 3 days of borrowing time, with the deadline approaching. She focused her mind and attentively began to transcribe the scriptures. In the evening, Xiao Xiao traveled by carriage to Baoxiang Temple. Liao Yuan, noticing the familiar maid before him, fixated his gaze on the bound scriptures in her hands. With hands clasped together in reverence, he addressed Xiao Xiao, Ba. Dear benefactor, I presume you did not come today due to the busyness of the estate? Is your health improving? Upon hearing the words, Liao Yuan felt a sense of relief. Merely nodding gently. The temple housed the Buddha, thus it was not imperative to visit the monastery. He intended to convey his regards to the benefactor, urging her to recite the pure heart mantra frequently. A tranquil heart naturally distances itself from filth. Xiao Xiao understood and replied, Very well. I shall relay the message to my lady. Liao Yuan offered a warm smile, reaching out to accept the sutra from Xiao Xiao's hands. However, a sense of unease washed over him as he realized that this was not the sutra he had transcribed. Perplexed, Liao Yuan inquired, Did benefactor Lu perhaps take the wrong one? This is not my sutra. With a mischievous smile, Xiao Xiao responded, No. This is precisely what my lady instructed me to deliver. She entrusted it to me personally. How could there be an error? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Liao Yuan and Appo's eyes. But this truly is not mine. Seeing the dazed expression on Liao Yuan's face, Xiao Xiao found amusement and explained. My lady said that the sutras handwritten by the disciple possessed the essence of the Buddha within their lines. Since she cannot visit the temple to inquire personally, she chose to hold the sutras transcribed by you to explore the teachings of the Buddha. Upon hearing this, Liao Yuan shook his head in resignation. It is all sutras. How could one claim that only my transcription holds the teachings of the Buddha? You overestimate me, benefactor. Xiao Xiao continued, However, my lady promised to return the sutra to the disciple, but found it too difficult to part with it. Thus, she transcribed a copy by hand and presented it to you, to ensure you would not lack the sutra and miss the morning chant. She also mentioned that she would surely visit Baoxiang Temple soon to apologize to you. Instinctively, Liao Yuan glanced at the sutra in his hands. The delicate characters danced before his eyes, neatly aligned on the page. Was this truly transcribed by benefactor? Lost in thought, Liao Yuan gestured with a single palm. Your sincerity is evident, but I must respectfully decline this handwritten sutra. Xiao Xiao, feeling anxious, exclaimed, What is there to hesitate about? Is it not all handwritten? What difference does it make whether you or my lady transcribed it? Before she could finish her sentence, she had vanished from his sight. Liao Yuan stood in the empty temple, gazing at the now abandoned space. He turned his attention back to the sutra in his hands. As he made contact with the meticulously crafted characters, he averted his gaze. Approaching the statue of the Buddha, he placed the sutra beside him on the prayer mat. Closing his eyes to chant the sutras, no longer casting a glance at the pristine book, Zhu Qingru felt little concern. The disciple and Appo's compassion for all beings was evident. And this act was for her reputation, for her own good. Xiao Xiao listened intently and nodded vigorously. I will go at once. Her impulsive nature took over as she turned to exit, only to be halted by Zhu Qingru. Observing the dimming light outside, Zhu Qingru cautioned. You should leave before dawn tomorrow, while they have yet to commence the morning chant. Otherwise, even if the disciple were to borrow the sutra for the chant, he would not utilize yours. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, realizing her father had also grown weary today. It would indeed be inappropriate for her to go alone. She flashed a sweet smile at Zhu Qingru and cheerfully replied, All right. My lady is kind to me, and I hold her in great affection. Zhu Qingru chuckled lightly at her display of emotions, shaking her head in bemusement. Her gaze fell upon the book in her hands, and she began to read it aloud, one line at a time. The following morning, Xiao Xiao arrived at Baoxiang Temple early, eager to convey Zhu Qingru and Appo's words to Liao Yuan before the morning service commenced. After a prolonged silence, Liao Yuan finally spoke, prompting Xiao Xiao to patiently await his response. As the bells in the temple tolled thrice, Liao Yuan gently turned the prayer beads on his wrist and sighed, Ba, it appears I have become entangled in worldly matters. With the bells ringing 8 times, the disciples of Baoxiang Temple gradually gathered in the main hall. Liao Ju slowly approached Liao Yuan and offered one of the 2 sutras he held, saying, I also have an old one. His words trailed off abruptly upon noticing a pristine sutra resting before Liao Yuan. He looked at Liao Yuan with surprise, questioning the calm demeanor of his companion. Didn't you say the previous one was borrowed? Sitting cross-legged beside Liao Yuan, he scrutinized the new sutra, which appeared freshly bound. Liao Yuan nodded slightly, explaining, A benefactor saw I lacked a sutra and kindly offered me this one for a few days, so that I might annotate it with Buddha's teachings and alleviate her nightmares. Liao Ju nodded thoughtfully, realizing the situation. Leaning closer, he inquired, Is the handwriting that of a female benefactor? Indeed, Liao Yuan affirmed. It seems my junior brother is quite favored by women, even receiving a handwritten sutra. Mind your words before the Buddha, my brother, Liao Yuan admonished, his tone suddenly stern. Noticing Liao Ju's embarrassment, he gradually softened his demeanor. A handwritten sutra is a mark of respect for the Buddha. What difference does it make whether it is from a man or a woman? Would it be acceptable if it were given by a married man? Liao Yuan reiterated Zhu Qingruo's sentiments verbatim. Yet, did she not say it was only for 3 days? I thought that female benefactor appeared quite amiable. How could she deceive a monk? Liao Ju expressed his dissatisfaction. Liao Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He felt compelled to clarify that Zhu was acting out of goodwill and should not be misunderstood. She has matters at home and sent someone to inform me that she wished to extend the borrowing period, providing me with a new sutra to ensure I could focus on the morning service, Liao Yuan explained. Liao Ju and Appo's face revealed understanding. Then, as if struck by a thought, he frowned. So this new sutra is indeed from her? Liao Yuan's hand, which had been turning the prayer beads, stilled. Yes, she copied it by hand. If she did, why not simply return the old one to you? Why give you the one she painstakingly transcribed? It doesn't add up, Liao Ju pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Don't you agree? He nudged Liao Yuan's arm with his shoulder, seeking his opinion. Just as Liao Yuan was about to refute, the temple bells rang out, and the abbot entered at that moment. Liao Ju, seeing this, quelled his curiosity and proceeded to his designated place to prepare for the morning service. However, he remained somewhat preoccupied with the matter, intending to clarify things with Liao Yuan after the service, for it was not as his friend imagined. Yet after the service concluded, Liao Ju had vanished, and when Liao Yuan sought him out to elucidate the situation, Liao Ju had already dismissed the matter from his mind, forgetting his earlier inquiries. Thus, Liao Yuan, resigned, chose to remain silent, and in the end, his explanations never found their voice. Chapter 11. One afternoon, Muru returned to the southern courtyard. The steward, holding the account book, greeted her with a radiant smile, though a hint of flattery and concern lingered in his expression. Zhu Qingrua and Appo's gaze traversed the silent Muru as she entered, directing her attention towards the steward. What is this? A trace of bewilderment graced her features. The steward promptly interjected, Madam, perhaps you should handle the account book yourself. While I can manage the servants, such meticulous tasks are best suited for you. Zhu Qingrua cast a fleeting glance at the reticent figure, her heart comprehending his intentions. The steward, eager to explain, stammered, No. It is my fault. Both he and Zhu Qingrua turned their attention to Muru, surprised by his unexpected straightforwardness. The steward was astonished at the national master's candor, while Zhu Qingrua was taken aback that Muru would deign to apologize to her. Observing the taciturn Zhu Qingrua, an unexpected turmoil stirred within Muru. He ought not to have impulsively assumed the responsibility of alleviating her burdens. Even if he wished to assist, it should have been a matter discussed with her first. His decision to send someone to retrieve the account book was initially well-intentioned, yet he had not anticipated the stewardess warning that this could wound the Madam and Appo's sentiments. It dawned on him that he had overstepped, bypassing her authority as the mistress of the national master's residence to directly scrutinize the accounts. Such actions could undermine the stature she had painstakingly established before the servants, rendering her position increasingly precarious. A tinge of guilt colored Muru's pale eyes. I did not know. It is of no consequence. She was indeed irate, and Muru discerned this with clarity. True to his nature, he ought to have set aside the account book and departed, offering neither explanation nor apology. Yet, as he gazed at the seemingly magnanimous figure before him, he found himself devoid of the desire to turn away. This was a debt he owed her. Muru accepted the account book from the steward and proceeded directly to the writing desk, seating himself opposite Zhu Qingrua. Under her slightly stunned gaze, he opened the book, pointing to a particular entry. There is an inconsistency here. Zhu Qingrua's expression faltered as her attention fell upon the spot where Muru indicated. The steward's countenance shifted at this revelation. Oh, my national master, I did not summon you to elucidate matters, but to resolve them. Alas, his national master faced away. Oblivious to his expression, even if he had seen it, he would not have acknowledged it. Here, it states that on the 13th day of the 8th month in the 2nd year of Qiyuan, 300 stones of rice were purchased, yet merely 3 days later, an additional 200 stones were acquired. Prior to the next procurement, the household's rice inventory numbered only 100 stones. Where did the 400 stones go? And here, on the 7th day of the 6th month in the 3rd year of Qiyuan, there is an unaccounted sum of silver amounting to 20 taels, which is not documented in the ledger. It merely notes at the end what became of this silver. The steward watched, trembling, as Muru unleashed a barrage of inquiries. He wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing it was his folly to have suggested the national master visit the southern courtyard. He had thought Muru came to offer an apology, yet who could have anticipated he was there to demand accountability? The steward cautiously glanced at the lady seated opposite the national master, lowering his head deeply before he could touch her face. "My apologies, madam." After Murugi finished speaking, an abrupt silence enveloped the study. The steward wiped the sweat from his brow behind him, while Xiao Xiao stood beside, perplexed and nibbling her fingers. At that moment, a gentle yet steady voice resonated, captivating in the stillness of the study. Indeed, the eggs in the capital and Appos' market cost 4-1. But it was inevitable that some would be damaged during transit. Additionally, the production of eggs varied with the seasons, causing fluctuations in price. It was only natural for subordinates to report higher figures. She turned to the second entry, in August of the second year of Qi Yuan. The city of Qizhou was struck by a great flood, leading to an influx of refugees into the capital. I had ordered the purchase of 300 stones of white rice, which was cooked into porridge and distributed within the city. With the number of refugees being vast, I procured an additional 200 stones. As for the third entry, that was indeed my oversight. Zhu Qingrua slightly averted her gaze, recalling a maid who, upon reaching marriageable age, was sent away to wed. Out of fondness for her, I provided a modest dowry as her family member, secretly considering the added money as her private funds, so she could have a bit more to spare at her new home, thus it was not recorded. Continuing onward, Zhu Qingrua meticulously clarified each of Murugi and Appos' misjudgments, which he listened to with utmost seriousness, his gaze fixed upon the individual opposite him, devoid of any sign of impatience. After patiently absorbing Zhu Qingrua's words, Murugi began to grasp the sequence of events. He discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, no longer perceiving her as distant, and nodded slowly, understanding now. Yet, he furrowed his brow, drawing Zhu Qingrua's attention with his unspoken thoughts. Murugi did not linger on his silence for long, stating, "Given the rampant inflation in the household's procurement, why have you not taken measures?" In response to his inquiry, Zhu Qingrua explained, "Procurement has always been a lucrative affair. Over the years, it has become customary for everyone to benefit from it. If the subordinates were entirely honest and took nothing, I would then need to scrutinize for any hidden discrepancies." Murugi narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a considerable time before releasing a breath. "Ah, I see. Rarely." A faint smile graced his lips, acknowledging Zhu Qingrua and Appos' astuteness. She lowered her gaze, remarking, "The national master has yet to engage with domestic affairs, naturally. It will take time to acclimatize. Is she still refusing?" Murugi slid the account book across the table toward her, saying, "I am merely indulging a whim. In the coming days, I shall be preoccupied and cannot oversee these matters. There is no one I trust more than you. In a few days?" Zhu Qingrua pondered before asking, "Is it the Emperor and Appos' birthday?" Murugi nodded. "Yes, His Majesty has commanded me to observe the stars and forecast the future. I must undertake fasting for several days, thus all affairs in the household will be entrusted to you." Upon realizing the significance of this matter, Zhu Qingrua inclined her head toward Murugi in acknowledgement. Understood. Satisfied with her response, Murugi turned to leave with the steward. "National Master," he tightened his fingertips. For the Emperor and Appos' birthday was imminent. This matter could wait a few more days. Zhu Qingrua and Appos' gaze fell upon the butler and Appos' evasive eyes as she slowly remarked, "In that case, the Emperor's birthday takes precedence." Murugi seemed to exhale with relief, responding stiffly with a murmur before quickly departing. Zhu Qingrua watched him retreat with a contemplative expression. Murugi had always acted on his desires without delay, never allowing external matters to hinder his intentions. It could only be that he was reluctant to mention something. Yet, was it not he who initially broached the subject? Why had he suddenly changed his mind? Zhu Qingrua found herself somewhat perplexed. The butler remained silent throughout their journey, only speaking as they approached the eastern courtyard. "National Master," he called out. Murugi pressed his lips tightly together, responding casually, "What is it?" "I recall the great flood in Qizhou Prefecture during the second year of Qi Yuan. The National Master personally ascended the altar to pray for favorable weather. Just a few days ago, you mentioned conducting another sacrificial rite for Qizhou this year. Why, just now?" The butler's confusion lingered, as it seemed Murugi was entirely unaware of this matter. The butler nodded, affirming that he remembered vividly. I do not recall, Murugi simply stated. A sense of doubt crept into the butler's mind. Had he misremembered? She smiled. Why are you looking at me? Xiao Xiao touched her cheek, recalling. I remember during the flood 2 years ago, the national master was performing the sacrificial rite at the star-picking platform for Qizhou. How could you have no recollection of it? Xiao Xiao continued. I recall that the robes you wore during the rite were embroidered stitch by the lady. How could the national master possibly forget? She pouted, her face a picture of indignation. Zhu Qingrua cast an amused glance at Xiao Xiao and reassured her. The national master has been tirelessly devoted to the great Qi, so it is understandable that he might momentarily forget. Now, it is late. You should retire. Reluctantly accepting Zhu Qingrua's casual excuse, Xiao Xiao turned and exited the study. Zhu Qingrua closed the account book and reopened the Buddhist scriptures. In her attempt to fabricate an excuse, she had overlooked the extent of his past concern for her, leading to her immediate discernment of his deceit. His cleverness was commendable in its roundabout manner. It would likely result in the court and Apos' gossip transforming into praises of her virtuousness and capability. Zhu Qingrua scoffed quietly. Nevertheless, it would serve to bridge the distance between them. In a few days, the little emperor and Apos' birthday banquet would require Murugi and Apos' cooperation. If he did not seek her out, she would be compelled to seek him, sparing her the need to feign indifference before him once more. Shaking her head, she refocused her attention on the Han Fizi, inhaled deeply, and continued her reading with a tranquil heart. Chapter 12. On the 27th day of the 9th month in the 4th year of Qiyuan, the emperor and Apos' birthday was celebrated with a grand amnesty. The capital was filled with joy. Everyone exchanged wishes for the emperor and Apos' longevity, their faces beaming with delight, masking their inner thoughts. The streets were adorned with festive cheer, momentarily dispelling many worries. Zhu Qingrua sat in a carriage, lifting a small portion of the curtain to observe the scenery outside. Opposite her sat Murugi, whose keen eyes noticed Zhu Qingrua and Apos' unusual relaxation at that moment as he peered through the slight opening she had created. The bustling streets filled with passers-by and the cries of vendors. Is there anything particularly noteworthy? Murugi, unfazed by the scene, directed his gaze towards Zhu Qingrua, who remained fixated on the view beyond the window. Typically composed and steady, she now resembled a child, her face pressed against the glass, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A stark contrast to her usual decorum. Clearly, she had grown weary of confinement within the estate. Murugi glanced at her fingers, delicately gripping the curtain. Was she always so restrained? No, he recalled her as a lively girl, often concocting whimsical ideas that brought laughter to her mother. The transformation in her demeanor commenced on the day of their marriage in the 21st year of Yuansha. A sigh escaped Murugi's lips. He resolved to treat her better in the future, hoping to make amends, even if just slightly. Do you like it? He inquired. Zhu Qingrua hesitated, her fingers pausing on the curtain. With only the two of them in the carriage, it was evident to her who had posed the question. She nodded faintly and replied. It's fine. Murugi studied her once more. Her expression remained unchanged, devoid of deceit. Yet, he understood this was merely a faade, proficient in reading emotions. He typically observed the subtle shifts in others' feelings, but his own temperament was aloof, unmarred by worldly affairs. He cared only for what mattered to him. Previously, he had overlooked her sentiments due to indifference, but after recent events, he became acutely aware of the changes in Zhu Qingrua's emotions. He knew she must harbor affection. Yet he was perplexed as to why she feigned indifference. Was this charade directed at everyone, or merely towards him? An inexplicable sense of frustration welled within Murugi. Yet he refrained from revealing it before her, opting instead to shift the conversation to draw her out of her pretense. Once we enter the palace, I shall head to the star-picking terrace. You may need to proceed to the morning dew hall on your own. Zhu Qingrua pulled her gaze from the window. Nodding in agreement, the national master is there to pray for his majesty. I shall refrain. During the banquet, I shall remain dutiful and not trouble the national master. You may go with peace of mind. In the past, Murugi would have been entirely satisfied with Zhu Qingrua and Apos' composed understandings, casually issuing commands and departing without concern for her true feelings. However, now he recognized his shortcomings over the past 3 years and had begun to feel a sense of compassion for her. Hearing her overly formal response stirred discontent within him. Is that all? Murugi suddenly remarked. Zhu Qingrua momentarily faltered. What? Observing her confusion, he furrowed his brow. Do you have no other questions for me? Zhu Qingrua blinked. Although it is my first time in the palace, I am aware of the protocols and should have no issues, right? Under the weight of Mu Rugu's penetrating gaze, she pondered if there were further inquiries. Should they proceed to the morning dew hall immediately upon entry or wait until the appointed hour? We shall wait until the appointed hour, he replied. What shall I do in the meantime? In the imperial garden, he stated. When will His Majesty arrive? At the appointed hour and a half. Whom shall I engage with? My lady? Mu Rugue cast a glance at Zhu Qingrua. No need. Associate with whomever you wish. Zhu Qingrua nodded. Very well. Mu Rugue continued to observe her, and Zhu Qingrua pressed her lips together, cautiously adding, That's all. Mu Rugue fixed her gaze on Zhu Qingrua and Amp, Apos, S face, only diverting her eyes once she was assured of her honesty, falling into silence. Consider your own well-being. She suddenly heard. Turning to Mu Rugue, she found a momentary look of surprise that she could not mask. Yet, Mu Rugue remained silent. Her eyes focused on the side of the door, seemingly oblivious to Zhu Qingrua and Amp, Apos, S gaze. Although she did not speak, Zhu Qingrua understood that Mu Rugue was concerned for her. She feigned a smile, replying softly, Yes. Mu Rugue barely perceptibly raised the corners of her lips, only to hear the sweet voice of the woman continue. I shall quietly occupy my seat. I will accept toasts from others and ignore those who disregard me, even if I must reluctantly withdraw from the crowd. I will send someone to the star-picking pavilion to inform the steward to wait for the national master to rescue me. She paused, however, should any disturbance arise. Do remember to send word. Understood. Zhu Qingrua nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy, revealing no hint of shadow. Naturally, she would send word. To do otherwise would allow the young emperor to tarnish her reputation. She lowered her gaze, concealing the malice and chill in her eyes. In her past life, it was at this moment, just before being seated, that the young emperor had schemed to wet her garments, luring her into his chamber for a personal encounter. He then shattered the jade disc she held, summoning a throng of guards to declare, before her astonished eyes, that she had broken the jade disc symbolizing imperial authority, suggesting her dissatisfaction with him, the Son of Heaven. No matter her explanations, no one believed she had not shattered the disc, after all. A sovereign would not stoop to such petty actions. If the emperor claimed she had done so, then it must be true. The carriage moved steadily. The outside clamor unnoticed by Mu Rugue, who remained oblivious to Zhu Qingrua and Apos, as faint scoff. Indeed. Who could fathom that a ruler would personally shatter a jade disc to slander a mere minister and Apos, as wife? Facing the cold stares of the onlookers, her past self had been left speechless, helplessly pressed into the morning dew hall, bound like a criminal, her hair disheveled. Whispers filled the air, yet none spoke in her defense. At that time, she still harbored hope, believing Mu Rugue would rescue her, uncover the truth, and so she maintained her composure, revealing no signs of despair. After enduring several rounds of ridicule and disdain, Mu Rugue finally stepped through the doors of the morning dew hall as the banquet was drawing to a close. She anticipated that Mu Rugue would first speak on her behalf before investigating further. This was her assumption. The truth, however, was that Mu Rugue had long been aware of her shattering the jade disc, yet had not rushed to her aid, for her loyalty had already swayed towards the young emperor. Her arrival at the banquet's end was merely a gesture of courtesy, a plea for forgiveness from the emperor. On that day, she endured immense humiliation, yet maintained the dignity of the National Master's residence, refusing to acknowledge her act of shattering the jade by. She understood that should she accept this blame, the entire National Master's residence would be swept away by the whispers of the common folk. For the sake of the National Master's residence, and for Mu Rugue, she steadfastly held on, yearning for his prompt arrival. When Mu Rugue finally appeared, it was not to inquire or clarify matters, but to seek forgiveness, her forgiveness. She heard the young emperor feign generosity in granting her pardon, the surrounding crowd extolling the emperor's kindness, and even the normally aloof national master expressing gratitude toward him. Consider it a debt owed to your majesty, he remarked. Laughter followed as someone quipped, Then, my esteemed teacher, might you reduce my penance in copying text? In the days that followed, she could recall little of what transpired. Only that her fears regarding the National Master's residence being subject to public scorn did not materialize. Instead, it was she who faced condemnation and vitriol from the people of the capital. All past accolades and praises directed toward her faded from memory, leaving only their discontent over her act of breaking the jade by, juxtaposed with commendations for the young emperor's benevolent rule. Zhu Qinghua clenched her palm, striving to suppress the turmoil within her heart, casting a sidelong glance at the composed Mu Rugu. Would he, in this lifetime, still defend her without discernment, denying her even the opportunity to explain? Mu Rugu remained in serene repose, a white-feathered, red-capped crane perched upon his shoulder, lending him an ethereal quality that rendered him less immortal. She had embroidered that crane herself, each stitch painstakingly crafted over the course of half a month. In truth, every ceremonial garment he wore was fashioned by her hand, though he remained oblivious to such details. Previously, he would casually select any robe from the cabinet, never paying heed to its patterns. The garment he wore today had been completed in July, originally intended for a September occasion, but upon recalling events from her past life, she lost the desire to create another for him. In her previous life, had he donned this very robe? Zhu Qinghua furrowed her brow, recollecting that in her past existence, he wore a blue robe adorned with cloud patterns. At that time, her heart had longed for Mu Rugu's arrival to rescue her. Thus she vividly remembered his attire, a wave of clouds that seemed to carry him forth. If her memory served correctly, it should have been that one. Why then was he now clad in a crane-patterned robe? She cast another glance at the crane on Mu Rugu's robe, her scrutiny perhaps too evident. As he noticed her gaze, upon opening his eyes, he found Zhu Qinghua studying him, which made him feel somewhat self-conscious. Instinctively, he attempted to shield the crane before him. But upon contemplating something, his arm halted mid-air and slowly descended, allowing her to appraise him freely. He had purposefully chosen this attire. Initially, he believed that all his ceremonial garments were crafted by the embroiderers until one day he chanced upon her, using special silver threads, and discovered the additional crane robe in the cabinet. Realizing that all these garments were indeed her creations, he feared that she might think he did not appreciate the crane-patterned ceremonial robe. So he donned it for the first ritual after receiving it. He genuinely cherished it. There was no trace of dislike. Mu Rugu stared silently at the person across from him, hoping she would not misunderstand him, for he already felt he had wronged her enough. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. There was no distinction. Chapter 13. Upon entering the imperial city, Mu Rugu bid farewell to Zhu Qinghua and headed towards the star-picking terrace. She watched Mu Rugu's silhouette gradually fade away until it vanished behind the dark palace walls. Xiao Xiao gently tugged at Zhu Qinghua's sleeve, a teasing smile lighting up her round, adorable face. Madam, you should stop looking. The national master's figure is no longer visible. You talk too much, Zhu Qinghua replied. Xiao Xiao grinned widely, feeling no remorse. Well, it's true. Your eyes were almost on the ground. Noticing Xiao Xiao's continued banter, Zhu Qinghua reached out to pat her head, but Xiao Xiao quickly shielded her forehead, her expression instantly transforming into one of innocent pity. Madam, I was wrong. Seeing her change so swiftly, Zhu Qinghua chuckled in exasperation and lowered her hand. I decree that you shall not have any snacks today. Xiao Xiao pouted, her demeanor wilting in an instant. Zhu Qinghua shook her head in resignation. Yet a smile lingered on her lips as she turned towards the imperial garden. Just as she turned, she was met by an elderly eunuch emerging from around the corner. Appearing to be in his 60s, with a face full of wrinkles but remarkably bright eyes, unlike those typical of his age. Zhu Qinghua's expression revealed surprise. While internally she muttered, "Here he comes." The elderly eunuch approached her unsteadily, his smile stretching across half his face, masking any other expression. Upon reaching Zhu Qinghua, he flattered her, saying, "I have long known that the national master and his wife share a deep bond. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest. The national master is dearly beloved by his wife." Zhu Qinghua discerned the implication behind his words. In the capital, there had never been rumors of her and Mu Rugu and Imp, Appos, as profound affection. At most, people praised her for her virtues, with no one believing that Mu Rugu loved her deeply. The old eunuch first extolled their marital relationship, then only mentioned her love for Mu Rugu, his words disjointed and clearly mocking and probing. Zhu Qinghua nodded politely to the old eunuch and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The eunuch and Imp, Appos, smile subtly faded, revealing a hint of formality. "Forgive me, madam, for I forgot to introduce myself. You have not entered the palace before, so it is natural you do not recognize this old servant. I am Hoxian, once serving in the late Empress Dowager's court. After her passing, I assumed the role of head of the harem, and today I am tasked with welcoming the esteemed guests." Zhu Qinghua feigned sudden realization. "Ah, I see. Hogongong, you are too courteous. It is my oversight. I have not accompanied my husband into the palace before. Hence I failed to recognize you. Please do not hold it against me." Ho Xian glanced at the renowned wife of the national master before him. While the world spoke of her pure heart and kind nature, upon meeting her today, he suspected she was not as naive as the rumors suggested. He nodded in obsequious agreement. Indeed, indeed. Madam, do try to remember next time. Zhu Qingrua offered him a gentle smile, responding, of course. Hua Xian suddenly displayed a look of inquiry, addressing Zhu Qingru. By the way, there is a matter I need to discuss with you, madam. Zhu Qingru replied. Please feel free to speak. Her expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by Hua Xian and Apos' words. She merely furrowed her brow slightly, imbued with a hint of confusion. Is this the custom within the palace? When I host a ceremony at home, I send invitations to guests, and regardless of whether they attend or not, I must prepare a complete banquet. If guests arrive and find no seats available, would it not reflect poorly on my family and Apos' understanding of etiquette? Should this news spread, it could lead others to question my diligence as a steward. Hua Xian's demeanor finally shifted, as if he had suddenly grasped something. He responded repeatedly, Indeed, indeed. You are absolutely right, madam, it is my oversight. Zhu Qingru and Apos' face flushed with a touch of embarrassment, as if regretting her earlier candor and feeling it was impolite. Not at all, Hua Xian insisted. Madam, your management is renowned in the capital. You have taught this old servant a valuable lesson. I ought to express my gratitude. Zhu Qingru shook her head, remarking that he was excessively courteous. Her expression wavered, revealing her discomfort with the situation. Hua Xian observed her reaction and waved his feather duster. A stern-faced guard stepped forward, and Hua Xian, with an air of arrogance, commanded, Take the national master's wife to the imperial garden, and be careful. Yes. The guard responded loudly. Hua Xian turned back to Zhu Qingru with a smile, adding, Madam, simply follow him. The imperial garden is quite distant, so do not lose your way. Zhu Qingru nodded politely, expressing her gratitude to Hua Gonggong. It's a trivial matter, Hua Xian waved dismissively, indicating that it was nothing significant. In the distance, a carriage approached, and he hurried to greet it. Madam Zhao, it has been a long time. The eunuch's high-pitched voice echoed far and wide. Zhu Qingru, with her back to him, gradually walked away, as she reached the corner and was about to vanish from view. The fawning old eunuch suddenly turned his head to glance in her direction, his clear eyes revealing a flicker of contemplation. What do you think? The young emperor, adorned in a majestic dragon robe, lounged languidly in a chair behind him, idly toying with a smooth jade disc. The previously obsequious eunuch now stood upright, the only indication of his earlier demeanor being his slightly lowered head, his face now devoid of any trace of his former expression. This old servant believes, Hua Xian began, that this national master's wife is no ordinary woman. Wei Ran raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Hua Xian below, intrigued. Following your majesty's instructions, I initiated the conversation by mentioning the national master, adding a touch of provocation by implying a discord in their relationship. Yet, that national master's wife seemed entirely unfazed, skillfully redirecting the dialogue back to this old servant. Wei Ran listened with growing interest, finding himself somewhat captivated by the person Hua Xian spoke of. Hua Xian shook his head in resignation, remarking, This lady has not lost an ounce, all the words returned to me. Truly, she is not to be trifled with. As Wei Ran listened more intently, he increasingly felt that the person described by Hua Xian differed greatly from the one portrayed in the texts. The narrative clearly depicted Zhu Qingrua as gentle and kind, seldom engaging in disputes, with a tendency to shy away from difficulties until resolution became unavoidable, often relying on Murugi to resolve matters. However, from Hua Xian and Apos' description, he began to perceive Zhu Qingrua as a wildcat, with claws that were notably sharp. This posed quite a dilemma. Wei Ran stroked his chin, his expressive eyes narrowing slightly, his demeanor appearing somewhat troubled. Moreover, Hua Xian bore an air of confusion. The old servant observed that the national master and his lady did not seem to lack affection, as outsiders suggested. There was an indescribable connection between them, appearing distant yet exhibiting an intimacy in their every action. He recalled the scene he had witnessed at the palace gate, which indeed contradicted the rumors. Wei Ran furrowed his brow, if that were the case. Hua Xian noticed his expression and inquired, Your Majesty, do you require this old servant's assistance? Although he was unaware of the reason behind Wei Ran's keen interest in the national master's lady, he recognized that the emperor was his sovereign, and thus, he was prepared to face any peril for his master's needs. Wei Ran curved his lips into a mysterious smile, remarking that the sharper the claws, the better. This somewhat incoherent statement left Wei Xian perplexed, yet he was accustomed to following orders and quietly withdrew. In the vast palace, only Wei Ran remained seated upon the dragon throne, his fingertips gently gliding over the pristine white jade disc in his left palm, inscribed with the words National Fortune Flourishing. Seamlessly integrated into the jade, devoid of any carving marks, evoking admiration from those who beheld it. Suddenly, a soft sigh emerged from the disc, imbued with a hint of intrigue. My apologies. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingrua, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, entered the imperial garden, arriving just as the hour was approaching. The garden was already bustling with the presence of numerous noble ladies. Upon spotting Zhu Qingrua, these ladies flocked to greet her, partly due to her husband Mu Rugi and partly because of her renowned beauty in the capital. Mu Rugi, as the national master and a staunch royalist, mingled solely with the young emperor and seldom interacted with other officials, thus freeing her from the obligation of playing the dutiful wife or engaging with the other ladies, unless she chose to converse with those residing in the emperor and Appo's quarters. Consequently, she politely dismissed them one by one and proceeded deeper into the garden with Xiao Xiao. Zhu Qingrua sought a secluded pavilion where they settled down. The tea had cooled, prompting Xiao Xiao to fetch some hot tea. Alone in the pavilion, Zhu Qingrua rested her head on one hand, gazing at the sky opposite her, which was oriented towards the young emperor's palace. That individual remained, as ever, exalted and untouchable. The eunuch who she encountered at the palace gate today had also appeared in her previous life, exhibiting the same demeanor and actions, adept at sowing discord. Previously, due to her association with Mu Rugi, she had learned that the wisdom of the ancients was not to be underestimated, often opting to feign ignorance. In truth, she had already discerned that the eunuch and Appo's intent was to incite discord between her and Mu Rugi, though at that time, she was unaware that the individual behind the eunuch was none other than the young emperor, who had been sent to test her. In her previous life, she merely believed that the eunuch, Lord Hua, sought some benefits, unwilling to amplify his insatiable greed. Thus, she feigned ignorance, pretending not to discern his motives, and played along with his insinuations, which left Lord Hua visibly astonished at that moment. She thought she had cleverly unmasked his intentions, finding amusement in his expression. However, later, upon discovering Lord Hua and Appo's presence beside the young emperor, the forgotten past suddenly aligned. It turned out that Wei Ran had long been observant of her, meticulously preparing countless traps for her to fall into. Her entire life had already been scripted by another. Chapter 14. Zhu Qingrua sat serenely within the pavilion when she noticed a young woman in palace attire approaching her. The azure gown fluttered gracefully as she walked, a jade pot delicately held in her slender hand. "Madam, I apologize for the wait." The woman entered the pavilion and placed the jade pot steadily upon the stone table. Zhu Qingrua lifted her gaze to her. The young woman's face was slender and petite, adorned with a smile that evoked warmth. Her attire was unremarkable, akin to that of the palace maid she had seen along the way. "Where's my maid?" Zhu Qingrua glanced behind the palace maid, finding the space empty, then returned her gaze to the maid. The palace maid showed no hint of hesitation, smiling gracefully as she replied, "It seems your maid has had a bout of misfortune with her meal. Upon encountering me in her urgency, I offered to assist her by holding the teapot. However, your little maid, being exceedingly loyal, worried you might grow parched from waiting and implored me to bring you the tea." Zhu Qingrua lowered her eyes to the jade pot before her. The maid and Appo's words were flawless, echoing Xiao Xiao and Appo's plea, as she merely offered to help and did not come forward on her own, thus shedding any suspicion. She refrained from uttering any rebuttal. "Thank you for your trouble." She looked toward the palace maid across from her, her brows relaxing, appearing gentle and gracious. The maid and Appo's smile momentarily faltered, as she gazed at the refined and gentle consort of the national master, feeling a stir of emotion in her heart. She averted her gaze, not daring to meet the clarity of the consort and Appo's eyes. "Madam, you jest. I am unworthy of such praise." She quickly regained her composure, her expression perfectly poised without a hint of flaw. Zhu Qingrua merely smiled in silence, extending her hand to pour herself a cup of tea. The palace maid, quicker than her, swiftly took the jade pot, insisting, "There is no need for you to serve yourself, madam. Allow me to assist." The palace maid slightly nodded, holding the pot's lid as she poured tea into the cup on the stone table. The tea was not as scalding as she had imagined. It emitted a gentle steam. Yet the smoke was not thick, merely a faint wisp that lingered, appearing not hot. Zhu Qingruo's gaze flickered as she brought the teacup to her lips, revealing a hint of uncertainty in her eyes upon contact with the tea. Warm. She held no suspicion of poison, even if he were reckless. He would not dare to poison her within the palace walls. Once she successfully proclaimed her ailment to the physician, thereby proving the presence of poison within her system. The incident where Wei Ran falsely accused her could no longer be simplistically classified as merely an official blunder that marred the jade, but rather would prompt those ministers to seize the opportunity to thoroughly investigate the court, unearthing the true culprit behind the poisoning. This would also provide them a chance to implant their own clandestine agents, resulting in nothing but harm for Wei Ran. Furthermore, Zhu Qingrua gently sipped her tea, observing them with the detached gaze of an entity above their realm, watching their desperate struggles unfold. Suddenly, the sound of shattered porcelain pierced her ears, accompanied by a damp sensation on her sleeve. Furrowing her brow, she instinctively glanced toward the stone table, where only remnants remained, tea leaves scattered atop the broken jade pot. The translucent jade hue contrasting starkly with the dark tea, creating a chaotic scene. "Madam, forgive me. I am to blame. I deserve to die." The palace maid had collapsed to the ground, repeatedly pleading for forgiveness. Zhu Qingrua regarded the kneeling maid before her, memories of her previous life flashing through her mind. She had once begged for mercy in a similar manner, but at that time, it was not merely a shattered jade pot. Scalding tea had also splashed upon her arm, leaving a large, painful red mark. Feeling sympathy for the maid and accustomed to yielding, she bore the pain and gently comforted her. Grateful, the maid led her to a secluded hall, claiming she would fetch a clean garment for her. She believed her. Zhu Qingrua and Apos' gaze fell upon her heavily stained sleeves. Today, she wore a wide-sleeved, broad-shouldered garment, and as the weather grew colder, a light purple cloak draped over her shoulders. The dark tea clung to the fabric, weighing down the originally delicate purple. At this moment, she merely needed to remove the cloak. Avoiding the troublesome palace and the detestable emperor, everything could be resolved today. Zhu Qingrua remained still, sitting in silence, her expression inscrutable. As she delayed in providing an exit for the kneeling maid, the latter began to panic, her pleas trembling in her throat. Reminded of the emperor and Apos' orders, anxiety gripped her heart, yet the lady across from her remained silent. With no choice, the maid forced herself to speak. "Madam, your sleeve is wet. I am aware of a secluded hall that has clean garments. I shall take you there." The young maid stretched her neck, her eyes mingling worry with regret. In truth, by initiating the conversation, she had already compromised her position, lacking any words of gratitude that might have followed her previous life, and inadvertently granting Zhu Qingrua the opportunity to decline. At this juncture, a mere hint of reluctance from Zhu Qingrua would spell failure for their plan. Clearly, they all understood this. The kneeling maid had prepared herself for defeat. Suddenly, the lady spoke. "All right." The maid stared blankly at her, and upon catching the smile that danced upon her lips, the emotions in her eyes vanished instantaneously, replaced by a rapid surge of joy. As long as the lady did not disdain her, it would suffice. Zhu Qingrua nodded nonchalantly. Even if she evaded this situation, so what? The young emperor had countless methods to contend with her. Evasion would resolve nothing. Rather, it would be more prudent to utilize the memories of her past life to engage in a battle. The young palace maid guided her towards a secluded area, the path becoming increasingly desolate as they walked, with withered grasses and trees lining either side, making it hard to envision such a remote trail existing within the palace grounds. They were nearing their destination. The maid, anxious that Zhu Qingrua might harbor suspicions, repeatedly offered comforting words. Yet, Zhu Qingrua remained silent, following the maid without expressing any discontent, which relieved the maid somewhat, though a lingering sense of unease nagged at her. After advancing a little further, the maid exclaimed with delight, "We and Apos' arrived. Madam, please come in." She pushed open the hall door and headed straight towards the wardrobe in the inner chamber, where an array of unworn garments awaited. "Madam, do select something," she urged. Zhu Qingrua approached without objection. The maid and Apos' gestures became increasingly subtle, and as Zhu Qingrua reached the closest point to the wardrobe, the maid suddenly pressed a protrusion inside the cabinet. The wardrobe door slid open to the right like an ancient mechanism, revealing a hidden passage. Zhu Qingrua's expression reflected a mix of confusion and apprehension as she turned her back to the maid. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the maid and Apos' determined shove. Instinctively, Zhu Qingrua leaned forward, and in an instant, she was enveloped by the passage. The wardrobe closed automatically behind her, leaving the maid outside, staring blankly at her own hands. Had she just pushed? Surely she must have. Her hand had extended so far. But wait. She hadn't applied any real force. Did she push or not? Doubt began to creep into her memory. Aside from the dampness at the sleeves, Zhu Qingrua stood at the mouth of the passage, immaculate from her hair to the hem of her garments, an expression of cold detachment gracing her features as she surveyed her surroundings. The solid agarwood couch, the round, opulent pearl curtains, the brocade adorned with embroidered dragons, and the incense burner crafted from gold and copper, exuding fragrant smoke, all spoke volumes of the occupant and Apos' royal status. The emperor, who would conceal a secret passage within his own chamber, was indeed audacious. Even a mere palace maid was privy to the mechanism of the passage. His confidence was remarkable. Navigating past numerous treasures, she made her way directly to the door. Exiting the inner chamber led her to the outer hall where the emperor received his ministers. Wei Ran awaited her there. Zhu Qingrua descended slowly, proclaiming, "This humble servant pays homage to your majesty. Long live your majesty." Her voice rang clear in the spacious outer hall. Though she did not shout, her words reached Wei Ran distinctly. He gazed at the kneeling figure below, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "I thought you might linger inside for half an hour, yet you emerged so swiftly. How dull." Despite his words, the mirth in his eyes remained undiminished. Zhu Qingrua, unfazed by his remark, propped herself up while still kneeling, her back straight and resolute. She did not meet Wei Ran and Apos' gaze, focusing instead on a small patch of ground before her. Wei Ran and Apos' attention was fixed on her. She was below him, head bowed, allowing him only a view of her neatly coiffed hair, obscuring her expression and leaving him unable to discern the truth behind her words. "Do you believe that I brought you here for my amusement?" he ventured, seeking to delve deeper into the conversation. How could I possibly fathom the emperor's thoughts? Zhu Qingrua mused. Shaking her head gently, Wei Ran, with a slight lick of his incisors, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This individual was utterly unresponsive to his advances. Wei Ran was a man of capricious disposition, prone to impatience, and noticing Zhu Qingrua and Apos' evasive maneuvers, he decided to declare his intentions outright. "I intend to bring you harm." Such a statement, which could tarnish the emperor's dignity, was uttered flippantly, almost as a jest. Those who overheard would surely tremble in fear, but he remained nonchalant, idly toying with the jade disc in his hand. Zhu Qingrua and Apos' lashes fluttered as she raised her gaze, locking eyes with Wei Ran, whose expression was imbued with intrigue. "Use this jade disc," he suggested, "and tell others you shattered it." Wei Ran reclined against the dragon throne, surveying her lazily. Chapter 15. Wei Ran yearned to witness the astonishment on Zhu Qingrua and Apos' face, to uncover the truth hidden beneath her flawless facade. Was it indeed as perfect as it appeared? Or was it merely a beautiful jade concealing flaws? He scrutinized her visage, determined not to overlook any subtle nuances, seeking evidence of her inner turmoil. Yet Zhu Qingrua did not comply with his wishes. She revealed no emotions, merely regarding him and stating, "Your Majesty is the sovereign of Dachi. Harming a mere woman is certainly within your power. As a subject under your rule, I cannot defy your decree." However, she elongated her tone, drawing the attention of those present. "Your Majesty, why must you resort to such measures? Must I endure ridicule before the world? Just ridicule?" Wei Ran raised an eyebrow. "Naturally, it is ridicule. Do you suppose they would seek to end my life?" Zhu Qingrua finally allowed a hint of a smile, cold and sardonic, her tone turning audacious. "I am the wife of the national master, my husband revered by the populace. While I may not be renowned in the capital, I am nonetheless recognized for my virtue, as long as I do not commit murder or arson. Should I shed a few tears publicly and sincerely engage in self-reflection for a few months, the people would forgive me. Of course, these considerations would hold only in the absence of the emperor and Apos' direct witness. Should the events unfold as in her previous life, with Wei Ran's accusations and Mu Rugi's confession, she would forever endure the scorn of the capital's citizens. Yet, such a fate had not yet materialized, had it? A flicker of realization crossed Zhu Qingrua's eyes. For her, these were mere trivial slanders. But what was the emperor and Apos' true objective? Was it merely to subject a minister and Apos' wife to ridicule? Or was it simply a game, with her as an unwitting participant, rather than an affront to her husband, the national master? A playful smile crept upon her lips as she regarded him with unwavering focus. Wei Ran's eyes narrowed slightly at her jesting remark, intrigued, To harm her was simply to harm her. What further justification was necessary? Disappointed not to witness any sign of discomfort from Wei Ran, Zhu Qingruo nodded in agreement, conceding, "Indeed, your majesty is the ruler of the realm. The entire world is yours. If you choose to harm me, there is no need for you to explain yourself to a mere subject." Wei Ran rested his chin on his hand, regarding her with a tone that was somewhat sardonic. Zhu Qingruo raised an eyebrow, refraining from engaging further. The emperor and Apos' malice was inevitable, yet certain matters required clarification. Intrigued by her words, Wei Ran inquired, "Do you still have something to say to me?" He emphasized the word "I," as if merely curious why a victim would converse with her aggressor. Zhu Qingruo nodded. "How does your majesty intend to enact this harm?" Hearing this, Wei Ran felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated she might reveal something shocking. Straightening his sleeves, he replied, "Did I not already mention? I shall shatter the jade by and claim it was you who did so. Naturally, they will believe me. And you will be ridiculed in the court for half a day." Clearly, he misinterpreted Zhu Qingruo's words, mistakenly assuming her fate would mirror her own predictions. His voice, once animated, now bore a hint of indifference. This aligned with Zhu Qingruo and Apos' intentions. With a playful glint in her eyes, she pressed, "When does your majesty plan to act?" Wei Ran casually remarked, "Whenever I choose. I could do so now, or in the next moment." "It is imperative that your majesty determines a precise time," she insisted. Wei Ran lifted his eyelids to glance at her, questioning, "Why?" Zhu Qingruo met his gaze, her eyes reflecting confusion. "Has your majesty not considered the timing? If the guards outside are preoccupied and fail to apprehend me in time, or if the courtiers of the morning dew hall have not yet assembled, leaving fewer to witness my humiliation, would that not diminish your majesty's amusement?" Amused by her reasoning, Wei Ran chuckled, though he recognized her argument had its merits. Observing the serious expression on her face, he idly remarked, "After half a cup of tea." Zhu Qingruo shook her head in disappointment. "That will not suffice. Half a cup of tea later, and the morning dew hall remains unoccupied, save for a few maids and eunuchs setting the table. It will not achieve your majesty and Apos' aim of amusement." A quarter of an hour later, Wei Ran continued. Zhu Qingruo shook her head again. "That will not work either. At a quarter past noon, the morning dew hall would be filled, yet protocol dictated that the emperor should enter at 3/4 past noon." Wei Ran pinched the bridge of his nose, considering the urgency of the situation, seizing the opportunity to shatter the jade by. Rushing to the morning dew hall was not a significant issue. Zhu Qingruo pressed her lips together, yet insisted. 3/4 past noon is the auspicious hour designated by the state master, beneficial for the fortunes of Dachi. If we were to jeopardize the state's fortunes over such trivial matters, it would be most unfortunate. By mentioning the state master, she implied that 3/4 past noon was a time he had ordained, and she wished to avoid any misfortune arising from his decree. Yet, did Zhu Qingruo genuinely think this way, despite her words? Wei Ran observed the woman before him, who had shown no signs of vulnerability since her entrance, her deep, enigmatic eyes shimmering with an inner light. "Then, we shall apprehend you at 3/4 past noon and take a moment to amuse ourselves." He appeared quite accommodating. Zhu Qingruo calculated the time in her mind and shook her head once more. "That still will not do. At that hour, most guards would be heading to the morning dew hall. The crowd would grow, and the fewer remaining here would result in fewer to apprehend a minister and Apos' wife." Wei Ran was truly amused, exclaiming that nothing would suffice, and suggested that the other party should choose a time instead. Zhu Qingruo, taken aback by his words, began to ponder when would be the most opportune moment to enter the morning dew palace. The times previously mentioned were unsuitable. She needed to select a moment when all would be present, aligning with an auspicious hour. It was essential to consider the timing of Wei Ran and Apos' guards entering, as well as the arrival of Murugi. What would be the best choice? Observing the woman lost in thought, her eyes vacant and her expression contemplative, Wei Ran tightened his grip, a sinister look crossing his features. Was she genuinely contemplating when would be the perfect time to ensnare him? "Umph, how eager you are." Wei Ran snorted coldly, his displeasure evident. Realizing her earlier musings, Zhu Qingruo lowered her head slightly to mask her vexation. "Soon," she replied, "I believe no time would be appropriate. Perhaps your majesty should seek another day. You dictate everything, yet I insist on acting now. What of it?" Wei Ran had completely lost his patience, raising the jade disc as if to smash it to the ground. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted, "Your Majesty, the Grand Master requests an audience." Wei Ran halted, his hand poised with the jade disc, as the doors had opened slightly, revealing a young eunuch standing with his head bowed, avoiding any gaze towards the hall. Wherein glanced at Xu Qingru, who had evidently regained her previous composure, her smile lacking warmth, yet he discerned a hint of triumph in her demeanor. All her prior actions had merely been a stalling tactic. Realizing this, a chill flickered in Weiran and Amp Appo's eyes as he focused on Xu Qingru. After a long pause, he spoke. If I were to shatter this jade disc now and claim you were responsible, they would likely believe me. Xu Qingru did not meet his gaze but maintained a faint smile, asserting, if the Grand Master were absent, they would undoubtedly trust you, for your majesty and Amp Appo's word is unquestioned. However, with the Grand Master present, should he harbor even a shred of doubt, I would have a chance to turn the tides. Regarding the jade disc you hold, while it is exquisite, jade is heavy. You intended to throw it just moments ago, tightly gripping it in your hand. Given your sheltered upbringing, I assumed there would be an imprint on your palm, yet I have never touched the jade disc, so I bear no evidence of its presence. Wherein subtly relaxed his grip on the jade disc, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He replied with a cold chuckle, I have heard that the Grand Master and his wife are not on amicable terms. Why would he heed your defense? Though he spoke so, a part of him was beginning to believe her. Her cleverness in summoning Mu Rugi suggested that he would likely trust her. Thus, this tactic seemed ineffective for today. Xu Qingru blinked, curiously regarding Weiran above her. From where did your majesty hear this? While my relationship with the Grand Master may not be one of deep affection, we are nonetheless spouses. Even devoid of romantic feelings, there exists a bond forged from years of acquaintance. How could he refuse to listen to my explanation? Weiran was momentarily taken aback by her penetrating gaze, his heart wavering. Initially, he had been informed by the system about the discord between Mu Rugi and Xu Qingru. Knowing Mu Rugi and Amp Appo's aversion to social gatherings, he intended to seize the opportunity to intervene. However, Xu Qingru and Amp Appo's words jolted him into awareness. Indeed, they were a pair sanctioned by fate. Even if Mu Rugi had yet to realize her affection for Xu Qingru, she would undoubtedly afford her the respect she deserved. How could she refuse to hear her out? Coupled with the recent remarks made by Huoxian, the old servant observed that the relationship between the national master and his wife seemed far from the coldness others suggested. An indescribable connection existed between them, their seemingly distant actions betraying an intimacy. These thoughts flitted through Weiran and Amp Appo's mind, but reality was fleeting. Once Xu Qingru finished speaking, he set down the jade disc. Fixated on her face, the woman had knelt since her entrance, her back straight and unwavering, revealing no hint of trepidation, her lips sealed tight. Unbeknownst to her, she was merely toying with him to buy time, while he had unwittingly revealed his true nature multiple times. This round, it seemed, he had suffered a resounding defeat. Weiran averted his gaze, pointing towards his chamber, specifically the second vase beside the wardrobe. Without uttering any command, Xu Qingru comprehended his intention. She bowed respectfully, and, though her body swayed slightly as she rose, she quickly steadied herself, her steps firm as she returned to her previous position. Suddenly, the empty hall was filled with a faint sound. Weiran adjusted his attire and called out towards the entrance, announce. Mu Rugi entered swiftly, her footsteps quick. As Weiran greeted her with a smile, she had already approached him, inspecting his entire form. Mu Rugi and Amp Appo's brow furrowed, her gaze intensely focused on Weiran, scrutinizing his neck and limbs for any signs of injury. Are you hurt? Is everything all right? Caught off guard by her concern, Weiran froze momentarily. Injury? A fleeting thought flickered through his mind, elusive and swift. His pupils constricted sharply, dark hues swirling within his inky eyes. As Mu Rugi continued her examination, Weiran grasped her arm, distancing himself from her. Under her bewildered gaze, he closed his eyes, suppressing the agitation within, and upon reopening them, his expression was filled with warmth. Injured? Not at all. Just a ruse. He not only refrained from exposing her, but also endeavored to smooth over the situation, truly a complete loss. Observing Weiran and Amp Appo's seemingly sincere demeanor, Mu Rugi exhaled a sigh of relief, only to follow with a reprimand. If you spread false information again, do not call me your teacher. Weiran and Appo's smile was radiant, yet it failed to reach the depths of his eyes. I shall never do so again. Whether that woman dared to act was still a mystery to him. Gazing at the now deserted inner chamber, Weiran's lips curled into a smile, half genuine, half feigned. It was indeed more intriguing than before. Chapter 16. Today, she willingly stepped into the trap set by the young emperor. Not merely to resolve the matter of the shattered jade disc, but for the sake of one person, a child destined to perish today. The 8-year-old sole heir of the Duke of the State was at that tender age filled with curiosity about the world. Today marked his inaugural attendance at a banquet within the palace, where he, evading the gazes of the crowd, indulged in his own play. Somehow he lost his way and, while traversing a lakeside, fell in. By the time the Duke arrived, the child and Apos' breath had fled. This boy was the very embodiment of the Duke and Apos' late wife's struggles. She had nearly given her life to bring him into the world, and shortly thereafter, she herself departed from it. The Duke held this child in the highest regard. And upon learning of his son and Apos' untimely demise, all hope for life seemed to vanish from him. Subsequently, he relinquished his military authority and wandered the world with his son's ashes, never to be seen again. Following this tragedy, the young emperor ascended to military power with remarkable ease. Upon taking control, he faced significantly fewer obstacles in stabilizing the court. The political narrative of this tale is rife with ambiguity. It is astonishing how such a pivotal authority fell into the hands of the young emperor so effortlessly. Zhu Qingrua suspected that there must be some hidden machinations at play. After all, how could so many palace attendants fail to supervise a single child, allowing him to drown unnoticed within the palace confines? Zhu Qingrua traversed the narrow path in search of the child, yet she found no trace of him. Her brows furrowed in concern. Could it be that the time had not yet come? As she pondered this, a piercing scream echoed through the air, transforming her expression into one of steely resolve as she rushed toward the source of the sound. Soon, she beheld the small figure struggling in the lake, quickly sinking, with only his hands flailing above the surface. Indeed, there was something amiss. A child should have fallen close to the shore. Yet he was nearly 2 meters from the water's edge. With no time for contemplation, Zhu Qingrua swiftly removed her long shawl, which she had donned specifically for this occasion. One end was tied to a stone while she held the other, and with a forceful throw, she cast it toward the child. The weighted end landed perilously close to him, and she shouted, "Quick, grasp the stone." The child, upon hearing her voice, clutched the shawl tightly as it fell. Zhu Qingrua's eyes sparkled with hope as she witnessed his grip. "Hold on. Do not let go." Before long, she successfully pulled the child to safety. As he reached the shore, he coughed up a considerable amount of water, his breath shallow and his appearance pitiable. Zhu Qingrua steadied her own breathing, crouching down to assess his condition. However, as she leaned closer, the child suddenly lunged into her embrace, causing her to lose balance and tumble to the ground. With a soft grunt, she remarked, "You did not drown, yet I nearly suffocated beneath you." The child's trembling form stiffened, yet he clung to her tightly, refusing to release his hold. Zhu Qingrua thought to herself, "Truly, he is the son of the Duke. His innate strength mirrors that of his father, having flailed in the water for so long, yet still possessing vigor. Do you not know how to swim?" Instead of pushing him away, she began to converse with him. The child nodded slightly, and despite their proximity, Zhu Qingrua discerned his response. He looked up at her, his small face adorned with hair soaked through with water, and declared, "I did not venture toward the water. It was someone who seized me by the collar and tossed me in. You see, there are still marks on my neck." He anxiously tugged at his collar, revealing the faint remnants of bruises on his neck, causing Zhu Qingrua to squint slightly at the scarce traces that remained. Indeed, this incident was not a mere coincidence. The child, noticing the almost imperceptible marks on his neck, grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Zhu Qingrua might doubt his words. He wished to check for any other signs on his body. When Zhu Qingrua saw him nearly stripped down to his undergarments, she hastily intervened, saying, "All right, I believe you." The child halted his frantic movements, gazing at her with wide, pleading eyes, which amused Zhu Qingrua. "Aren't you going to get up?" She was quite pressed, her legs growing numb beneath the weight. The child, feeling shy, scrambled to his feet. Zhu Qingrua said nothing further, standing up to brush off the dirt on her clothes, her palm gesturing towards the child. "Let us go?" The child appeared momentarily dazed. When Zhu Qingrua's hand fell empty, she turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?" He vigorously shook his head and reached out to grasp her hand, following her as they walked outside. "Do not speak of being thrown into the water to anyone," Zhu Qingrua instructed. The child looked puzzled. "Why?" Holding the child's hand, Zhu Qingrua explained, "Your father, the Duke of Zhan, is a figure of great influence. His every move affects the court. If we investigate openly, we may find nothing. Only through discreet inquiries can we uncover who sought to harm you." As she spoke, Zhu Qingrua remembered that he was merely an 8-year-old child, likely unable to comprehend fully. She added, "You need only tell your father, and he will decide what to do. To others, you should say you accidentally fell into shallow water and managed to climb out yourself." She lowered her gaze to him. Do you understand? The child pondered for a moment, his clear eyes reflecting Zhu Qingrua and Amp Appo's fair, rounded face. Can I tell my father that my sister saved me? Zhu Qingrua and Amp Appo's eyes flickered slightly. Then she bent down to gently pat the child's forehead. You may tell your father, but do not say anything to others. The child, flustered by her tender gesture, nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, only tell father. Zhu Qingrua smiled, paused in her steps, and released the child and Appo's hand as palace attendants passed by. You may go on your own now. A playful light danced in her eyes as she recited a line. The snow falls gently, and the years pass in love. Watching Song Yuxi's figure disappear from view, Zhu Qingrua then glanced down at her now-soaked garments. Originally, she had refrained from rescuing anyone to avoid getting her clothes wet and being discovered. Now, however, she was drenched from the child's embrace. Zhu Qingrua felt a slight headache coming on. By the time she composed herself and entered the palace, the banquet was nearly set to commence. She paid no heed to the scrutinizing, mocking, or pitying gazes of those around her, and calmly took her seat. As she sipped her drink, she surveyed the hall. Noting the absence of the Duke and Song Yuxi, understanding the implication, she restrained her emotions, no longer offering any glances to those around her. The banquet of the day was lively and grand, with everyone filled with joy in celebrating the emperor's birthday. Throughout the event, no significant disturbances occurred, and the officials and their families behaved with decorum. In fact, the absence of the imposing Duke of the state seemed to further calm the nerves of the ministers, revealing that many were indeed intimidated by his presence. An unexpected incident arose when the usually reclusive national master made his appearance at the morning dew hall. Initially, the guests speculated that he had come to accompany his wife, who was visiting the palace for the first time, casting envious glances at Zhu Qingrua. However, it soon became apparent that the national master and his wife engaged in little conversation, with her focus solely on her meal while he spoke intermittently with his majesty. As it dawned on the attendees that the national master had been invited by the emperor, they realized that the couple and Appo's rumored discord was not mere gossip. Later, those offering to toast began to express their sympathy towards Zhu Qingrua, with one lady privately conversing with her, suggesting that the national master's aloof nature might prevent him from bending for love, urging her not to be disheartened. Zhu Qingrua recognized her as the wife of the Minister of Rights, a kind-hearted woman who had previously intervened on her behalf in another life. Zhu Qingrua smiled genuinely at her and reassured, I see the situation clearly. He is not incapable of yielding for love. Rather, he simply does not bend for this particular love. Aside from that minor episode, the banquet concluded splendidly. In the carriage on the return journey, thoughts of the lady's words made Zhu Qingrua increasingly impatient with Mu Rugi, yet she could not reveal her feelings. Instead, she lifted a curtain, allowing the wind to sweep in and disperse the stagnant air around her. Mu Rugi, seated opposite her, felt the evening breeze gently brush against him. The late autumn wind was quite chilling, pricking at his skin like needles. However, he refrained from asking Zhu Qingrua to lower the curtain and silently observed her face. Despite his cool demeanor, Mu Rugi was quite sensitive to emotions, likely due to his understanding of human nature, and he easily noticed the subtle changes in her expression. Are you feeling unhappy? Why is that? How do you find today's atmosphere? He inquired. The ambience was pleasant. Why then should she feel discontent? He suppressed the question on the tip of his tongue, lowering his gaze and falling silent. His eyes drifted to the hem of Zhu Qingrua's garment, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within him. With a soft sigh, Mu Rugi's attention was caught by the pattern on her attire. Is that the cloud roll pattern you're wearing today? Zhu Qingrua and Appo's fingers twitched slightly, and she looked down at the area he indicated, where a single cloud roll motif was embroidered, reminiscent of clouds at dusk. I recall seeing the gentle cloud pattern this afternoon, Mu Rugi remarked, puzzled. Zhu Qingrua adjusted the hem of her dress, turning it toward him, and pointed out the cloud pattern. Isn't this the gentle cloud pattern? Observing the adjacent embroidered designs, Mu Rugi finally understood. Ah, I see. The steward sighed upon witnessing this. Do not be disheartened, Master Guesher. The lady may simply be fatigued. Murongue and Appo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing her confusion. Disheartened? Why should I feel such sorrow? The steward, taken aback by Murongue's reaction, pondered for a moment. Had she not just expressed sorrow? She resembled a frail puppy, gazing up at a merciless master with a pitiful demeanor. Murongue shot him a sideways glance. Do not speak nonsense. It is merely a feeling of remorse. Under her gaze, the steward wisely fell silent. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Xiao entered the room ahead of her. lighting several candles, perhaps 3 or 4, illuminating the entire space. Although there were rules in the Mu residence prohibiting the lighting of lamps after the hour of high, she adored sunlight and cherished the day. Thus, she would not extinguish the candles even at that late hour. The towering osmanthus tree in the courtyard effectively shielded the candlelight. And the southern courtyard, backed by the enclosing wall, was not easily discernible from outside. Zhu Qingrua approached the table, removed her outer garment, and handed it to Xiao Xiao, instructing, "Please wash this garment thoroughly and keep it safe." Xiao Xiao did not inquire about the reason, simply nodding in acquiescence. After a brief moment, she returned with a fox fur coat, draping it over Zhu Qingrua. "It's chilly tonight. My lady, do take care not to catch a cold." Zhu Qingrua teased. "Look at you, Xiao Xiao, so capable now, even managing to find a fox fur. Just the other day, you were searching everywhere for shoes and socks." Xiao Xiao, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, replied, "My lady, please do not bring that up. It's so humiliating." Zhu Qingrua perused a Buddhist scripture, casting a sidelong glance at her without further comment. Seeking to elevate her own standing, Xiao Xiao remarked, "I have made progress. Did I not execute your instructions splendidly today?" Zhu Qingrua picked up a brush, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, you performed admirably. Commendation is due." Instantly, Xiao Xiao and Appo's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "And the pastries?" She bit her lip, gazing intently at Zhu Qingrua with a look of anticipation. "All right, tomorrow I shall allow you 5 pieces." Zhu Qingrua feigned generosity. "Ah, just 5?" Xiao Xiao pouted, displaying her reluctance. Zhu Qingrua found it amusing. "What? Do you expect to eat 1 for each piece I make?" Xiao Xiao and Appo's eyes widened, unable to contain her delight. "Will you be making them yourself, my lady?" Zhu Qingrua jested. "If I do not, do you intend to make them yourself?" "My lady." Xiao Xiao and Appo's expression turned sorrowful. Zhu Qingrua affectionately ruffled Xiao Xiao and Appo's hair. "I know, Xiao Xiao, you are quite remarkable. I shall reward you with a plate full of lovingly made pastries." Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with joy. The events of the day hinged entirely on Xiao Xiao and Appo's ability to relay messages to the star-picking terrace. The king and Appo's injury threatened the stability of the realm. The guards, unable to intervene in time, rushed into the terrace. Subsequently, Morongue arrived just in time, and the young emperor, losing his advantage, allowed her to leave. Had any part of this sequence occurred a moment sooner or later, success would have been unattainable. The psychological tactics employed with the young emperor to stall for time could no longer be utilized. Once Morongue entered the young emperor and Appo's chamber, all would be laid bare. Wei Ran had already discerned the discord between the two, and the ensuing offensive would likely be even more vigorous and unpredictable. Today, her victory does not guarantee future triumphs. A single misstep could lead to consequences far worse than in her past life. Zhu Qingrua, lowering her gaze, was met with Xiao Xiao and Appo's perceptive eyes that discerned her discontent. With a wistful turn of her eyes, Xiao Xiao lamented, "Being a palace maid is exhausting. After just a brief time, I find myself kneeling everywhere. Whenever I see someone, I must kneel, and if this continues, I fear my knees will be utterly ruined." Alas, it seems that those within the palace are not as formidable as I imagined. Constantly on edge and perpetually prepared to kneel. Is this not the suffering described in the Buddhist scriptures? Zhu Qingrua, amused by Xiao Xiao's lamentations, touched her own knees, which were indeed red and swollen, though her expression betrayed none of it. "So you have even grasped the teachings of the scriptures. You are indeed growing wiser," she remarked. Xiao Xiao sighed again, wishing for a life devoid of kneeling. Serving others was simply too taxing. Zhu Qingrua chuckled. Here, how could one ever hope to live without kneeling? To escape such a fate, one must be an emperor. At this, Xiao Xiao's countenance shifted to one of alarm, nearly covering Zhu Qingrua's mouth. "Madam, such words must not be spoken lightly." She glanced around nervously, fearful of eavesdroppers. Zhu Qingrua, observing her anxious demeanor, merely smiled, her gaze drifting to the seal on the table. In this feudal society, she was a subject, a member of the official's family, a commoner, forever unable to confront the young emperor openly. She could only react defensively when he made a move against her. If she were to execute a perfect revenge against the transmigrator, unless he were not the emperor. Xiao Xiao waved her hand before Zhu Qingrua and Appo's eyes. Madam, what troubles you?" Despite Xiao Xiao and Appo's confusion, Zhu Qingrua suddenly pushed aside the scrolls on the table, unfurling a pristine piece of rice paper, her brush gliding down to inscribe a single character. The strokes were bold and decisive. It was meant to be the character for emperor, the upper part left unfilled. A white king signifies the emperor. If he were not the emperor, Zhu Qingrua and Amp, Appo's eyes shimmered with a flicker of light. Are you saying that today? A lady saved you? Song Xuewu's gaze was sharp, his years of experience in combat making him particularly cautious about this matter. It was my sister, Song Yusi promptly corrected. Song Xuewu cast a sidelong glance at him, noting the seriousness etched on the young boy and Appo's face, and then smirked, troublesome boy, the lines say, and Appo's, with the white snow. The year ends with affection, Shu Qingrua, with Qing denoting nobility, and Rua meaning if I am not mistaken. This lady is none other than the Zhu family's young miss who wed the national master 3 years ago, now 20 years old. Surely she is a lady. Did you not notice her womanly hairstyle today? Song Yusi pouted. I am just a child. I do not understand what a woman's hairstyle is. Song Xuewu and Appo's expression clearly conveyed his disbelief. Song Yusi, pretending not to notice, shifted the topic. How do you know the characters of my sister and Appo's name? That poem does not contain the character and Appo's, Qing, and Appo's. Have you known the national master and Appo's wife and Appo's name all along? How else could you have reacted so swiftly? Song Xuewu tapped the back of Song Yusi and Appo's head with his finger. The character and Appo's, Qing and Appo's, is right there in the poem. You should immerse yourself in literature more. Song Xuewu is quite concerned about her son and Appo's academic pursuits, fearing he might grow to be a brash individual. Song Yusi, with a dissatisfied expression, covered his forehead. Asserting that she has merely consumed a few more meals than he has, he will undoubtedly surpass her one day, excelling in both intellect and martial prowess. Song Xuewu merely shook her head, suggesting that if he wishes to compare himself with her, he might as well wait until the next lifetime. Song Yusi furrowed his brows, questioning why. He insisted that given a few more years, he would grow up and undoubtedly surpass her. Song Xuewu responded in a nonchalant tone, stating that while he studies, she too is engaged in learning. A gap of 20 years separates them, a chasm not easily bridged by mere effort. Frustrated, Song Yusi bit his lip, refusing to engage further. Noticing her son's irritation, Song Xuewu refrained from elaborating on the harsh realities of life and instead inquired about what Madame Zhu had told him. It was my sister, Song Yusi interjected. Song Xuewu had intended to elucidate the nuances of their familial hierarchy, but hesitated upon seeing his earnest expression, recognizing that this straightforward lad would take considerable time to debate with, not wishing to waste time on such trivialities, especially when it was merely about acknowledging a younger relative, particularly one who was of lesser stature. She swiftly redirected the conversation. What did that young lady Zhu ask you to convey solely to me? How did she phrase it? Song Yusi pondered for a moment before reciting Zhu Qingrua's exact words. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Song Xuewu's eyes. Had it not been for Madame Guosher today, it was likely that his son would have perished silently in that lake. Could it be that a spy from the state of Chu intended to assassinate his only son as an act of revenge? No, while the palace was not impenetrable, an individual with high martial skills could navigate it undetected by the hidden guards. A spy from Chu would not suffice. Was it a political adversary? Most military generals revered him, while the remainder were merely self-preserving individuals, incapable of posing a significant threat. The civil officials had little to gain from him, as military power held no value for them. So who, then, sought to bring harm to his son? Song Xuewu's long fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, contemplating who might wish to harm him. A sudden sneeze interrupted Song Yusi, breaking the contemplative silence of Song Xuewu. The study was now empty save for him. The dim candlelight cast a silhouette against the smooth wall. He lightly drummed his fingers on the table, murmuring, "Yeah, man." A gentle breeze stirred, causing the candle flame to flicker momentarily before settling back into stillness. Abruptly, a figure appeared in the previously empty study, bowing before the desk. "At your service." From deep within the bookcase, Song Xuewu retrieved a round piece of white jade and presented it to Luo Man. "Take this to that young lady Zhu." Luo Man and Appo's expression momentarily reflected confusion as he raised his eyes to meet the somewhat stiff countenance of Song Xuewu, realizing his verbal slip. Song Xuewu felt a twinge of exasperation but quickly regained his composure. "Deliver this to the Madame Guosher and say." He picked up a brush from the desk and inscribed a few characters on the paper. Song Xuewu, having dried the ink, promptly handed over both the letter and the jade pendant to Ye Man. Her stern brows and piercing gaze exuded an intimidating presence as she declared that she owed her a condition. As long as it did not endanger Daki or contravene her conscience, she would comply, using this token as proof. Nieman accepted the token without question and vanished from sight in an instant. Song Shuo murmured, "Trouble You," by Shui, as the year wanes for love. This poem. His amber-glazed pupils reflected a hint of peculiarity. Chapter 18. Wei Ren observed the garments held by the palace maid, his already displeased demeanor deepening due to today's defeat. He cast a fleeting glance at the dripping attire, questioning its purpose. What is this? Wei Ran was somewhat at a loss. Did they truly intend to show him this? He gestured dismissively, "Burn it." The young maid nodded, preparing to exit, but before she could take more than a few steps, she was called back by Wei Ran. "Wait." The maid halted, respectfully lowering her gaze. She heard the young emperor's hesitant voice from above. "Did you spill from a teacup or a basin?" The maid, flustered, knelt in panic, her voice trembling. "I did not dare. I truly only knocked over a teacup." The National Master's lady merely dampened her sleeve. It was of no consequence, and so she did not change her attire after her visit. However, not long after, the lady returned, soaked through, seeking a change of clothes. The maid thought those garments were meant for her, so she took the liberty of choosing one for the lady, who did not take it with her and instructed the maid to dispose of it. She assumed. Wei Ren pondered whether Zhu Qingrua had been unlucky enough to fall into water while walking, when he overheard the maid stammering, struggling to articulate her thoughts. He cast her a questioning glance. "What do you mean?" I thought. The young emperor's expression grew increasingly impatient. The maid, mustering her resolve, finally said, "I thought your majesty cares for the lady, which is why I presented the garments to you." She had endeavored to transform her admiration into concern, yet Wei Ran recoiled, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The maid quickly bowed her head, her face obscured by her arms, preventing Wei Ran from discerning her expression. Was His Majesty not enamored with the National Master's lady? Otherwise, why would he seek opportunities to meet her privately? And why would he specifically request to replace the scalding tea with lukewarm water, if not for secret affection? Could it be that the lady had rejected His Majesty today? Was he now in a fit of wounded pride? The maid envisioned her own grim fate, awaiting death at the Emperor's command. For a moment, Wei Ran's features contorted, observing the maid, who had resigned herself to her fate, her lips twitching slightly. He waved his hand, sounding quite exasperated. "You may go." The maid, seemingly in disbelief, instinctively stood and prepared to exit. Just as she was about to step over the threshold, a voice tinged with hesitation suddenly echoed from behind her, instructing that the garments be cleaned and neatly arranged. The young maid, adhering to protocol, bowed respectfully and complied. Upon turning, her eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the emperor harbored affections for the minister and Apos' wife. Bound by societal constraints and gossip, he was compelled to suppress his feelings. Otherwise, why would he go so far as to request the collection of dirty laundry? The maid fully acknowledged this, her face reflecting sincerity as she hurried towards the laundry department. Wei Ren leaned alone against the dragon throne, his expression shifting subtly, revealing the depths of his contemplation. Didn't he say it was to be burned? Why was it left behind? Wei Ren fluttered his eyelashes, convinced that the protagonist was up to something. How could she possibly be drenched? If she had fallen into water, despite her clothes appearing thoroughly soaked, her hair today was impeccably fresh. Who could emerge from a watery ordeal with not a single strand dampened? Clearly, it was not merely a matter of falling into water. Something else had transpired, compelling her to change garments to hide her traces. Perhaps that very outfit was deliberately soaked later to mislead me. He meticulously analyzed Zhu Qingrua and Apos' actions, convinced that her behavior held profound significance. So, what are your intentions for leaving the garments behind? What if they prove useful in the future? Wei Ran dismissed the thought nonchalantly. The system paused momentarily. A reminder to the host. This system is designed for the male lead strategy. Please refrain from developing any emotional attachments to characters within this realm. Wei Ran scoffed lightly. Are you jesting? They are but mere words from a novel to me. Indifferent to their gender, mere data. I would have to be insane to harbor feelings for NPCs. The system fell silent, ceasing its discourse. However, Wei Ran noticed a shift in the system and Apos' demeanor, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. You and Apos' made considerable progress. You can even detect my emotional fluctuations now and caution me against forming attachments. Have you been upgraded? The system explained. The system and Apos' points just met the requirements for an upgrade, introducing several new features, thus enhancing its intelligence. Wei Ran arched an eyebrow, realizing the reason for the previous silence. I thought you finally recognized your limitations and allowed me to take the lead. He chuckled, bemused by the system's newfound capabilities, even acquiring a hint of sarcasm. With a new toy in hand, Wei Ran promptly forgot his earlier discontent and began to banter with the system. Had anyone been present in the hall at that moment, they would have surely believed that the Emperor had succumbed to madness, engaging in a spirited dialogue with the air. In reality, no one could hear the system's voice. Only Wei Ran's words were comprehensible to it. The following day, Zhu Qingrua indeed prepared pastries with her own hands. The butler was the first to learn of this news and instinctively assumed that the pastries, crafted with love, were intended for the minister, believing that the lady was aware of his discontent and had made them to offer him solace. Thus, he joyfully made his way to the southern courtyard. Murugi himself was uncertain of his own feelings, but upon hearing the butler mention that the pastries were made for him, he found himself inexplicably drawn to move in that direction. He remained uncertain about the veracity of the butler and Appo's words, indifferent to the authenticity of the steps he mentioned, and even unconcerned about the lovingly crafted delicacy spoken of. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his apathy. Yet, surprisingly, he found himself wishing the butler was indeed correct. What kind of thought was this? Murugwa could never quite comprehend it. He pondered this as he made his way to the southern courtyard. And upon inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of osmanthus mingled with the sweetness of pastries, he felt as though he grasped something elusive, only for that fleeting insight to vanish in the blink of an eye. As Murugwa crossed the threshold of the courtyard, he was met with a panorama of osmanthus trees. He hesitated for a brief moment, yet did not linger, proceeding directly inside. Just as he reached the entrance, a figure suddenly darted out from within, clutching a piece of pastry in one hand and speaking indistinctly with a mouthful. I'll eat. One more. You greedy little girl. I told you it was the last piece. Overindulging will upset your stomach. Zhu Qingrua emerged slowly from the doorway, a hint of helpless amusement in her eyes. This relaxed demeanor was a rare sight for Murugwa, who found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze fixed upon the approaching woman. Noticing the unusual presence of Murugwa and the butler outside, Zhu Qingrua offered a respectful greeting, her expression serene. What brings the national master here? Murugwa regarded the tranquil Zhu Qingrua before him, sensing that the relaxed individual he had just witnessed was the true essence of her being, while the woman standing before him was merely a faade she wished to portray. Zhu Qingrua, slightly puzzled by his unwavering gaze, glanced toward the butler behind him. The butler assumed Murugwa had fallen silent due to his earlier remarks, but was taken aback when he noted the lady's silence as well. Thus, he felt compelled to speak up. The national master has come to sample the osmanthus cake made by the lady. Osmanthus cake? Zhu Qingrua raised an eyebrow. The butler eagerly confirmed, indeed, the national master heard that the lady prepared osmanthus cake and hurried over to relish it. Correct, national master? He gently nudged Murugwa, who offered a nod, tacitly affirming the statement. Zhu Qingrua, intrigued by his response, smiled and remarked, the national master prefers cold dishes. Coming at this hour, you might miss out. Before the butler could respond, Murugwa interjected, it's quite all right. I can indulge in a change of flavors. She bit her lip, indicating behind them. However, the last piece has already found its way into Xiao Xiao's mouth. Both Murugwa and the butler paused, following Zhu Qingrua's gesture, only to see a chubby, innocent-looking maid in her teens, frozen in place, cheeks puffed out, remnants of the pastry at her lips, her hands empty, devoid of any trace of osmanthus cake. Under the scrutiny of the three, she was caught in a dilemma, torn between swallowing and spitting, her face flushed with distress. Observing her predicament, Zhu Qingrua hurried over, gently patting her back as she coaxed, take your time, take your time. The butler, feeling a wave of embarrassment, lowered his gaze, unable to meet the national master and Appo's eyes. Murugwa observed Zhu Qingrua gently patting the back of the young maid and suddenly grasped the elusive insight he had failed to capture earlier. It was precisely this moment. He had rushed over with a heart full of joy, only to discover that what he believed to be his had long since departed, leaving without a trace, entirely unencumbered. He alone clung to the past, mistakenly thinking she remained as she once was, unaware that she was the one he had pushed away with his own hands. Murugwa forcibly averted his gaze from Zhu Qingrua, his pallor evident, his demeanor trembling. He hastily uttered a phrase about resting early before departing in a flurry. The steward followed suit, his shame preventing him from meeting Zhu Qingrua and Appo's eyes. Zhu Qingrua, gazing at Murugwa and Appo's disheveled retreat, felt an even greater sense of strangeness within her heart. This marked his third entry into the southern courtyard, yet it was his second hasty exit. The first had been deliberate on her part, but what was the reason this time? Could it truly be due to the absence of osmanthus cake? Xiao Xiao finally regained her composure, swallowing the last morsel of pastry just as she overheard Mu Rugua's hurried remark. She looked up in confusion. It was broad daylight. The sun hanging high in the sky, not yet at its zenith. Could it be that the national teacher had indulged too much in drink? Why suggest rest when it was barely a quarter past the third hour? Her brow furrowed in perplexity. Zhu Qingrua shook her head in ignorance, dismissing the matter lightly. Who knows? Perhaps he is merely drowsy, unable to distinguish between day and night. Chapter 19. Much like Mu Rugua and Amp, Apos' earlier hasty departure from her courtyard, the atmosphere within the residence had shifted dramatically. However, the difference lay in the fact that previously, Mu Rugua had taken Zhu Qingrua's accounts himself, inciting unrest among the household. Now, he seemed transformed, his former indifference replaced by an aura of chill that instilled fear among the servants. After sending away another wave of individuals seeking explanations, Zhu Qingrua rubbed her temples in impatience. Mu Rugua always exhibited such childishness. Despite his growth, he had not fully matured in character, remaining recklessly audacious. Acting without regard for consequences, driven solely by his momentary whims. Were it not for the support of the matriarch, the Taoist Yun Xuanzi, and the steward, his temperament would likely draw disdain from all corners, yet he remained blissfully unaware of any fault. One might say this was a virtue, in more flattering terms. It could be described as an unyielding spirit, noble and proud, while in harsher light, it appeared as mere youthful impetuosity. It was curious that so many admired and revered him. As she anticipated yet another visitor, Zhu Qingrua instructed Xiao Xiao to fetch her father, preparing a carriage to head to Baxiang Temple. Given that Mu Rugua was currently preoccupied and had entrusted the steward with a message for her to remain in the family temple, when she and Xiao Xiao were the only ones present, it would not be deemed out of the ordinary for her to visit the temple. Furthermore, Zhu Qingrua retrieved an old Buddhist scripture hidden beneath her books. It was time to return it. She placed the scripture into a wooden box, organized the books on her desk, and instructed the gatekeeper to direct any visitors to the steward. The two tidied their belongings, secured the door, and proceeded directly toward the residence and Apos' entrance. As Zhu Qingrua arrived at the Baoxiang temple on a whim, the sun had already begun to set. She instructed Xiao Xiao and Amp, Apos' father, to secure the horse and sent Xiao Xiao to tidy up the guest room where they had stayed on previous occasions. Once the surrounding people had dispersed, she took a wooden box and made her way to the main Buddha hall. There, she sat cross-legged before the statue of the Buddha, closed her eyes, and silently recited the scriptures, her fingers deftly manipulating the prayer beads. Each wooden bead, crafted from sandalwood, clashed softly as she turned them, producing an off-key melody that echoed in the tranquil hall. At a certain moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the scripture before her. Swiftly locating the lines she had just recited, "When the world deceives me, slanders me, insults me, belittles me, mocks me, and treats me with contempt, how should I respond? Simply endure, allow, avoid, tolerate, and respect. Do not engage, and in a few years, you shall see." Thoughts of that person surged in her heart, accompanied by an involuntary sense of concern. It had been nearly a month since Zhu had last visited the Baoxiang temple. Previously, she had mentioned a desire to personally transcribe a scripture to imbue it with the essence of Buddhism. Now, having spent over half a month in the presence of the Buddha, surely the essence she spoke of had been imparted by now. If her goal had been achieved, why had she not come to retrieve the scripture? Could it be that something unforeseen had occurred? As this thought crossed her mind, a tremor of unease washed over her. Yet, there was little she could do but pray to the divine before her, beseeching the Buddha for Zhu's safety and well-being, hoping that any malevolent spirits would dissipate. The young monk and Amp, Apos' deep voice filled the vast hall, which was otherwise silent, save for the earnest sound of his recitation and the gentle clinking of the beads. A sincerity that would surely please the divine. After completing the incantation thrice, she slowly opened her eyes, preparing to bow in reverence when, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a faint figure. Momentarily stunned, she turned to see Zhu Qingrua, the very person who had been praying for her safety, standing beside her, with a gentle smile illuminating her face. Liao Yuan paused in his manipulation of the prayer beads and, after a moment, stood up to return her greeting. "Amitabha, it has been quite some time since we last met, Zhu." Zhu Qingrua, observing his surprise but not detecting any other emotion, teased, "Amitabha, I thought I might find the monk in a state of panic, mistaking me for a celestial being. Yet it seems I was the only one to entertain such an idea. Liao Yuan recalled the day they first met, smiling as he replied, "On that day, I was dressed like the Buddha, and it is no wonder you were misled, so please do not dwell on it." Zhu Qingrua raised an eyebrow at his uniquely earnest way of offering comfort and decided to steer the conversation elsewhere, lest this meticulous monk seize upon the topic. She then glanced at the scripture laid out before her on the prayer mat, her face brightening with a smile. "Is this the scripture I had?" Liao Yuan was about to nod in affirmation when Zhu Qingrua had already crouched down to pick it up. Having participated in the early lessons alongside the monk and many esteemed masters for so many days, it was certain that she had absorbed some essence of Buddhism. Satisfied, she closed the scripture and extended the wooden box towards him. "This is your scripture. I have come to return it today. To withhold your scriptures is my fault. I seek only to alleviate my own nightmares. I earnestly hope for your understanding, O child of Buddha. Should you have any needs, please speak, and I shall strive to fulfill them." Her expression was earnest, her eyes filled with sincerity. Liao Yuan lowered his gaze, knowing he should not seek recompense. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity as he regarded the benefactor before him. "Amitabha," he began, "I do indeed have a request." Zhu Qingrua replied, "Speak freely." "O child of Buddha." Liao Yuan performed a respectful bow to Zhu Qingrua and continued, "Within the scripture you hold, there exists a particular incantation that differs from others. Its characters appear to float, lacking the strength of the other transcribed spells. I am puzzled by your intention and have come to seek clarification." Liao Yuan nodded slightly, affirming his observation. Zhu Qingrua offered a cold smile, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. Indeed, it was the very reason for the floating characters. Liao Yuan was taken aback by Zhu Qingrua and Appo's candidness and managed a wry smile. "You are remarkably forthright, O benefactor." Zhu Qingrua chuckled softly. "ISN and Appo's, that what you have surmised?" Liao Yuan hesitated, pausing for a moment before speaking again. "Might I inquire about the reasoning behind your disapproval?" Zhu Qingrua lowered her gaze in silence. Liao Yuan, sensing her reluctance, sought to shift the conversation. "If it is inconvenient, there is no need to." "There is nothing inconvenient about it," Zhu Qingrua interrupted, her eyes locking onto his, revealing a wildness previously unseen. "I can endure, tolerate, respect, and ignore, but I cannot remain calm before those who deceive, slander, insult, belittle, mock, and scorn me. In the face of an adversary, I can only respond in kind." Liao Yuan felt momentarily speechless, captivated by her words, yet she pressed on. "I am but an ordinary person, a petty individual who cannot embody the conduct of a sage. Otherwise, do you believe that the 100-character incantation was recited for whom? Merely for my future transgressions to seek a modicum of solace in the afterlife." Recalling their first encounter, Liao Yuan had wondered why a young woman would chant spells for absolution and the afterlife. Now, he realized that such thoughts had long been buried deep within her heart. He sighed deeply. "O benefactor, when will the cycle of vengeance cease?" Her clear eyes searched his for an answer. Liao Yuan sighed softly, murmuring, "Amitabha." Zhu Qingrua noted his closed eyes and understood that his understanding of Buddhist principles diverged from hers, so she offered no further explanation. Her gaze fell upon the tome before Liao Yuan, and a smile flickered across her face as she leaned forward, bending slightly to retrieve the familiar scripture. Liao Yuan remained with his eyes shut, feeling a gentle breeze waft from his left side, the luxurious fabric brushing against his simple monk and Appo's robe, accompanied by a faint, refreshing fragrance. He opened his eyes and beheld the devotee, Zhu, holding the scripture that had just been blessed before him. Her face, as delicate as jade, was graced with 2 dimples, and her gentle smile enveloped him like a refreshing spring breeze. He watched as Zhu opened the scripture, brought it to her nose, and remarked, "Indeed, it carries a fragrance. It seems my time beside the Buddha was not in vain, for even the sin is the same." Liao Yuan felt a tremor in his heart. Fragrance? Seemingly oblivious to his astonishment, Zhu continued, "This scripture has absorbed the incense of Baoxiang Temple. One can tell it is extraordinary just by its scent. It surely exudes the essence of Buddhism." She closed the scripture and carefully placed it back in the box from which she had retrieved it. Liao Yuan regained his composure, forming a single palm in prayer, a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips. If this scripture could dispel even a fraction of Zhu and Appo's nightmares, it would be a considerable act of kindness. "Amitabha, devotee Zhu, I still have duties to attend to. Please, make yourself comfortable." He inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect, then seated himself cross-legged and began to recite the sutra silently. His thoughts were not entirely tranquil as he chanted. A subtle fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Though faint, it was persistent, gradually filling his mind. It was a crisp, frosty scent, intertwined with the faintest hint of osmanthus, nearly imperceptible unless one paid close attention. Such a somewhat desolate fragrance was seldom encountered in the temple. There could only be one source. Liao Yuan slightly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon a familiar scripture lying quietly before him, unchanged from a month prior, yet exuding a scent distinct from the sandalwood incense that filled the hall. He closed his eyes once more, silently reciting the heart purification mantra to dispel the distractions within. Chapter 20. In a bid to evade the complexities of affairs within the manor, Xu Qingrua lingered at Baoxiang Temple for several days. The temple, expansive in its layout, separated the quarters of the pilgrims and monks, resulting in Xu Qingrua rarely encountering Liao Yuan. Their encounters were limited to the morning prayers, where Liao Yuan was invariably present. At all other times, apart from his duties in the main hall, Liao Yuan seldom left his quarters. Thus, during her stay, Xu Qingrua had but a handful of meetings with him, and each time he met her, his demeanor was overly courteous, as if he were deliberately avoiding her presence. Why was that? News of Xu Qingrua's departure reached Liao Yuan swiftly, for Liao Ju was hardly a monk of pure disposition, often preoccupied with worldly matters. As Liao Ju was the senior disciple of Liao Yuan, he frequently shared his interests with him. Due to his loquacious nature, other disciples tended to steer clear of him, fearing that his mundane discussions might stir their desires. Only Liao Yuan, with his naturally serene temperament, tolerated Liao Ju and Appo's chatter without succumbing to worldly temptations. Thus, Liao Ju favored seeking Liao Yuan and Appo's company for conversation. Upon hearing of Xu Qingrua and Appo's departure, Liao Yuan paused as he poured tea, gently inquiring, "Why has my senior brother suddenly brought this up?" Liao Yuan shook his head helplessly. "Brother, do not speak so frivolously. There is a distinction between men and women. You are tarnishing her reputation without cause. Xu, the benefactor, simply holds a reverence for the Dharma, which is the same for both you and me. It is merely loving the house and its crows." He scratched his smooth head, pondering, could it truly be because of your good looks? Even the genteel lady treats you with special regard. He touched his cheek, muttering to himself, I suppose I am not lacking in appearance either? Ignoring Liao Ju and Appo's musings, Liao Yuan resumed playing with his prayer beads. Oblivious, Liao Ju asked, "What do you think, junior brother?" Liao Ju suddenly enlightened, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it seems so. In our temple, she seems to know only you, showing indifference to others. I learned her surname solely from your lips, typically. The people here refer to her as the National Masteress Lady." Liao Yuan slightly closed his eyes, refraining from comment. Liao Ju tugged at the hem of his robe, recalling how he often overheard pilgrims remarking on the discord between the National Master and his lady. I used to believe that as well, for why would the National Master, a practitioner of the way, permit his wife to come to our temple to pay respects? Surely, there must be some discord between them. However, today, Liao Yuan opened his eyes and interjected calmly, "If my senior brother continues, I shall be compelled to inform the abbot of your recent scholarly endeavors." Liao Ju instinctively covered his mouth, his eyes darting about. Liao Yuan cast a tranquil glance at him, prompting Liao Ju to quietly withdraw. Seated alone by the window, a cold breeze wafted in. Liao Yuan reached to close the window, and at the moment his fingers brushed the frame. The lingering scent of incense that had accompanied him during these days filled his nostrils once more. He turned his gaze towards the Buddhist scripture resting upon the table, which lay there in serene silence. Letting go of the ties of fate, she ultimately left the window ajar, sitting quietly as the cold wind enveloped her, awaiting its gentle embrace to carry away the lingering fragrance. Soft murmurs arose, as the monk recited his sutras in a low voice. Just a pane of glass away, a young novice passed by and curiously scratched his head upon hearing the strange sound. Why was the monk chanting the heart purification mantra? Meanwhile, the carriage of the National Master creaked softly along the spacious official road, taking advantage of the still light of dusk. Outside, Xiaoxiao accompanied her father, while inside the carriage sat only Xu Qingrua. Her gaze rested upon the small wooden table in the center, where paper and pen lay intertwined, the ink mingling with the pristine white, mirroring the depths of her own dark eyes. If memory served her correctly, the influx of refugees into the capital was no small matter. Jingzhou, situated at the lower reaches of the Huai River, had recently suffered from incessant rains that had broken the levees, leading to a deluge that struck Jingzhou hard, while neighboring towns refused to open their gates to accept the displaced. Thus, they had no choice but to travel north to the capital. Thousands of refugees flooding into the city all at once. Yet, she knew one crucial detail: this wave of refugees carried with them a disease. It was said that an itinerant physician had discovered a remedy for this affliction, which she later examined. It bore a resemblance to hemorrhagic fever, though with certain distinctions. Hemorrhagic fever, commonly known as the plague, is primarily transmitted by rodents, with a low chance of human-to-human transmission. However, this particular disease was capable of spreading between people, resulting in a rapid contagion among the refugees. In an era devoid of protective measures, such illnesses were nearly fatal. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with an experienced itinerant doctor, the lives of these refugees would have been in grave jeopardy. Yet, hundreds of miles away in Jingzhou, fortune had not smiled upon them. Not everyone possessed the courage to abandon their homeland for the capital. Only a small portion made the arduous journey, while the majority remained to struggle in the aftermath of the floods. Tragically, amidst the rampant disease, the leader of the Jingzhou rebellion succumbed 3 months after the uprising. With no remedy available, the disease went untreated, and gradually, Jingzhou transformed into a city of death, losing its former vibrancy as a hub of commerce near the Huai River. In her previous life, she had glimpsed the remedy, but lacking the extraordinary memory of Mirage. She could only replicate about 70% of it with great difficulty. There were still several medicinal herbs that eluded her recollection. Zhu Qingrua dipped her pen onto the paper, managing to note down a dozen types of Chinese herbs, her grip tightening around the ink bamboo pen as her thoughts churned like turbulent waters. She had no idea where the old physician might be now. By the time she found him, it was likely that many of the refugees would have perished. Yet, her incomplete prescription could not wholly eradicate the disease. Moreover, should she reveal the prescription from her hands, the quick traveler would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Currently, the monk had not yet taken the bait, and Mirage had only just begun to feel a semblance of guilt towards her. Did she truly wish to expose herself at this juncture? Zhu Qingrua remained uncertain, her fingers clutching the still damp prescription, the ink staining her hands, resembling branches of ink plum blossoms upon her fair palms. Xiao Xiao lifted the curtain and reassured her. "Madam, do not fear. There are refugees passing ahead. I shall go and ask them to clear the way." With that, she made a descend, but Zhu Qingrua called her back. "No need for trouble. Let us wait a moment." Xiao Xiao appeared momentarily stunned, before nodding in response. "Understood, my lady." Zhu Qingrua slightly inclined her head. She lifted half of the bamboo curtain and gazed out of the window. The night deepened, and a throng of refugees made their way towards the city gates, eager to enter before darkness fully enveloped the land. They were acutely aware that any day the gates might close, and should they miss the opportunity, death would be their only fate. Most of these refugees were accompanied by their families, each carrying a bundle, either strapped to their backs or cradled in their arms, silently moving forward with the crowd. Some traveled alone, perhaps separated from their kin, quietly blending into the mass of humanity. In the dim light, Zhu Qingrua observed the tattered garments they wore, caked in yellow mud from days of arduous travel, clinging to the already uneven fabric, accentuating their plight. Their feet were shod in straw sandals, none donned cloth shoes. The majestic city loomed ahead, and within each pair of eyes flickered a glimmer of hope. Their weary bodies teetered on the brink of collapse, their strained minds threatening to lose all reason. In their sight, only the towering capital remained, the sole beacon of safety they longed to reach. The multitude of yearning gazes sent a tremor through Zhu Qingrua and Apos' heart. She could only remain silent. Unbeknownst to them, what awaited beyond was not stability or tranquility, nor abundant sustenance or warm shelter. Rather, it was a rampant plague and the indifference of those in power. The majority among them would perish within the very city they viewed as their salvation. No one would come to their aid. They could only await their demise in quiet resignation. Chapter 21. The displaced people gradually receded into the distance, and the carriage began to move. The strength of human effort was no match for that of the horses, and soon they encountered the refugees once more. This time, however, the carriage did not halt, for the refugees ahead willingly cleared the way. Zhu Qingrua lifted the curtain to gaze outside. They stood by the roadside, patiently waiting for the carriage to pass. Upon seeing the noble figure peering out, they all smiled at her, their eyes glimmering with gratitude. They understood that the noble had just given way to them. There were no shouts or reprimands, only the stark reality that horsepower surpassed human strength. Had they not yielded, this kind-hearted noblewoman might not have reached home until late into the night. Zhu Qingrua recognized their goodwill in yielding the road. She pressed her lips together slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. As the carriage traversed the broad path, the refugees who had once surrounded it gradually fell behind, fading into the deepening night. With no obstacles in their path, the carriage continued unimpeded and soon arrived at the gates of the National Master's residence. Supporting Shishao, Zhu Qingrua alighted from the carriage, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, as though devoid of human presence. She surveyed the road before the National Master's residence, which was neat and clean, the bluestone paving lending an air of elegance and dignity, perfectly befitting the esteemed reputation of the National Master's abode. There were no refugees here. Zhu Qingrua lowered her gaze, her eyes resting upon her simple, yet fine shoes and hat. Most officials resided in the eastern part of the city, thus the area exuded a vibrant atmosphere, far removed from the overcrowded western district teeming with displaced individuals. Xiao Xiao. Zhu Qingrua finally spoke as they stood at the gates after a prolonged silence. Madam? Zhu Qingrua appeared remarkably calm. Go procure 500 pounds of rice. Xiao Xiao looked puzzled. Rice? No? Indeed. Xiao, being a clever girl, quickly comprehended her mistress's intentions and appeared quite excited. All right, I shall go at once. I'll ask the steward for some guards. It's chaotic outside, and we mustn't encounter any trouble. She instructed gently. Xiao nodded. Understood. I will go immediately. The steward had no objections to Zhu Qingrua's request. The lady was kind-hearted, and it was only natural for her to wish to assist the displaced people entering the city. Such acts of charity were commendable. The servants of the National Master's residence acted swiftly, and by the next day before noon, a porridge stall had been set up. Zhu Qingrua, accompanied by the guards from the National Master's residence, made her way to the western district. The townsfolk, upon seeing the armed guards, shrank back, hesitant to approach. Xiao and the others arranged the food and bowls at the porridge stall, while the starving refugees looked on, their eyes glistening at the sight of the sizable buns and steamed rolls, yet they dared not step forward under the threat of swords. Observing this, Zhu Qingrua raised her voice. I am the wife of the National Master, surnamed Zhu. I have come today to distribute food to you all. Each person may receive a bowl of white porridge and one bun or steamed roll, regardless of age or gender, as long as you line up. The refugees, having gone hungry for many days, surged forward upon hearing her words. Zhu Qingrua had already arranged for people to maintain order, and soon, a long line formed in front of the porridge stall. At this moment, the number of refugees in the capital was not substantial, perhaps only a few hundred. From noon until the hour of the monkey, Zhu Qingrua had been diligently distributing porridge. By the time she ensured that this group of refugees had received their share, it was nearly the end of the hour of the monkey. After leaving court, Murugi was informed by the steward about Zhu Qingrua and Appo's charitable act in the western city. Initially, he furrowed his brow, then displayed a look of helplessness. How should he regard Qingrua? Ever since he had unearthed the hidden desires within his heart, he found it impossible to treat her with the same respectful demeanor as before. Whenever he laid eyes on her, an odd sensation would wash over him, prompting him to avoid her, striving to suppress that peculiar feeling. Yet, evading her presence did not restore his inner peace. In fact, during her absence, the strangeness only intensified. He was alarmed to discover that he had begun to envision her face in his mind. This emotional turmoil frightened him, while simultaneously igniting an insatiable curiosity. What was this feeling? Was there a hint of worry? A touch of excitement? A dash of curiosity? Murugi could not ascertain. Suddenly, his tension and hesitation subsided, the internal struggle fading away. It was as if he had detached from his body, clearly hearing his concern for the lady whom he had seldom regarded before. If the lady is to go again tomorrow, ensure that she is accompanied by more guards, and remember to protect her safety, he instructed the servant, who promptly departed. Only Murugi remained in the study, slightly agitated, closing his eyes. He seemed to be torn into two parts. One remained aloof, observing the folly of the world with cold indifference, while the other wandered, immersed in the novelty of love. He was unaware of when he had begun to waver in his resolve. Speak not idly, act not recklessly, and harbor no frivolous thoughts. The awakened part of him gradually took hold, and as Murugi opened his eyes, he transformed once more into the composed national advisor. By the third distribution of porridge, the refugees had crowded the western city, and she spent considerable time and effort at the porridge stall. Witnessing the contentment on the faces of the refugees brought a slight solace to Zhu Qingrua. Lady, a faint, trembling voice echoed nearby. Zhu Qingrua turned towards the source of the sound and saw a small girl, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, standing about 8 feet away. gazing at her with wide, round eyes. She approached a few steps, bent down to meet her gaze, and gently asked, "What is it?" The little girl clutched her shoulders tightly, attempting to shrink herself, wary of soiling the beautiful garments of the lady before her. Her face flushed crimson. Noticing the girl and Amp, Apos' nervousness, Zhu Qingrua offered reassurance. "Do not be afraid. Speak slowly." The girl sensed the kindness emanating from Zhu Qingrua and endeavored to calm her racing heart, saying, May I please have another bun?" Before Zhu Qingrua could respond, the girl hurriedly added, "I just received one. But it is not enough for my brother and me. He is ill, too weak to come and collect a bun," so Zhu Qingrua did not immediately reply. Instead, assessing the small girl before her, the little girl gazed at her with trepidation, her gaunt cheeks a testament to the starvation endured during their flight. Her large eyes, which occupied nearly half of her face, sparkled with an unmistakable longing. Zhu Qingrua offered her a warm smile and assured her, of course. Instantly, the tension in the girl and Amp, Apos' eyes transformed into pure delight as she joyfully grasped Zhu Qingrua and Amp, Apos' hand, exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. Thank you." Zhu Qingrua's gaze fell upon the girl's small hand clasping hers. Sensing her scrutiny, the girl, imagining herself to be unclean, instinctively released her grip, repeatedly apologizing, "I'm sorry. I and Apos, am sorry. I didn't and Apos, mean to. I and Apos, am so sorry." Tears welled in her eyes, fearing that if Zhu Qingrua became displeased, she might not receive the steamed bun. Zhu Qingrua gently took the girl and Apos' tiny hand in hers, soothingly saying, "It and Apos, all right. Don and Apos, be afraid. A little wipe will make it clean again." She pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve and carefully cleaned the dirt from the girl's hands, then signaled to Xiao Xiao to fetch some buns. With swift movements, Xiao Xiao soon presented a small packet containing 2 or 3 buns. Zhu Qingrua placed the yellow paper into the girl and Amp, Apos' hands, saying, "Here, take this. I can and Amp, Apos, give you more, lest someone harbor ill intentions. There are 3 buns here. If anyone dares to snatch them, just say they were given by Madame Zhu, and no one would risk it here." The girl nodded vigorously, and Zhu Qingrua affectionately patted her head, urging her to go. The girl, still worried about her ailing brother, turned back to glance at Zhu Qingrua several times before finally mustering the courage to dash into the crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. Zhu Qingrua shifted aside, avoiding Xiao Xiao and Apos' hand, and changed the subject. "Today and Apos' provisions are sufficient for each refugee. If someone truly wishes to oppose me for 3 buns, they are no longer mere refugees." Her journey to the capital alongside her brother had already proven her exceptional spirit. If she could not even safeguard these buns, what hope was there for her future? They could only provide immediate aid. It was imperative for her to grow strong on her own. Upon noticing Xiao Xiao eagerly attempting to lift her face veil, she firmly commanded, "Do not remove it." Xiao Xiao and Apos' enthusiasm waned at her words, disheartened by the notion that it might be over and questioning why she could not take it off. She glanced at the delicate veil adorning Zhu Qingrua's face, noting how thin it was, appearing quite comfortable, unlike their own, which made even breathing a challenge. Zhu Qingrua shook her head, the veil fluttering softly with her movement, reiterating, "Do not remove it." Xiao Xiao pouted but relented. "All right then." Zhu Qingrua touched the soft fabric of her veil, lost in contemplation. Zhu Qingrua dismounted the carriage with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, it is true." Xiao Xiao cheered. "Thank you, madam." Zhu Qingrua sighed. "Is there truly no one else in this vast national master's residence apart from you?" The guards responded affirmatively, though they remained uncertain of the veil and Apos' purpose, simply knowing they must obey orders. In the empty room, Zhu Qingrua retrieved the soiled handkerchief from her sleeve and burned it along with the veil she had worn that day. She sat quietly at her desk, gazing at the flames dancing in the basin, her clear eyes reflecting the flickering light. When the fire had completely extinguished, Zhu Qingrua remained still in the pitch-black room. As the moonlight spilled onto her desk, she rose to shed her outer garments, and soon the room was filled with the sound of gentle breathing. Chapter 22. For 3 consecutive days, Zhu Qingrua had not ventured out of the southern courtyard, her meals delivered by a servant who left them at the door. The servant found it peculiar not to see the lady, but as she could still hear her voice each day, she didn't dwell on it too deeply, content to follow her mistress's instructions. However, on the 4th morning, Zhu Qingrua began to feel feverish, her head spinning and limbs heavy, as if she were ensconced within a furnace. Alarmed, the servant and Apos' S voice grew anxious. Is the lady unwell? Shall I fetch someone to find a doctor? Let me come in to care for you. Zhu Qingruo refused to let her enter, her voice hoarse as she insisted. Fetch the steward. The servant. Upon hearing her voice, sensed the gravity of the situation and, without further hesitation, rushed to find the steward. The steward arrived promptly with the estate's physician. Yet Zhu Qingruo remained unwilling to admit them. The physician, therefore, had to inquire about her symptoms through the door. Zhu Qingruo answered each question. But the physician and Apos' brow remained furrowed, his expression grave. The steward, filled with concern, asked, "What is the matter? What affliction does the lady suffer from?" The physician's demeanor was somber. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then fell silent again. Growing frantic, the steward pressed, "Please, tell me, what is wrong with the lady?" The physician shook his head gravely. "I cannot be certain. It would be wise to summon more doctors for a consultation." At this, the steward's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure and hastily sent for additional physicians. As he stepped into the southern courtyard, he spotted the national master and swiftly covered his face with a thick mask. Murugwa, caught off guard, found the mask securely in place. "This is the lady and amp, Apos' directive. Anyone approaching the southern courtyard must wear one," the steward explained, leaving Murugwa with no inclination to question further. He peered inside. Observing a group of physicians gathered around a table, their faces concealed by similar odd masks, revealing only their solemn eyes as they deliberated on the illness. A tremor ran through Murugwa and Apos' heart as he glanced toward the open door, where, despite the screens, he could still see the curtains drawn tightly. He could not discern her features, but he occasionally heard her soft cough, muffled as if she were trying not to disturb anyone. Clenching his fists unconsciously at his sides, he asked, "What did the doctors say?" The steward, equally troubled, shook his head in despair, admitting ignorance, only stating that the condition appeared dire. Furrowing his brows, Murugwa resolved to summon every physician in the capital. The steward, relieved to have a clear directive, felt reassured. It was not that he was unwilling to make the request, but rather he lacked the standing to summon every doctor in the capital. Only upon the national master's express command could such a gathering be arranged. Without a moment's hesitation, he acted swiftly, and soon all the physicians of the capital congregated at the national master's residence. What had once been a modest courtyard now brimmed with medical professionals, who, upon learning of Zhu Qingruo's condition, began to exchange insights and opinions. Murugwa stood at the partially concealed doorway, peering through the layers of gauzy fabric at the figure resting upon the bed, his fingers rhythmically tapping against his arm, his half-exposed face betraying no emotion. The steward, observing the movements of his fingers, discerned the underlying agitation of the national master. It was a habitual gesture of his. A flicker of his gaze betrayed his concern as he stepped outside, addressing the physicians who were still fervently engaged in discussion within the courtyard. "Esteemed doctors, after such a lengthy deliberation, have you reached a conclusion? What ailment afflicts my lady?" The physicians paused their discourse, exchanging glances laden with unspoken messages, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Just as the steward was about to inquire further, an elderly physician with a white beard tremulously emerged, stating, "Yesterday, the lady exhibited a low-grade fever. Today, she has begun to experience shortness of breath, a sensation of heaviness in her head and limbs. Her face, neck, and upper chest display a flush, resembling intoxication, accompanied by generalized body aches, headaches, and a dull pain in the eye sockets. This and Apos, 3 pains and 3 flushes and Apos, suggests a condition akin to intestinal upheaval, yet there has been no diarrhea or vomiting, which is indeed peculiar." The others nodded in agreement, though some remained skeptical. One physician interjected, "I firmly believe the lady is undoubtedly suffering from intestinal upheaval. There are cases of this condition without accompanying diarrhea, marked instead by lethargy, recurrent convulsions, and weakness in the limbs. Should her symptoms worsen, she may cease to breathe in her slumber." Muryue's fingertips dug into her palm, her previously impassive countenance finally betraying a flicker of change. The steward was equally alarmed, about to speak when he heard someone counter, "The symptoms you describe are predominantly found in children. How could a 20-year-old succumb in her sleep? Indeed, I perceive that the lady and amp, Apos' condition resembles ordinary typhoid fever, coinciding with the onset of her menstrual cycle, which may account for the aches." A physician clad in yellow asserted with conviction. His reasoning held merit. Although the menstrual cycle can be excruciating, it should not cause such skin discoloration. Clearly it is so. Your assertions are utterly baseless. Which medical establishment do you represent? The physicians, each holding steadfast to their opinions, engaged in a heated debate. The steward was overwhelmed by the cacophony, while Mu Ruyue pressed her hand to her forehead, striving to suppress her growing impatience. Regardless of whether it was intestinal upheaval or something else, one thing was certain. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tumult. All eyes turned towards him, and he adjusted the thick mask covering his face, his strikingly contrasting eyes gleaming with an unusual light. The lady and Appos, S affliction is contagious. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Dr. Fan, are you speaking the truth? Surely, this must be a scare tactic. Such diseases do not spread so easily. Not necessarily. The lady has had contact with refugees from Jingzhou. It is plausible that she contracted the illness from them. Could it truly be contagious? Disregarding the murmurs, Dr. Fan fixed his gaze upon the master of the household, urging him to prepare for the worst. Mu Ruyue met his gaze directly. Is there truly no remedy? Within half a month, she shall perish. The steward was struck by this almost fatalistic prognosis, nearly succumbing to despair. He glanced at the national master, who stood resolutely against the physicians, as if one man were confronting an entire army. The steward could even discern the veins standing out on the back of his hands. An absurd thought surged within him, only to be dismissed as impossible. Mu Ryue's gaze darkened, her obsidian pupils piercing into the eyes of Dr. Fan, who had ostensibly sealed Xu Qingrua and Appos' fate as she sought evidence of his deceit. Alas, despite Fan Yun and Appos' youth, he had witnessed many grand spectacles and remained unwavering. His heart is steadfast as granite, unperturbed by Mu Ryue and Appos' imposing presence. Noticing no hint of trepidation in Dr. Fan, she lowered her gaze, an unfamiliar fear gnawing at her heart. Could it truly be hopeless? Coughing softly upon hearing Xu Qingrua's nonchalant tone, which suggested that life and death were mere trifles to her, Mu Ruyue felt a surge of irritation rise within her, darkly questioning, have you truly given up? Do you not wish to live? The figure behind the veil seemed to smile lightly, her tone laced with resignation, who would willingly embrace death if life were an option. Yet, did the national master not hear? They cannot cure me, cough. It took considerable effort to voice these words, and she could not suppress a few more coughs, steadying the tumult in her chest before continuing, since the king of hell has already decreed my demise. Why should I linger in despair? Chapter 23. Mu Ruyue was discontented with the sight of her resignation. She ought to resemble the radiant figure she was when distributing porridge a few days prior, her eyes and brows brimming with a contented smile, her very essence teeming with vitality. To speak thus before a remedy had been administered, do you truly perceive life and death in such a manner, Xu Qingrua? Mu Ruyue's pupils darkened, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon that silhouette. The national master, being a follower of the Tao, should be aware of the Taoist principle of following the natural order. Since it cannot be retained, there is no need to force it. Xu Qingrua's voice was feeble and replete with an air of indifference. Upon hearing her cough, Mu Ruyue instinctively stepped forward, though her foot halted before the screen. You study Taoism. Do you not know that there is another saying in Taoism? To value oneself for the sake of the world is to be entrusted with the world. To love oneself for the sake of the world is to be entrusted with the world and Appos. Xu Qingrua and Appos' eyes, hidden behind the veil, flickered with a glimmer, though none could perceive it. Concealing her emotions, she managed a wry smile and remarked, such grand words, the national master elevates me. The substantial sum captivated all present, yet none possessed the means to respond, their hearts stirred yet unwilling to speak. However, should anyone seek to gain fame through ulterior motives, I, Mu Ruyue, shall not let them escape easily. This was the first time Mu Ruyue displayed such a domineering demeanor. The usually aloof national master had suddenly become so assertive, causing unease among the physicians in the courtyard. As the atmosphere grew tense, Xu Qingrua's weak voice emerged from within. They are the best doctors in the capital. Why must the national master be so harsh? If even they cannot cure me, I fear I am truly beyond salvation. Let the national master consider it a merit for my afterlife. I do not wish to burden others in my final moments. It is too much for me to bear. Cough, cough. In a moment of panic, the woman felt a constriction in her chest, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing her urgency, Mu Ruyue reassured her, do not fret. I do not blame them. Upon hearing this, the woman managed to quell her urge to cough, though her breathing remained rapid, causing concern for those who witnessed it. All the doctors in the capital were present, yet they could not save her. Could it be that she was truly destined for demise? Mu Ruyue was uncertain of his own state of mind, anxiety, unease, frustration, fear. A myriad of emotions coalesced within him, the complexity of his feelings causing pangs of pain in his chest, just as he sought to suppress that peculiar emotion. A sudden flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. The frown he had worn since entering the room suddenly unfurled, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. Qingrua. Do not fear, they are merely local physicians. Though their skills are commendable, they cannot compare to the imperial physicians. Wait a moment. I shall go to the palace and summon all the imperial doctors from the Royal Medical Bureau. No sooner had he spoken than Murugu's figure vanished from the room, leaving behind his final instructions to the steward. Take good care of the lady. The physicians outside were astonished by the National Master and Appo's words, who had claimed that the National Master and his lady had an estranged relationship. The National Master, for the sake of his lady, was gathering all the doctors in the city, even those imperial physicians who served the nobility in the palace. How could this be construed as a lack of affection? What others thought did not concern Xu Qingrua. She leaned against the soft cotton pillow, acutely aware of the pain radiating throughout her body. The affliction rendered her utterly powerless. Yet her mind remained astutely clear. The lowly commoners were unworthy of medical attention, but as the esteemed wife of the National Master, surely she would receive the care she deserved? The presence of healers in this place indicated that contemporary medicine had the capability to cure this plague. She intended to implore Murugu to summon all the esteemed physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau to collaboratively explore the nature of this epidemic. Armed with the half-prescription in her possession, which would undoubtedly spare them from numerous detours, if time were managed wisely, the tragic loss of countless lives that had occurred in her previous existence would not be repeated, allowing her to save more souls. Xu Qingru steadied her trembling fingers, reassuring herself that even if the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau could not find a remedy, the resources and wealth of the National Master's residence would enable her to await the arrival of a wandering doctor. Currently, Murugu still harbored some fraternal affection for her. Thus, he would not abandon her in her time of need. What she truly gambled on was the reaction of the young emperor. Would he believe her? At this moment, the usually cold and indifferent expression of Murugu bore a hint of urgency as he implored the emperor to permit the physicians to attend to his wife. Wei Ran's gaze fell upon Murugu, who had yet to change out of his court attire, and he chuckled. It is merely a physician. Why should the National Master act so? Come forth. A palace attendant stepped forward to heed his command. Physician Qian is quite skilled. Let him attend to the National Master's wife, Wei Ran declared, taking a few steps down. His expertise in pharmacology guarantees that he will heal her. Murugu bowed his head respectfully. What I seek is not Physician Qian. Oh, Wei Ran raised an eyebrow. Then which physician do you require? Speak plainly. Murugu lifted his robes and knelt, his knees touching the ground. Even in such a humble position, the illustrious National Master maintained an upright posture, resembling a pine tree standing resolutely amidst the mountains, exuding an air of solemn dignity. His hands were clasped together, mirroring the posture of ministers presenting petitions. His clear amber eyes glimmered with a hint of pleading. Wei Ran found his actions somewhat perplexing. In an effort to uphold his facade, he reached out to assist Murugu, but the man on his knees deftly evaded his hand, maintaining his posture and gazing directly at him. Do not speak, National Master. Are you suggesting that even the esteemed physician Su, who routinely checks the Emperor's pulse, should be summoned? That would be a grave affront to the imperial authority. Murugu did not avert his gaze, addressing Wei Ran directly. I beseech you to allow all physicians to treat my wife. May your majesty grant this request. Hua Xian's face flushed crimson, ready to interject further, but Wei Ran raised a hand to silence him. Hua Xian had no choice but to remain silent, though a flicker of indignation remained in his eyes. As Wei Ran regarded the kneeling figure of Murugu, he felt a twinge of astonishment. The National Master, known for his lofty demeanor and noble lineage, had never displayed such humility before others. During the reign of the late emperor, he had been granted the privilege of not kneeling to anyone, even in Wei Ran's presence, always maintaining the guise of a teacher. Yet now, in a bid to summon a physician for Xu Qingru, he had willingly knelt before him. Had Murugu, perhaps, begun to acknowledge his feelings for Xu Qingru? Where had things gone awry? It may be due to the female protagonist's grave illness that has awakened the love residing within him. The system alerted him. Wei Ran raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is she truly unwell? Chapter 24 Wei Ran Dao remarked, this is not even mentioned in the book. Is it not true that Xu Qingrua has been perfectly fine from beginning to end? I do not know, came the system's precise reply. According to the timeline in the book, in a few days, a plague will erupt in the capital, infecting countless individuals. Upon witnessing the suffering of the common people, The female lead often ventures out in search of healers. Fortunately, she encounters a wandering physician who, through diligent research, ultimately develops a remedy to alleviate the plague, thereby saving the citizens of the capital. Wei Ran pondered, are you suggesting that since the wandering physician has yet to appear, the female lead has instead contracted the plague? Based on the timeline, that appears to be the case. Considering the current actions of Mu Rugi, if Xu Qingrua were to perish, she would forever occupy a significant place in Mu Rugi's heart, making his quest for a flawless strategy all the more arduous. Thus, Xu Qingrua must not die at this moment. Resolute in his decision, Wei Ran assisted Mu Rugi to his feet and gently said, there is no need for such concern. For the lady and Apos, life is of greater importance. Hua Xian stepped forward. I am here, your majesty. Mu Rugi bowed deeply once more, expressing his gratitude. I thank your majesty. The imperial decree having been issued, Hua Xian had no choice but to proceed to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Wei Ran nodded slightly. Go ahead. His pace was swift, and within mere moments, Wei Ran could no longer see him. He lowered his gaze, his eyes vacantly resting upon the floor beneath him, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. All the physicians and imperial doctors of the capital had gathered at the residence of the national teacher. The steward busied himself day and night attending to their needs, while also fretting over the lady's illness, causing him to lose considerable weight. Mu Rugi, too, appeared diminished, despite doing nothing but quietly standing outside Xu Qingrua's chamber each day. He had noticeably thinned, which pained the steward and Apos' heart. Xu Qingrua, unwilling to engage with others, forced herself to eat and wash daily. Consequently, the doctors often convened in the courtyard to discuss her condition, peering through the screen to assess her state. Their examinations limited to lightly covering their hands with gauze to take her pulse. Initially, the imperial doctors shared the same opinion as the elder physician, suspecting a gastrointestinal ailment. However, after 2 days of treatment, Xu Qingrua not only failed to improve, but her condition worsened. Observing the national teacher and Apos' ashen complexion, the physicians could not help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows. They hurriedly exited with their medical kits, commencing another round of discussions with their colleagues. The room was left with only Mu Rugi and Xu Qingrua. She remained enveloped in layers of gauze. Her previous symptoms of 3 pains and 3 flushes now compounded by relentless vomiting, rendering her already weakened limbs nearly immobile. Mu Rugi stood behind the screen, gazing at her, his eyes heavy with concern. Do not be afraid. I am right here, he assured her. He remained still, reiterating, I am here, do not be afraid. Yet she did not accept his kindness. I fear that this illness may have been contracted from the West City. While the national teacher devotes time to my side, it would be better for you to attend to the citizens in the West City. If this plague is not contained, the entire capital may descend into panic. Mu Rugi furrowed his brow. But you, national teacher, you should go. I do not lack for company. Xu Qingrua and Apos' voice held a note of coldness. If only you knew he was unwilling, my heart would be even more troubled. Yet at this moment, I still require your wisdom to save the common folk. So I suppress my impatience to explain. As the Grand Advisor of the state of Qi, it is your duty to safeguard the people, rather than squander time in my presence. My ailment will not improve due to your companionship. You must seize the moment to fortify a robust defense for the capital. The plague has likely already infected a significant portion of the population. You should seal off the western city to prevent the disease from spreading to other areas. Currently, all the physicians are studying this affliction, and it is likely that good news will emerge soon. You must disseminate this information swiftly to prevent those with ulterior motives from instigating chaos. The state of Qi is already rife with internal strife, and the neighboring state of Chu is watching with keen interest. If the people's hearts are unsettled, high-ranking officials may entertain other thoughts, leading to a ripple effect of discontent among lower officials. Should such a situation arise, chaos would engulf Qi, and the common folk would suffer gravely. Compared to thousands of citizens, their well-being is paramount. This was the first time he had heard such words from you, devoid of the previous softness and languor, akin to that of a true official. Realizing his own thoughts, Mu Rugi was startled, feeling an odd sense of grievance bubble within him. Just the day before, I had instructed the station troops to seal off the western city. His voice was somewhat muffled. Xu Qingrua did not perceive his grievance. Are you aware that 7 years ago, the capital also faced a similar plague? This abrupt shift in conversation left Mu Rugi momentarily at a loss. The woman's frail voice resumed, explaining that you were traveling abroad at that time, so it was understandable that you were unaware of the matter. When the subject of travel arose, Mu Rugi furrowed his brow but refrained from interrupting her. The plague back then was not as severe, claiming only a few hundred lives. With proper control from the officials and the gathering of numerous physicians for research, those lives could have been saved and the disease contained. But do you know how the station troops acted back then? Murugi's gaze flickered, pondering a possibility. When Zhu Qinghua remarked with a hint of sarcasm, they drove the afflicted citizens into the western city, barricaded the walls, sealing them in without food or medicine, leaving them to perish in despair. In the end, they were consumed by flames, leaving only ashes behind. She suppressed the irritation in her throat, her gaze falling on the indistinct figure behind the veil. Why not personally investigate, Grand Advisor? Are you certain the commander of the station troops intended to seal the western city, rather than entomb it? Were they prepared to let the refugees die there? Chapter 25. Murugue was struck dumb by events from 7 years ago. With a furrowed brow, he pondered the fate of the former city garrison commander, who had been executed by the late emperor for this very matter. However, the current commander did not seem the type to act in such a manner. Zhu Qinghua offered no further explanation, simply stating that if the national master truly cared for the well-being of the people, he should personally lead a team to investigate. Ahem. I feel somewhat unwell. You may proceed as you wish, she said, reclining on the bed and falling silent. Standing before the screen, Murugue found it difficult to accept Zhu Qinghua and Appo's recent words. The commander of the city garrison was a commendable individual. How could he treat the populace in such a manner? Despite his reluctance to believe, Zhu Qinghua's assertion that the common people are of greater importance lingered in his mind. Casting a deep glance at the figure behind the screen, he turned and strode out of the southern courtyard. Upon arriving at the western city, Murugue was horrified to discover that Zhu Qinghua's claims were indeed accurate. The garrison was not merely planning to seal off the western city. They intended to completely shut it down. They did not seek to assist the incoming refugees, but rather wished for them to perish within, ultimately incinerating the remains. Just as 7 years prior, the lives of the common folk were as insignificant as ants to them. They only sought the most expedient resolution to the matter. With a darkened countenance, Murugue seized the garrison commander's token and arranged for soldiers to break through the newly constructed walls, distributing food through a small gate. Following Zhu Qinghua's counsel, he disseminated news that the imperial physician was diligently formulating a remedy, successfully calming the hearts of the people in the western city. Through the small gate used for distributing food, Murugue observed the refugees forming an orderly queue. Each afflicted individual bore a glimmer of desperation in their eyes, akin to that of Qinghua lying on her sickbed. Murugue felt a tremor in his heart, uncertain whether it was for the people before him or for the person in the national master's residence. On the third night, Imperial physician Zhao noted that the current epidemic bore a striking resemblance to a condition documented in medical texts, characterized by 3 pains and 3 reds, accompanied by weakness in the limbs. However, there were distinct differences. The illness was transmitted by rodents and was termed the plague. The other physicians fell into contemplation, beginning their research along this new line of thought. Fan Yun, who had previously predicted the transmissibility of Zhu Qinghua's illness, suddenly brightened at Zhao's words and recalled an incident from his past. The others turned their attention toward him. I once encountered a wandering physician in the mountains, he recounted. He spoke of a village ravaged by plague, where, following a great flood, villagers began to exhibit red faces and a frenzied demeanor. Yet they were too weak to rise from their beds. The wandering physician, intrigued by these cases, established a thatched hut outside the village to observe the patients day and night. He intended to save them, but without a complete remedy, the villagers succumbed to their ailments. He possessed only half a prescription that could prevent the illness but not cure it. By chance, I met him, and, intrigued by the prescription, he, being a generous soul, provided me with a copy. He produced a piece of yellowed grass paper from his medical kit. This was the very document. Upon hearing these words, Dr. Zhao's eyes glimmered with excitement as he swiftly seized the prescription from the man's hands. Why did you not present this sooner? He inquired. Fan Yun sighed. I had originally forgotten about this matter, as the symptoms were not quite the same, and thus it did not occur to me. It was only upon your mention of the term and Appos, plague and Appos, that I recalled I possessed this half prescription. Dr. Zhao carefully unfolded the prescription, 2 taels of white peony, 1 liang of earthbone bark, 1 liang of poria, 3 liang of yellow bark. He softly recited the medicinal ingredients, and the dim light seemed to illuminate his eyes. Indeed, this is it. This is it. He closed the prescription, straightened his back, and addressed the numerous physicians around him. Now, it is up to us. The doctors, inspired by the prescription Dr. Zhao had just recited, began to peruse their medical texts. engaging in fervent discussions on how to administer the medicines. Fan Yun, who had revealed the prescription, wore a peculiar smile, obscured by the faint light, known only to him. In the expansive southern courtyard, only Xu Qingruo remained, pondering how much longer it would take for the physicians to devise a complete prescription. Previously, while distributing gruel in the western city, she had not observed any visibly afflicted individuals. The little girl's brother could be considered one of the earliest cases. Since his infection, he had not ventured outside, and it had been approximately 6 days. Given the contagion rate of this illness from her previous life, it was likely that no patients had succumbed just yet. With Mu Rugu's esteemed reputation and authority, procuring sufficient medicinal materials would not pose a significant challenge. As long as they could formulate a complete prescription promptly, this outbreak need not claim any lives. Yet, despite her thoughts swirling, Zhu Qingruo found no solace. A wave of nausea surged within her, prompting her to prop herself up and lean outward, expelling the filth into the basin. A gust of wind surged through the window, rustling the branches of the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, the leaves whispering softly. She lifted her gaze, her blurred vision unable to discern clearly. And a shadow entwined within the branches, indistinguishable from tree or something else. A surge of dread coursed through Zhu Qingruo's heart when suddenly, a gentle hand patted her back. The soft touch seemingly wishing to ease her discomfort. However, she felt as if confronted by a specter. Her once feeble body instinctively recoiled toward the head of the bed. Who? She grasped the quilt tightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings with wariness. Upon discerning the figure beside her bed, her round eyes widened in bewilderment. Is it you? Chapter 26, sir. Could you kindly clear away the insect carcasses? There seems to be something rather peculiar here. As Li Mingzi called out, the restrictions had already taken effect, purging the foul-smelling green blood emitted by the insect entirely. He understood well, based on his experience, that this underground communist, bearing such crucial intelligence to the mountain city, could not possibly lack identification. In an instant, those below were spitting blood, with the less powerful among them fainting, and some even bursting apart, their bodies dissolving into a mist of crimson. The survivors from Songyan Gorge eventually made their arduous journey to the Shanhai realm, where they painstakingly established a new city. It can be said that the chasm between the realm of oblivion and that of the venerable was as vast as heaven and earth. They were simply not comparable. Henceforth, the title of Imperial Master, imbued with such potent mystique, became a taboo in this century of peace, with no one daring to mention it lightly. Long Hao lacked complete confidence. After all, his opponent was a level 6 Destiny Wheel Martial Emperor, while his own mastery of formations had yet to reach a high level. As it appeared, aside from the notable gaping wounds on his chest and abdomen, the Haber crystal had miraculously healed all latent injuries. It had treated all underlying ailments, even erasing every trace of past diseases and scars. During the prolonged slumber of Shangguanyu, the deep-sea guardhouse transitioned from its zenith to utter decline, inciting a growing nostalgia among the deep-sea shipgirls for the era when Shangguanyu thrived, an era when all powers across the seas would retreat in deference. Alongside the photographs was a scrap of paper, seemingly torn carelessly from a workbook, faintly inscribed with some characters and a vivid thumbprint. However, most of the writing remained obscured in the shadows of the cabinet, rendering it unclear. Initially, Jia Yuxuan merely intended to reprimand Lang Zhan. Yet that scoundrel endured such a beating and still dared to seek out Feng Ming. The straightforward elder promptly rose, took the stack of money, and began to count, exactly 1,000. The other elders expressed their admiration, for it was customary to gift 10 or 20. A 50 was considered a grand offering, but 1,000 was unheard of. Xiaming Xian could hardly bear to hear Xia Mangxing speak of his second brother in such a manner any longer. He resolutely grasped Zhu Yeqing's hand, and together they departed from the field. Feeling He Jun's confident tone, Wei Ziyu could not help but feel intrigued. He directly opened the half-meter-long brocade box. However, as they passed through a square, they suddenly discovered a crowd gathered around a massive screen, engrossed in something. He had contemplated how to address He Luo, the father of this world. Should he truly call him father? Zhahu Moxian pondered. Was the poison skull frog truly so cautious? Despite their capability to defeat Feng Lingling and the Blue Emperor head-on through their strength and attributes. Although he had anticipated this matter long ago, witnessing the concrete news manifest now brought a profound sense of relief. When the shorts ultimately collapse, it will not require the longs to exert significant effort to elevate prices. The buy orders from shorts closing positions will propel the price considerably higher. It is feared that a surge of 6,000 could be somewhat conservative. This implies that in order for the father to earn 33 points, He must sell all the land to his family while only receiving 55,000 per acre. Upon hearing the insidious voice of the system, a familiar voice soon followed, that of Wang Ke. Jiang Xiaolan, in her youthful beauty, harbored a yearning for love that rivaled that of Li Xian. In this manner, the monk, possessing mysterious powers, summoned a gust of wind from an unknown source, rendering my samadhi true fire ineffective. What could be done about this? Red Boy inquired. Gully, observing the smile on Li Fei and Amp, Appo's face, recalled his formidable skills and felt a twinge of apprehension, yet reminded herself that he was merely a bodyguard, a penniless nobody. The market's sentiment seemed to mirror that of Li Xian, hesitating when prices reached this level. Beneath eaves of the azure-tiled roof of the Tai, the heads of Jiang Zhiga and others peeked in, one deep and one shallow, trying to discern the reality within. Witnessing his soldiers almost entirely dead or wounded, Ji Ling, riding in the dark of night, shed 2 streams of hot tears for the first time, imbued with a melancholic sentiment befitting a fallen hero. Even in the secret realm, elixirs are exceedingly rare. If an ordinary person were to acquire one, they would surely consume it for themselves rather than sell it. The group of buzzcut heads laughed heartily, while Tita glanced at his fist, then at the bald man, his face revealing both resentment and confusion. Although Qi Yun undoubtedly harnessed the power of the formation, the 4 flying swords must have been bound by an intricate array of restrictions. Yet are not formations and restrictions also a part of one and Amp, Appo's own strength? This scene made Yu Zixuan's lips twitch. The third prince merely brushed against a fragrant shoulder before losing an arm. Finally arriving outside Dianwei's tent, Xiaolong took a deep breath, stepped forward to enter, only to suddenly turn and run back out. His face pale as he began to retch violently at the dust on the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air outside the tent. The buzzcut head glanced at Ka Rui and then called out to the others. Hey, I said, country bumpkins, didn't you say you didn't have enough people yet? According to the rules, there must be 3 players from each side selected by the opponent. I am choosing these 3. He pointed at Ka Rui, the elf, and Lin Yan. Chapter 27. Whether it involves bribing enemy personnel or masquerading as a merchant convoy, the successful execution of such tasks necessitates the identification of suitable individuals. Only after selecting the right candidates can one proceed with the operation. Should the director of this film be aware of the unintended consequences of his work, he would likely be infuriated to the point of hemorrhage. Upon realizing that his attack had missed Qin Yun, the puppet swiftly rebounded from the ground, propelled by an unseen force, hurtling towards Qin Yun. Despite being grievously injured and having lost an arm, the puppet's agility remained unimpeded. From the Warring States period until the advent of the imperial examination system, the primary source of talent was the recommendation system. The endorsement of capable individuals was tied to their meritorious deeds, and should any issues arise with the recommended individual, the endorser would share the consequences. Since the beginning of the court assembly, Zhao Xia has completely dominated the proceedings, embodying the demeanor of a formidable monarch. The 2 individuals exuded a strong aura of the martial world, leaving Li Chengxian at a loss for words. Nevertheless, they were simply indulging in their peculiar preferences. And that was that. After an indeterminate amount of time, a commotion arose in the distance, causing Xiaoyu to furrow her brow. Logically, such a disturbance would prompt the sect to restrict disciples from venturing into this area. Who could it possibly be at this hour? Within the palace where Yi Xian resided, the energy in the room had significantly diminished. He had been confined there for a full 5 days. Reluctantly, he settled back onto a stone he had found, rubbing his hands together to dry himself by the flickering firelight. Despite this, he had yet to leave the forest, instead becoming intimately familiar with its expanse. Marking numerous locations along the way, Liamo raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, nodding resolutely. He then retrieved 2 black leather gloves from his pocket, not the inflated kind, but rather resembling half-gloves adorned with 5 sharp spikes that glinted coldly in the sunlight. However, Wilder envisioned everything constructed from building blocks, for it imparted a rather juvenile impression. A nation's palace, at the very least, should evoke a sense of grandeur, should it not? After spending some time together, Sujini found him somewhat bothersome, yet otherwise tolerable, and chose to ignore him. Suddenly, a massive dark maw manifested, lunging towards Wang Tianling below. I did not mean to, Xiao Anqing stammered, her tone tinged with hesitance, fully aware of the feeble justification her words offered. As long as a way was found to eliminate the Sea Tower stone handcuffs, the remaining issues regarding the return to the cage would pose no challenge. Simply observing the guards' routines and the blind spots of the monitoring devices would suffice. In a similar display of the 4th spiritual skill, This time 9 enormous tigers of varying colors were summoned, all of them letting out a resounding roar towards the heavens. In the heart of the battlefield, two terrifying figures stood in stark opposition. One emanated an aura of dread that could stir the very soul, while the other wore a cold, iron-blooded smile. His gaze sharp as a blade. Indeed, Lu Luoluo appeared to harbor a profound fear of Liang Shuya, though in truth, he had personally guided her after yesterday's training session, imparting additional knowledge for which she felt grateful. It was Yutaling. Upon the mention of this name, Su Muling could not help but feel an insurmountable sense of inadequacy. Lin Yu forced a bitter smile, intending to rub his eyes, however. The slightest movement tugged at his wounds, sending waves of agony coursing through him, a true torment. Lin Xian, her eyes wide with shock, stared blankly behind Lin Yu. At that moment, they were closest, allowing her to clearly see a majestic phoenix silhouette emerging behind him. Initially, she thought it to be an illusion. Yet a profound power gradually awakened, instilling fear within her. Duan Wuyo had originally intended to dispatch someone to search for the fifth knight. But upon hearing the teachings of the sect leader, he abandoned that thought. Tears streamed down Yutaling's cheeks uncontrollably as she recalled her sister. Her parents who perished in the sea, the home and village submerged by water, and the cold snowy nights and mornings she endured at the sword sect. Reflecting on every effort she had made for vengeance, Su Ran clenched her fists tightly, her holy martial prowess reaching its zenith. The techniques and secret arts she had cultivated were all of the highest caliber, and with the might of the military and the aura of kingship, she finally possessed the strength to contend with the Void Return realm. Fushi and Appo's form flickered momentarily before he sheathed the Fushi Qin, and their figures reappeared high above the earth. The Qing inside was concealed within his sleeve, and his treasure pouch contained many fragments. At this moment, all that could be done was to attempt the impossible. This is the royal token of my Moro kingdom. Shall the Mountain Emperor and His Highness the Moon verify? Hu Tu remarked. The wind tousled his hair, and his features, like the breeze, brushed against the window and Appo's shadow cast upon my heart. I nestled in his embrace, gazing at him, unable to satiate my longing. He was momentarily speechless. To put it plainly, was and Appo's it merely a mutation? Yet there was a lengthy discourse on the matter. As one ages, death inevitably follows. Not only do they speak slowly, but they also tend to ramble. Fortunately, the steps were sufficiently wide, allowing them to sit without impeding the normal passage of others. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated as Apache's shoulder muscles finally separated from the bones, simultaneously dislocating, causing them to droop, losing their strength. However, the secrets concealed within this examination paper seemed to extend beyond mere revelations. After tackling a few more questions, Alan made some new discoveries that left him perplexed. Chapter 28. Han Bing darted around, swiftly reaching the front of the tank. She leapt atop it, intending to pry open the lid and toss a grenade inside. However, the hatch was securely locked from within, rendering it impossible to open. Thus, she had no choice but to resort to using a rocket launcher against it. The dragon's body was animated by over 100 energy meridians, forming an intricate composition primarily designed to counteract the various passive abilities of the dragon's spirit. With this, it could proportionately diminish the effectiveness of the dragon spirit and Appo's passive skills. If a dragon spirit lacked strength, its passive abilities would be rendered entirely ineffective. Upon hearing that Yi Bai was on Jiangxin Island and had clashed with his men, even alerting the authorities, Dao Gu was filled with fury. It was no surprise, as Tianyin sect had not seen a true master in many years, and they had lost even their genuine martial prowess. All those from hidden sects were formidable experts and naturally looked down upon Tianyin sect. Xia Tian smiled mysteriously, stating that the secrets of fate must not be revealed. He certainly could not disclose that he had contacted Diao Chan through the Soul Stone, especially with Tao Te at his side. For the Soul Stone was a coveted treasure among the Wind Clan, particularly the substantial one Xia Tian possessed. After reloading the mortar, the subsequent firing yielded less impressive results. Jerry and Appo's side had mostly shifted alliances. The area ahead lay in ruins, causing minimal damage to the opponent. No, Bai Nua shook his head. The clothing in the commercial district was all high-end brands, and Bai Nua was reluctant to spend such money. The Yang family boasted over 100,000 members, with the direct lineage numbering in the thousands. However, only a select few could participate in family meetings. Previously, when activating the Peachwood sword, although it drained all his strength, it was not as terrifying as this. Feng Shixian and Appo's S words caused me to nod repeatedly, reflecting on my elder brother and Amp, Appo's attitude today. Especially when he asked me, "Jean girl, do you feel the same way about me?" My heart grew increasingly heavy. Inherently, the heroism embedded in my being is immutable. Thus, even knowing that my actions were misguided, I chose to stand up regardless. Let the Empress Dowager and the Emperor be amused. In truth, I have done nothing significant. Merely drawing out the poison from young Master Chao, Ji Shangxie remarked softly. At that time, Long Yuqi was aware of my role as a priestess, hence his resolute refusal. Nevertheless, when he protected me, his earnest words indeed bore the weight of unwavering affection, deepening my infatuation for him. As I followed the elder inward, my eyes narrowed slightly. Young master? Only the direct descendants of the Liu family were entitled to be called Amp, Appo's young master, and Amp, Appo's. Could it be that Liu Qing had also come here? If so, I would seize the opportunity to extinguish both of Liu family and Appo's great prides. No matter how angry or upset she became, she had never shown such a terrifying expression. This I had anticipated. I even guessed that what she was about to reveal was related to me and Gainye. I lost track of time until a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, I was surprised to find Zhou Anren standing there. This is good. Next time the heir visits, you shall serve as my personal maid to attend to him, Ji Shangxie declared. Simultaneously, among the two fated swords, the Pure Yang sword has ascended to the realm of magical artifacts. When wielded with the Heavenly Heart Sword technique, its power is exceedingly formidable. Conversely, the Heavenly Yin sword is forged from the essence of Supreme Yin Spirit Wood and has been tempered with the Life Sword Stand Fire for several decades, rendering its might unparalleled. As I traversed the path, I racked my brain in search of a topic to dispel the oppressive atmosphere, yet I found myself at a loss for words. Upon receiving a message from Yi Tianqin, Liu Yuhan indeed felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, strength lies in numbers. After conferring with Li Tailong and others, a rescue plan swiftly materialized. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a flicker of contemplation grazed Tian Hezi and Amp, Appo's brow, revealing a shade of introspection. This elicited a bitter smile of despair. Perhaps he genuinely wished to reach a compromise with me, yet he now realized that my resolve may surpass his expectations in its severity. Feng Mu abruptly seized me from behind, darting to the front, gesticulating wildly, his lips moving without a sound. Once everything was tidied up, the army resumed its advance, albeit at a noticeably diminished pace following the recent incident. However, Zhang Ba encountered no suspicious signs along the way, and, after half an hour, his group reunited with the resting place of their main force. This 5 elements formation differs from Jiang Yu's, which harnesses the powers of the 5 great demon emperors. Fundamentally, both rely on the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The landscape was marked by abrupt formations, either suspended in midair or sharply truncated, with some peaks distorted by an unknown force into bizarre and fantastical shapes, brimming with an air of the surreal. I have envisioned the worst possible outcome, a chaotic melee among all. Of course, I shall not permit such an occurrence. Should the orcs behave in this manner, they would hold no significance for us. Hence, I shall lead away all humans, leaving them to their own devices as they dwindle into oblivion. After finishing her tasks, Jiang Shaoqi returned to inspect a photo. Upon seeing a pouty expression, she contemplated deleting it. It appeared that a passenger ship had sunk here, with all aboard plunging into the water, seemingly without survivors. In this season, Richard has consistently delivered outstanding performances, averaging over 24 points per game, garnering considerable attention from fans. As a staff member at the team and Appo's home venue, I am well acquainted with each player, especially Richard and Westbrook, who frequently arrive early for practice. The Thunder substituted Anthony Morrow for Roberson, thus entrusting Richard with the task of defending Durant. Although the previous foul was noted, it underscored the effectiveness of the defense. "My lord, it is time to wash your face," she said, her hands delicate and fair, betraying no sign of the labor she had undertaken. "Do not kill him just yet. Inquire who sent him and what his intentions are." Lu Bingao rushed over, eager to interrogate the ninja. His complexion had turned exceedingly grim. Initially, he believed that Xiaoyi and Appo's actions were tantamount to courting disaster. However, contrary to expectations, Xiaoyi not only encountered no peril but also led a staggering 100,000 individuals to successfully breach the first layer of the celestial tribulation on his own. Chapter 29. Kneeling in the hall, Manager Huang broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the governor refer to the general. Following a flurry of activity, Bai Xiangzhou began dispatching individuals to liaise with Bai Yunzhao, preparing for the joint burial of Zhuo Guanglia and Zhu Xiushui. Yet Feng Che remained absent. At that moment, I had not contemplated how Lu Qingqing had ended up here. My mind was in a haze, and I acquiesced to all her requests. Is tuition and living expenses exorbitant? Teaching during the summer and winter vacations and on weekends, is that not sufficient? Bai Tong inquired, his eyes bloodshot, stubble adorning his lips, as he implored her softly. Not to evade, not to perish, not to leave him in search. He was aware of this, although he did not grasp the specifics. He recognized that the Lin family was not ordinary. My lords, to demonstrate fairness, I ask that the poison of the fief be utilized by you all. Lest the life-saving elixir be criticized, Jin Ratai remarked, disregarding the fief and Oppos, as concerns, turning instead to address the 6 examiners. Yujin opened her swollen, misty eyes, her blurred vision revealing a circle of old and young, with the elderly hunched over in majority. If the evidence were provided by Xinhuan, there would be no collusion among acquaintances. It would be a testimony of remarkable authenticity. The scene in my mind continued to unfold, upon witnessing the priest depart. The towering giant uttered something unknown before leaving the vicinity. A resounding roar echoed continuously, and immense power erupted from this place, radiating outward. Tian Yao, being kin to the netherworld and the demon palace, could not remain indifferent. To be honest, he too belonged to this lineage through his aunt. Are we born of common folk, devoid of persona, devoid of dignity? Another cultivator exclaimed. In a moment of desperation, Li Yuan led elder son and Li Mashi into the ghost mist forest, gifting them the spiritual potion concocted by the national master, which, when applied to the canvas, could ward off the noxious miasma and ensure safe passage. The frost shield bore a pair of ram's horns, one of which was severed in half. The shield was enveloped in snow and ice, pockmarked with a sense of historical weariness, while the red glow had vanished completely. However, it appeared that the mutated creatures had been eradicated. It seemed that a battle had transpired here, with both factions exhibiting considerable strength. Who? Zhao Jin immediately shifted his gaze toward the dense forest behind the village, listening intently, and he seemed to hear a voice calling for him. Just as Huazi felt trepidation, the dragon and Oppos' head turned sharply, its eyes sparkling with intensity, and a bolt of lightning erupted from its mouth. Yang Ming, agilely twisting his body, retained the speed of his earlier movements, sliding down the dragon and Oppos' form, as spring rain ignited a dazzling display of sparks along the dragon scales. Wu Feng was well aware that this bout of excruciating pain was due to the increased burden of magical energy within him, yet he had not anticipated such intensity. It felt as though someone were methodically stabbing a knife into his chest. Shen Yingxi contemplated silently, yet it was evident that this was not the moment for such considerations. She was currently fixated with anxiety on the 4 transformed magical beasts before her. Why refuse? She harbored no fear for that vile Min Jiao. Merely a product of a third-rate family, yet she managed to seduce the emperor, convincing him to bestow upon her the title of consort. Despite being over 50 years of age, Qin Yuan and Oppos' appearance still resembled that of a youth in their early 20s. Accompanied by the second master, Gu Yunzhao walked ahead with unwavering focus, disregarding the breath she sensed nearby, not sparing even a glance. Furthermore, with the empress now alone within the palace, familial affection felt all the more precious. Bai Yichen, being like a sibling to her, should have shared openly, yet Luo Yunqian and Oppos' melancholia rendered such honesty difficult. She understood their silence was meant to spare Luo Yunqian and Oppos' feelings. Considering Chu Xuanya and Oppos' temperament, they would likely visit the paper mill within half a day, causing little delay. Laughter erupted among the group, and the young men began to whistle, their tunes reverberating across the tranquil night sky. Observing the aged yet commanding figure before him, Shaolin felt a surge of admiration welling up within him. There was no room for doubt. Xiong Yinfei was undoubtedly afflicted by a grave illness. The nurses and doctors said nothing, but Xiong Yinfei and Oppos' mother and Oppos' gaunt visage and her evasive gaze when questioned spoke volumes about the severity of Xiong Yinfei and Oppos' condition. He chose to ignore the living room lights and turned directly upstairs. Upon reaching the door of his room, he gently opened it, expecting Liang Anyue might still be awake. To his surprise, a figure beneath the covers on the bed captivated his gaze, rendering him unable to look away. "Yili, do you sense something amiss?" she inquired, leaning closer and placing her hand on his forehead. Report your findings. Wu Huixing immediately pressed for updates. Given that Song Darren was a senior official, it was implausible to monitor him as they did with Xiao Hui, and the information relayed indicated that all was well with Song Darren and Appos, as family. Not even a flicker of light to suggest otherwise. Chapter 30. The first time I encountered the masked Buddha, he regarded me with a solemn gaze, and in that moment, I understood he truly considered me an equal adversary. Though I did not witness the rescue, I could easily imagine the expression of frustration on Lei Fei and Appos' face. Then, amidst Teacher He's astonished stare, she pulled from her hairpins, rolled up sleeves, elevated shoe insoles, and even extracted short incense sticks from her hair. Before me stood a figure that appeared unchanged from years past, yet those eyes, once reflecting the celestial bodies, now resembled a tranquil, bottomless lake shrouded in darkness. After the trending topic was removed, interest in the matter dwindled, yet numerous detractors claimed that the withdrawal of the topic merely drew more attention to it, accusing Jingshuan Entertainment of deliberately concealing the relationship between Yun Shu and Gao Yuda. Before he could utter a word, the kneeling man abruptly lunged at Zhang Anping, only to be kicked aside by him. He aimed to ruin Su Che utterly, ensuring he could no longer survive in Jiang'an, reduced to crawling like a dog before him. Right for trampling. Luo Xuefei pondered over Lu Xinye and Appos' sudden invitation to go out, her mind swirling with questions. Uncertain of his intentions or the suddenness of his desire to take her somewhere. Initially, she was not as unfortunate as it seemed. She performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, surpassing her usual score by over 50 points, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university. As Mao Lilan awoke, others soon arrived, and the youth wrapped in blood-red bandages silently sat on the bed, gazing towards the balcony. However, noticing that Lu Rong and Su Ying were reluctant to discuss the matter, he refrained from inquiring further and instead turned his attention to them. There were numerous intricacies involved. The carpenter had merely made a few adjustments, and it was only with Chi Mo and Appos' guidance that the task was completed. Ji Xiang and the master of Maoshan departed from the Nine Heavens Palace. Within the territory of the Nine Heavens Palace, there lay a sacred mountain known as Shiyu Mountain, which housed a palace dedicated to recording various formations, aptly named the Great Yuanbao Hall. Coincidentally, just as she was about to leave, she encountered Lu Hao, who also intended to explore the town, so the two naturally decided to journey together. After uttering a brief statement, he leaped down from the vehicle, directing his gaze towards the gathered crowd. However, at the very moment when Lien Xinji was about to take over, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to let out a muffled groan. "Are you so certain that we will agree to accompany you?" Tsushima Shuji retorted. Yet, under normal circumstances, even malevolent creatures fear the repercussions of consuming tainted food. However, for evil spirits, ordinary sustenance is indigestible, transforming into karmic flames, copper essence, and molten iron upon entering their stomachs. With this thought in mind, he clenched his teeth and charged directly at Mu Wuxing without a moment and Appos' hesitation. The entire cavern resembled a collapsing mine, with vast areas caving in below, while countless boulders fell from above. It is indeed a challenge to resolve the primary issue of the controller before these factions disintegrate due to environmental or human factors. As for how the remaining humans will survive after the controller is dealt with, Wang Ping could only blindly trust that a solution would eventually emerge. No one in the village could read, including myself. My father recognized a few characters, but in my generation, virtually no one comprehends the meaning of those symbols. Interjected old man Luo and Appos' son. Fu Weili had merely sought him out first due to their proximity as neighbors. Had he waited for his own news to spread, undoubtedly even more people would have approached him. The words of the 100 ghosts seemed laden with hidden meanings, leaving listeners perplexed. Yet, the power radiating from his eyes instantaneously shattered Yin Kai and Appos' resolve to resist. "Remember, someone is looking for me now. Should I have further matters, I will let you know," Wu Kai remarked as he walked towards the door of the room. Unable to obtain any useful information from the guards at the gate, Pan Yinshan drove his carriage into the city. It was unclear whether it was due to Drogba and Appos' overwhelming strength or Martinez and Appos' fierce play. But the football soared far without leaving the penalty area. Puyol, despite his intent to clear the ball, was rendered powerless by the distance. A faint, almost imperceptible greenish light flickered, its intensity roughly 1/10 that of a firefly. However, in the absolute darkness, they could distinctly perceive that glimmer. Not only seeing the light itself, but also the massive shadow it cast. Though unwilling to accept it, Wei Feng understood that he could not force Colonel Ming Hu. Who knows whether the colonel might turn against him and punish him once more. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. The elder of the Qian family cast a disdainful glance at him, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter into fragments. The baseball game continued on the radio, with the commentator and Oppos' enthusiastic narration immersing listeners in the moment, yet Steve Rogers wore a troubled expression, questioning his whereabouts once again. What is all this commotion? It and Oppos' disturbing the students and Oppos' defense, a professor remarked as he stepped out, prompting everyone to shrink back. Before any apology could be uttered, a male student inside, brimming with excitement, shouted out. Yet, an intangible sword aura surged forth, soaring into the sky with a resonant clang, causing many to clutch their heads in agony, uttering cries of despair. Chapter 31. Stomping into the kitchen, Second Master picked up 2 brooms, tossing one to Zhang Gui. Wu Ming's expression gradually brightened. He sighed with relief, though he remained unaware of the events that had transpired. However, Amore and Oppos' scheme must have already been set in motion. And now he was eager to observe how this so-called sage could transform decay into brilliance, extricating himself from the current predicament. Gu Yu, a formidable figure, had 6 sons, but only 2 survived to adulthood. Gu Yu Xiaowei and another who had long since severed ties with the family due to Xiaohui's machinations. The remnants of another ruined city were familiar to them. Prior to their encounter with the City of All Heavens, they had clashed with several other celestial forces. Tiyuan Village, isolated from the mundane world and difficult to access by water, rarely welcomed outsiders. The local officials only visited once a year, making such wandering figures exceedingly rare. A colossal sound reverberated through the heavens and earth as the mysterious ruins atop the ancient star of Inghua crumbled, the ancient temple reduced to ashes. Zhao Gao beheld his family and Oppos' capable hands being slaughtered by Lin Xiong and Oppos' beasts, despair flooding his heart. Rest assured, I have indeed lost my memory. It and Oppos' merely that I have uncovered too many of your flaws, Jiangchen stated with a calm demeanor, gently smoothing by Ji and Oppos' hair at her temples. Gu Qinxiang had already concocted an excuse to exit the game before it was even over, requiring no effort at all. Lu Wei shouted and then knelt beside the hospital bed, gripping Li Zixiao and Oppos' right arm tightly. Tears streaming down his face as he seemed to have an unspoken tale to share. Impossible, Xinjian exclaimed, rising to his feet. How could Wei Hua be the vice master of the Yin Men? It was the vice master who ordered the death of my son, Xinjun. Xinjun did not recognize the storm formation before him. The cage formation surged toward the circular storm formation. At that moment, Xinjun felt a wave of anxiety. As the cage formation collided with the circular storm formation, his heart raced, for the circular storm formation blossomed like a flower, instantaneously absorbing the winds of the cage formation. Gu Yinchi felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. His worries were solely for his loved ones. How wonderful it would be if he could also care for himself in such a manner. As the blade pierced through his body, its crimson edge glistening with blood, Aishin felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless dreams of spring, autumn, summer, and winter, dreams of pursuing others and being pursued. Dreams both delightful and dreadful. Yet, he had never experienced a nightmare quite like this. Qian Shiyu tilted her head back to drain a bottle. Feeling it was still insufficient, she glanced at Yufan, whose dark head was buried in the ledger, and without uttering a word, she approached the liquor cabinet to retrieve a bottle of wine, accompanied by a fine glass. She was well aware that hastily consuming red wine could lead to unfortunate consequences. She had no desire to appear flushed and unrefined. Yangchen and Gu Xing stood motionless, observing the two with heightened vigilance. The arrival of these individuals was peculiar and unsettling, compelling them to remain on guard. Their mental faculties were intensely concentrated, dissipating like flowing water as they raced against time, wagering their very lives. Alas, it seemed that Lady Luck had turned her back on him. Yang Jiazhen shook his head, lacking a rational explanation. His instincts alone guided him. A fleeting inspiration struck him, though he could not articulate its origin. The young man, however, appeared to possess an inexplicable strength of spirit. As if shielded by some unseen barrier, could it be a treasure of sorts? Such a swift and lethal assault drained the life force of the commoners in an instant. Even a fully charged opponent could not withstand it. Usually, when I express my concerns, you all refuse to heed my words. Now, as we venture into the abyss, you will have no choice but to listen. The old woman chuckled. Exactly. This is the diligent Tom, striving towards his goals. whether one admires or detests him. To rise above others demands earnest effort. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the Level 4 support gym made a swift decision to abandon its ADC and flee. However, it quickly dawned on him that the effectiveness of those words depended on being controlled by the fragrance, a condition that Yatana had never satisfied, slightly easing his worries. He and Husi had long harbored intentions to depart, having little regard for loyalty, and were indifferent to betraying their organization. Observing his teammates brimming with vitality, Suziwa's face blossomed with a confident smile. He was elated and immediately gathered his belongings to head to Wenyan's residence. The implication clear, he intended to watch over Wenyan. A sudden chill permeated silently through his pores, reaching deep into his very core. The concept of intent was about mastering one and Appos' power, a realization that had taken him a considerable time to grasp. Xiandong reflected upon his own meager influence. Lost in contemplation. I have come to assist the Chancellor in defeating Yuan Shao. Ziyu laughed heartily, for Cao Cao, barefoot, had come to greet him, signifying his considerable importance in Cao Cao's eyes. If any issues arose, he held the authority to summon individuals or to subject the correspondence to an X-ray examination. Who goes there? Lu Jian and Appos' authoritative voice rang out, his martial armor enveloping him, ever ready for action. I found it curious and inquired, with Guan Gong gone. Has he been replaced by the Dragon Pillar? Is there a story behind this? I refused to believe this was merely a prank. I had no acquaintances so dull-witted. Moreover, I had only begun using a mobile phone after leaving school, and the number was newly acquired, known to but a handful of people. Chapter 32. I will have the bodyguard escort you. Upon seeing Su Beichen's demeanor, Lin Xingya immediately discerned that he was preoccupied with pressing matters. As the Lord of Kanglan turned to gaze at the three-dimensional projection, the elite guards of the Kanglan city, who had previously obstructed Lin Shiyun and Appos' view, graciously stepped aside. Unfortunately, this moment of respite was fleeting, as the queen, who had been seeking Su Luo for days, fortuitously encountered her in jovial company with Wei Qing, igniting her fury. You are astute, yet there are many intricacies of human affairs that you have yet to grasp, Su Beichen remarked with a shake of his head. Yasuo observed the green giant being swung about and sensed something amiss, as if something were affixed to its back. Having completed his business, Imo Ziqian slowly rose from the cool couch. Cold Imo, she promptly moved to support Imo Ziqian's right arm upon noticing his struggle. Not far off, a building collapsed. And Yun, resembling a shattered doll, was abruptly propelled out, landing near Natasha. As if sensing Hiltelli's and Appos' skepticism, that voice abruptly vanished. Since Elder Yu became the chief sculptor at Jingxing Jewelry, the business has flourished, with an increasing number of orders, in just over a month. Li Xing's father was compelled to open 2 additional branches. If his assertions were indeed true, then his current predicament rendered all his previous convictions utterly ridiculous. How naive Chen Mu was, believing that the technique he employed, the Royal Blade Chan of Finfu, was merely a facade. Despite Fang Ye's attribute's spiritual power being limited against Si Kong Wuji, it nonetheless proved ineffective against him. Yet, this indulgence was shattered after Emperor Shijia and Appos' demonic lineage was obliterated by Zitong Su, and Dxian and Appos' identity was laid bare. Feng Zhongliu spent his days in slumber and nights in the company of Jiang Xia. During the day, she was surrounded by numerous companions. But the night belonged solely to him. Most importantly, she aspired to acquire over 100 acres of land on the outskirts of the county to establish a cotton spinning factory, thus ensuring a future for cotton quilts and fabrics. Su Yun was consumed by rage, her heart growing cold with despair. Why was it that each time she believed her heart had ceased to ache, she was inevitably wounded anew? The mysterious figure, shrouded in absolute darkness, without possessing a magical crystal, nonetheless had eyes that glimmered like ghostly flames. The situation became momentarily stagnant, with the audience falling silent. Even the dullest among them realized that trouble had come to the bar. Chu Sun refrained from recklessly advancing. This confinement lacked a focal point, and should the spellcaster sense even a slight misstep, they would immediately be alerted. The Hua family had arrived, greeted at the entrance by their younger generation, with Huasheng standing foremost. Tao Yaoyo, you wait for me. Qingqing stomped her foot, uttering a quick remark before dashing up to the 3rd floor. A dark, ink-like energy manifested abruptly behind a formidable malevolent spirit, transforming into a shadowy thunderfire that erupted instantaneously. Shi Shiyan was indeed oblivious to Princess Omping's affairs, having never taken an interest in her highness. The esteemed status of Princess Onping diminished drastically with the demise of King Rui, leading to the obliteration of the wealth and glory associated with his lineage. In these tumultuous times, devoid of her royal brother and aunt, Appo's support, the princess found herself utterly powerless. Inside the sacrificial array, a chaotic battle ensued, mirrored by an equally fervent exchange of insults outside, where over 100 robust figures were sharply divided into two factions. Han Feng felt an exhilarating surge after consuming the souls and memories of 3 sea tribes, engulfed in a profound sense of comfort and an insatiable swell of magical energy. Hearing this, the Dragon Cavalry and Appo's, as commander, his expression somber and eyes slightly reddened, shook his head and sighed, addressing Zhai Shan. Thank you for sharing this with me. But it is a personal matter, unrelated to you. I would prefer that you refrain from further inquiries. With that, he turned and departed. The voice belonged to the second elder of the Thunder God Temple, Cheng Kuan, whose hair and beard trembled with a palpable martial aura. In the military conference hall of the Jinxia Allied Forces, generals sat in solemn silence, with a figure in black military attire, adorned with bronze armor and a helmet. Sitting at the forefront, his complexion a healthy shade of wheat. Hiemo, feeling disheartened, observed someone else indulging with increasing enthusiasm and smugness. Swallowing hard as he silently procured a pair of chopsticks to add more meat to his plate. 2 horses stood side by side, sure you famed navigation. Glancing back intentionally or unintentionally, as a rider clad in black swept past, stirring up dust in their wake. Upon closer inspection, the seeds appeared semi-transparent. Roughly the size of a minute, with something akin to smoke swirling within. As Chapter 33 unfolded, the sight of her sister and Appo's eyes gleaming with envy upon encountering a pure black unicorn brought a faint smile to Sue's lips. Despite having changed bodies, many of her habits remained intact, including her persistent affection for riding beasts. Li Shimin was taken aback by a counsel suggesting that Lu Mu and Donggu Lanrua should face severe punishment for their lack of reverence towards the sage. What kind of person is she? Domnr's eyes blazed with fury, finding Feng Chuqin as detestable as Shiweming. The mere thought of abandoning Yixiawu thrilled her. Finally resigning to her fate, Ming Shiyan perceived that Shilinyu, typically her ally, was also grappling with her own destiny. As Zimo Yinxiu entered, the familiar scene unfolded before her eyes. Albeit today was different. Her face was adorned with rouge, adding a splash of color. Yet her once vibrant eyes now appeared lifeless. At the dock, the rules enforced were reminiscent of those seen in old Shanghai television dramas, involving issuing tickets. I shall wait for you forever, but I hope that when you turn 18, we can be together. This girl seemed somewhat oblivious to her own feelings. In the bitter cold of a night bereft of their mother, the warmth shared between the siblings dispelled much of the night's chill. Before the 4th Master Chihua could finish his sentence, Chu Nanxian had already vanished in a flash, promptly followed by Nangong Lingfeng. Young Luo excitedly leaned out of the carriage, screaming as if she wished to hurl herself entirely through the window. No, she must keep her word. Gu Chaoshi had already begun to tug at her clothing. The rhythmic sound of hooves approached, echoing like a heartbeat. The indistinct figures gradually came into focus. After speaking, she abruptly covered her mouth, panicking as she hid behind Qin Bei Feng, stammering while pointing at Qin Xiao, saying, You, a phone, she. She intended to express that Qin Xiao would grow larger, unlike ordinary people, but hesitated to voice it. The leisurely man was none other than the tardy Langya. For him, such a degree of tracking was child's play. He had once hunted similar creatures in the African forest by following baboon droppings. Not to mention countless games of hide and seek with international special forces and mercenaries. At that moment, in a secluded jungle, a flash of white light split a fire dragon lizard in two. Fu Yunqi wept continuously, though not in loud sobs, but rather in quiet, delicate gasps. Adding to her charm, trouble me, and I assure you, your demise will be most unpleasant. The harbinger of death smiled at Ouyang Pingqing, yet that smile appeared particularly sinister. Ouyang Pingqing reciprocated with a forced grin, gesturing in a mockingly polite manner. Young master. The crowd, indeed everyone, addressed him with a mixture of detachment and reverence, including by Jinxiu, who also referred to him in such a manner. Not far away, a pair of eyes silently observed everything. Upon hearing this valuable information, they brightened and hurried outside. Initially, the intent was merely to ascertain whether this individual was as exceptional as Fan Beatsai. It now seemed he was rather impressive. Tianyu gazed at the storage ring, within which were several well-preserved yellow-grade magical artifacts left behind by the old ghost. He had discarded them, deeming them unnecessary. yet they remained intact. There was no alternative. The supervisor generally did not possess such a good temper. Had it been in the past, he would have surely scolded loudly by now. Meanwhile, the Bai family's banquet commenced, with 8 dishes adorning the table. Lacking in exotic delicacies and falling short of a chef's finesse, each homely dish nevertheless exuded the essence of home, the affliction that had tormented him for years. To claim it was painless felt foreign, yet more than that, he held deep admiration for Wen Xian. Feng Qingyan regarded her as an elder sister. Now that she was threatened, how could she remain indifferent? In an instant, Yin Lufeng was being beaten, his earlier composure utterly vanquished. A foot gently brushed against the blanket, and the Tai Chi Yuan Qi surged forth, intertwining with the talisman arrays on the blanket. Suddenly, some talisman arrays shifted under the influence of the Tai Chi Yuan Qi, which absorbed calamities for its own use, rendering even the divine transformation stage unable to perceive it. Du Chen knew that Su Qi might seek his master, while Chen Boyi assumed Su Qi was looking for Wei Li, thus refraining from further comment. Since entering the coral spiral, everyone has been on edge, with no opportunity to catch their breath. Exhaustion has set in, and after a bit of persuasion from me, the spirits of Uncle Ming and the siblings Duo Ling have relaxed slightly, allowing them to succumb to slumber in the rubber boat. Is the National Sorcerer's Base a place you can come and go as you please? Lu Qing inquired. That is certainly not the case. The expression of ancestor blood Song Qiong softened slightly, and with a hint of resignation, he replied. Many matters were not beyond his perception. Rather, he chose to ignore them, unwilling to acknowledge their significance. However, this time, Sha Yueqiang displayed no fear and directly stated, "What does the Marquis mean? Even if he seeks to slander me, does he truly believe he possesses the right to do so?" Tong Ren felt a jolt of anxiety, nearly revealing her secret of having sought a position as a full-time assistant to an artist outside, but ultimately restrained herself. Under pressure from the court officials, Morong Zhaoyan scolded Jing Ge, who, in a fit of humiliation and anger, stormed off. In a fit of rage, Morong Zhaoyan dismissed numerous beauties and demoted all officials responsible for sending these handsome men to the palace. Naturally, Lan Lingo was aware of these developments. In her previous life, she had shunned the outside world, neglecting such trivial matters. However, circumstances had changed. She intended to lead Yongyu and Lan Xuewu from what they perceived as paradise to the depths of despair, gradually peeling away their glamorous facades to reveal the decay beneath. Suddenly, a group of soldiers was thrown into panic as a startled white squirrel leaped to the ground, scurrying about in fear. At that moment, one soldier, overwhelmed with anxiety, shockingly lost control of his bladder. Wang Xia's fury intensified. Had it not been for her father's insistence that she befriend the Meng family to get closer to the Meng brothers, she would never have deigned to visit them. However, once those words escaped her lips, regret washed over her as mocking and displeased voices echoed in her ears. All the ifs that once lingered had now come to fruition. Nothing could change the reality that she was utterly incapable of rescuing Wu Chongqing. The world was in turmoil, reminiscent of Wang Meng's usurpation of the Han dynasty. While the rebellious son Wukong lay imprisoned beneath the Five-Finger Mountain by Buddha, commencing a 500-year confinement. It is customary for soldiers to express their approval not with applause but with stomping feet, as their hands are occupied with weapons. This manner of approval, though unconventional, showcases the military spirit. If all soldiers stomped their feet while shouting in unison, the spectacle would indeed be awe-inspiring, causing the very earth to tremble. Reflecting on her youth, she recalled pinning numerous large character posters. Once a poster was affixed, even the mightiest could be brought down. People placed their trust not in hearsay but in the printed word. If some information was transformed into print, the number of believers would surely increase. Yuchun remained unconvinced, as the channels for game distribution and platforms lay firmly in her hands. The quality of the product determined the platform's ability to develop sustainably, and thus she saw no detriment in rejecting such social niceties. Upon hearing this good news, Yuchun temporarily forgot her intention to have Huang Shihe take a break, redirecting her gaze toward the monitor nearby. As Lu Hai proceeded forward, he demonstrated his agility. With a mere thought, 4 figures appeared beside Lu Hai, 2 on each side. They had passed several shops offering exchange rules for elixirs, yet the senior brother had not paused for a moment. Upon hearing the cries of a child, Zhuangzi hastily descended from the back of the person he was carrying, rushing to the entrance to knock on the door while calling out. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Suna realized what was happening, it was already too late. Yu Wuxin smirked, believing that his innermost feelings had suddenly surfaced. His face turned crimson. It was Yin Tao and Appo's order. He retrieved a white jade vial from his sleeve, poured out a crystal-clear pill, approached Qin Mo's bedside, pried open her mouth, and placed the pill inside. Just a mere dependent. How dare he push me and mock me so coldly? He shall await my vengeance. She vowed not to rest until she had repaid this grievance. With the cautionary tale of Lu Quan in mind, which of the officials would dare to mention the welcoming banquet again? Li Songjia, who had missed the feast, was lamenting Li Hongji's lack of consideration for his younger brother. While brushing his teeth, he suddenly heard a commotion at the door. Peering out with a toothbrush in his mouth, he wondered who else but that pitiful girl had come again. Qi Wen observed Madame Chiu, while Yuan Qing remained stationary. Her strength not yet fully restored, uncertain of her chances against Yuan Qing. She only hoped that she would not be wary and would step closer. Distancing herself from Yuan Qing, the fellow trembled as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Su Qin glanced over and memorized the number at once. As did Li Jessen. If there is an afterlife, may we never meet again. Qin Mo and Appo's once clear eyes gradually dimmed. Your Majesty. A man claiming to be the Prince of Dezhou requests an audience. A eunuch announced as he bent low and entered. Lu Lichuan feigned ignorance. Consuming dumplings bite by bite, occasionally nibbling a steamed bun, this was his habit, rooted in his belief that dumplings were not a staple but merely a dish, thus requiring a bit of staple food to feel satisfied and savor the meal. Due to the aggressive advances of the Shu kingdom, Wei's great general Sima Yi chose to avoid confrontation. Sima Yi, a master strategist, was the reason Zhuge Liang failed in all 6 of his campaigns against Wei. By the way, I bought some food. See if there's anything you like, Cheng Muyu said as she stood to retrieve items from her shopping bag, prompting Qin Yu to recall the question she had meant to ask earlier. Brother Di was rather foolish, as a shaman with the eye of heaven. Although Xian Yin might not be able to heal Brother Di and Appo's injuries completely, she could certainly remedy them by 70 to 80%. Losing a bet is inconsequential. Everything remains unchanged, but should one win, it would enable any disciple from their side to suddenly become a super warrior, thereby overpowering the entire scene. She merely succumbed to sleep due to the overwhelming power. Once fully refined, she would awaken, and her cultivation would significantly elevate. Bai Xiao gazed down at her pitiful bag, letting out a helpless sigh. It was indeed her fault for placing her household registration book and identification card in the outer pocket. Had she tucked them away in the inner compartment, she would have lost only her wallet. During lunch, she had confided in Wang Fong, yet the latter concealed everything and had no intention of being honest. This reflection led Bai Xiao to realize that she was, regrettably, not a true friend. In this age of advanced information, acquiring knowledge is remarkably easy. Hua, have you truly made up your mind? Are you not blinded by ignorance? Or is Nanka's gaze flitting about Li Hua, suggesting other thoughts? He remained rational, devoid of ulterior motives. Previously, the matter had gone unnoticed. But once someone mentioned the nauseating odor, it pricked the ear like a thorn, constantly reminding of its presence. Yet, as the saying goes, what can one do when the bright moon shines upon the drainage ditch? Zhong was not a practitioner of physical arts. Rather, he was an adept of earthy sensations, skilled not in the corporeal but in the ethereal. Pei Yinxiu stood nearby, exuding a sense of pride, brimming with vitality and unabashedly indulging in self-admiration. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Nuan awaited Gu Ci, frequently checking the time on her phone, her brow furrowing as it passed 9 in the evening. Lu Shirshi nodded, leading Yu Ying and Yu Cheng into the house, while the unfortunate prince, as a mere follower, trailed behind. Zhu Beiji cast a fleeting glance at the river before silently retrieving a bowl from his suitcase, filling it with water from the river, and handing it to Sun Wukong. Lin Ying then quickly seized a few, discovering it to resemble a shell-like object. Perhaps I have digressed. Ultimately, within a cold clay figure, it is impossible to foster conditions for life. Could Meng Jiang truly be unaware of this? Or have I misinterpreted the situation? At this moment, the autumn air was crisp, with not a cloud in sight. The sun, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, was less intense than at midday, yet devoid of the somberness of sunset. It cast a warm glow upon the earth, creating an ideal atmosphere for basking in the sun, sipping tea, and engaging in conversation. Not only is this work a monumental achievement in expanding the KBS's market for gold soil dramas, but it also marks Park Jun's return as the screenwriter, filling one with boundless anticipation. He was aware that, at this juncture, the matter at hand held paramount importance. His plans to flirt must be indefinitely postponed. Even if Gong Xingyan proclaimed his participation in this incident as a friend of Mu Yu in a personal capacity, it would pose a significant inconvenience for him. Then, I distinctly heard someone exclaim, and I too sensed something amiss, prompting me to halt my steps. Furthermore, due to her naturally endearing visage and exceptional looks. Zhang Hua had been positioned by the agency as an idol poised for acting development from the very beginning. He harbored resentment towards Xinwen for her indifference, which ultimately led to his current predicament. Reflecting on this, he couldn't and Oppos. He helped but grasp why, despite her lack of exposure, she remained perpetually popular. Within the tent, Tyro and her subordinates were deliberating the forthcoming battle strategies when a soldier arrived to report. Upon arriving at the juvenile detention center, the lawyer cautioned me to turn off my phone. I gazed at the towering, frigid walls and the overcast sky, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. Heeding his advice, we took a closer look, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, she had expelled a dark, viscous blood. It was not merely that Xiao Shiqing and Mei Feng doted on her excessively, but rather that she harbored a psychological barrier against fire, preventing them from allowing her too much exposure. Otherwise, she risked losing control at any moment. She cast a lingering glance at the newcomer, only to see them settle onto the lower bunk opposite her, their waist-length ponytail trailing gracefully behind. Long Qianyu pointed toward the sea, where I beheld Xiao Luo standing atop a tiger shark, pushing a boat. The vessel tilted precariously until it finally capsized under his force. Now, the prospect of learning martial arts seemed too late, yet the thought of one day pinning her down, witnessing her helpless and pleading expression, ignited an irrepressible urge to train. Moreover, for Xiao Weixing to smoothly ascend to the position of the Dali Temple's chief, it was evident that unseen hands were aiding and orchestrating this ascent. Having reached the opposite bank, Cheng Yihan clutched Di Qin's half-soaked hat in one hand, while grasping her arm with the other, slowly making their way toward their residence. Han Ying had always been one to understand the nuances of advance and retreat, yet the counterfeit sought to deceive without weighing its own position. In reality, the form of the primordial spirit could also engage in combat, potentially amplifying the power of magical artifacts and spells. However, the renowned transformation expert from Lingao Mountain had long since recognized that the one acting from the shadows was a being more formidable than himself, completely draining him of the courage to fight. Thus he dared not linger any longer. You are truly beautiful, Lu Qingyi remarked sincerely after observing the person behind her for a considerable time, devoid of any jest, genuinely appreciating the chilling vibrancy of their presence. Chapter 36. The crux is, if I say I and Oppos am going to England, does that ignite your expectations? Ling Shichuan and Oppos' hands, resting on his knees, clenched tightly. Yet his tone remained remarkably calm. I resorted to the same old trick, intending to lure them out to the outskirts, for it was still dim outside, with hardly any pedestrians or vehicles in sight, rendering me an easy target. After a moment of confusion, they retreated to the bedroom, remaining inside for quite a while, while I, having finished my meal, sprawled on their sofa, contemplating whether I should take my leave. It turned out that Ming Lu had learned that the nearby cities of Qincheng had been engulfed in turmoil for the past few months, leading to a soaring demand for iron, with many skilled ironworkers flocking to Qincheng, hoping to be recognized and utilized, seeking a path to wealth and success. Since his Wan and Oppos was a gentle and graceful maiden, she would not resort to violence, but would instead allow others to do so. Clearly, they had not anticipated that this would be the eventual outcome, finding it somewhat difficult to accept. Upon entering the door, I spotted Yuan Bao huddled at the entrance, a look of sheer terror on his face. Upon seeing Wen Ruatio, he immediately leaped into action. Xia Qishao remained silent, her lips gently pursed as she let out a soft sigh, her eyes betraying a hint of surprise that was perceptible to those around her. Xiao Zitian and Oppos' gaze flickered, her fingertips tightly clenched together. How could a man utter such words? What distinguished him from a beast? Even though this place was the divine realm of the high gods, it did not imply complete isolation, merely a certain degree of shielding from the outside world. I have seen everything, even things that have yet to manifest, Platinum Crow remarked, his tone laced with mockery and inquiry, ridiculing their unacknowledged intimacy while genuinely hoping that the two were indeed unscathed. The mist could only be perceived when one approached. From the shore, nothing seemed amiss. The transparent jade orb appeared to mock his ineptitude, its inner starlight shimmering ever more brilliantly. However, the bumper cars lacked sufficient power, despite all four vehicles having their accelerators fully pressed. They remained stagnant in the middle of the road, as though they had not pressed the gas at all. A letter bore the words, Zhao Yuhua is in my possession. If you wish for Zhao Yuhua to remain unharmed, come to the cliff pavilion by the Bailan River outside Qinshan Prefecture to atone. It was signed by Wang Yu. Bei Yang ceased to respond, his expression calm and unruffled, yet the hand gripping the feather fan trembled with anger. He could somewhat understand the shop owner and Appo's intentions. But it was ultimately a situation of helplessness. Listening as Zhou Ziyu spoke of Zhou Zichang and then Zhou Ziqin, Yin Lingwei smirked slightly. She initially believed Zhou Ziyu and Appo's cold demeanor towards Zhou Zichang stemmed from the enmity between the queen and the imperial consort, not realizing there was another layer to the matter. My sister, my family, those I love and who love me, none shall be touched. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Very well, everyone sit cross-legged, embracing unity. And do not trust what lies before your eyes to avoid confusion of the mind, Xia Qiudong stated earnestly. A buyout contract was worth 100 taels. With a penalty for breach set at 200 taels, the formula sold for 500 taels, and ice blocks fetched 70 taels. The remaining funds would be shared with the Sun family. A marriage alliance with a powerful royal prince would greatly bolster the Haywood family, potentially reversing their increasingly unfavorable position in the ongoing, subtle power struggles with several prominent families. Due to the crowd, Lin Yi and his companion were among the last to arrive, unable to advance despite their efforts to push through. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yi's forehead. His breathing steady and measured, his gaze fixed intently on the ethereal vine in the flames, unwilling to afford any lapse in attention. On the deserted street, freshly washed by rain, hurried footsteps echoed, the soles of shoes splashing against the water's surface, creating a continuous sound. The morning meal held little novelty, consisting merely of a few sweet potatoes, which Sun had handed to Lu Jiao. Tang Shan was startled, quickly releasing his grip, his mouth agape as he struggled to suppress the pain and utter his name. Have you noticed that in your WeChat contacts, aside from me and Aunt G, everyone else is of the same gender as you? Yu Tian had just taken a moment to peruse the profiles of his WeChat friends. It has now been 3 months since Huangfu Dongmei's rebellion. The bandits on Wang Mangling, intimidated by the formidable presence of their leader Huangfu Dongmei, dared not resist. After enduring 3 months of trepidation, they finally mustered the courage to descend the mountain with a swagger. Ahead, the first sight that greeted them was a plaque inscribed with the elegant characters of Tian Xianzong. It was truly a lavish display, so abundant that Mu Xiaoxia could hardly consume it all, even with a full stomach, while Yin Jiao Zhao idly plucked her harp. The winds of change in the capital had already undergone several tumultuous shifts. This morning, within a house on Shituzu, a male corpse was discovered. Reports indicate that the deceased was the owner of the residence, named Zhou Weiliang. Preliminary examinations by the coroner suggest that Zhou Weiliang met his demise between 2 and 5 o'clock the previous morning, the cause being a stab wound to the heart. Chapter 37. Clearly, Li Mejun was aware of her own timidity, yet she also understood that the old lady's eccentricity was unparalleled. Had Lin Wanong approached her for an interview, she would undoubtedly have been dismissed. Long Haoran remained vigilant of the foolish Prince Long Xiaoyan, likely due to the latter's miraculous escape from peril. By who? Keep a close watch on Long Xiaoyan. You and Ning Rushi stay here and wait. I shall investigate that pack of snow wolves. He Lanyao instructed by Hu before swiftly darting away. Although this was merely a statement from the fourth prince, it left both individuals profoundly grateful, for they had heard of a grand estate, expansive enough to encompass an entire county. Lin Wantong and Chung Muzin were overly confident, believing that their territory would shield them from harm, especially since Ching Muzin had chosen individuals who were relatively honest and reliable, devoid of malicious intent. Thus, they were destined to encounter misfortune. What else could happen? Rest assured, you can safely farm minions in the bot lane. I will inform you when you are needed. Wang Yu said with an encouraging smile. Based on the intelligence gathered from previously arranged informants, your current situation abroad is precarious, and you may soon find yourself in a position of nominal authority. Chun Yun conveyed the intelligence to Lu Fan. Suddenly, a chill wind blew from behind, causing Lin Yao's hair to stand on end. Before she could scream, a hand clamped firmly over her mouth. However, those individuals were not mere reflections of Yin Dong, but rather a projection function he had gleaned while scavenging for cultivation chips. This projection, though not as robust as an actual mirror image, served merely as an illusion. The young man smiled, embracing the elderly figure who had long wished to soothe his troubled heart. He felt a sense of comfort, realizing that although he could not find someone who truly understood his plight, he was not without those who cared for him. Such a realization was undoubtedly beautiful, as a smile graced his lips and a twinkle of joy appeared in his eyes. As the first act concluded and the curtain fell, the lights illuminated the entire venue, awakening the audience from their reverie. In an instant, applause erupted like thunder, A torrential storm of cheers and accolades filled the air, drowning out all else. The din nearly threatened to lift the roof off. "Where are you?" Ian cried out anxiously, never expecting they would venture into such a vast, foggy forest. Jinyu remarked. "What a splendid description. The tourism environment is excellent, with an influx of visitors, leading to a wealth of resources and thriving business." Outside Fengzhou City, the aroma of meat wafted through the air as hundreds of large pots simmered with chunks of horse meat. The female soldiers had commenced their meat-cooking endeavor once again. At that moment, Sister Fo and Qing Yiyun rushed over to Lin Kuan in hurried strides, helping him up and shielding him behind them. Their eyes anxiously fixed on the swirling black mist. Bing slowly opened his eyes, feeling a void in his mind, as if many things were missing. The distance to Funyo Mountain was not far. After fording the White River, they had entered the territory of Nanzhou County, already within the bounds of Funyo Mountain. As dawn broke, the army had set up camp in the fields before the eastern canyon of Funyo Mountain. Jinyu noted, the new semester is already more than half over. Yet not a single person seems inclined to sleep, play on their phones, or even speak, rendering the classroom atmosphere quite lively. At the foot of Huqi Mountain, there were guards, but they were swiftly eliminated by Xiang Hao, who showed no mercy to the mountain bandits notorious for their wicked deeds. In the central region of the Luosu continent, the pinnacle of the celestial realm represented the most formidable power, and the Holy Sun was a paragon among them. Their adversaries this time were even more formidable. It is noteworthy that Ruixin had conducted a comprehensive scan of the entire Xianyang star without detecting any traces of other cosmic beings, indicating that this entity could evade even Ruixin's scrutiny. Observing the dejected expressions of those around her, Beikue merely gestured for Gu Yin to pilot the helicopter away without uttering a word. Had it not been for Yi Qin's intention to allow them to depart, their current state of safety would have been questionable. However, unexpectedly, as time passed and years rolled on, what was once deemed a waste had ascended to the pinnacle of power, capable of contending with deities and rivaling the heavens. The deep crimson color varied in intensity, with the darkest portion being the most striking, as vibrant as if it possessed life itself. Ding dong. The players activated the map. A system prompt echoed in their ears. And Hu Bai exchanged a glance with Shi Liyang, both promptly opening the player map. Just moments ago, despite their previous arrogance, the imminent threat of death instilled a profound fear within them. Upon entering the rear hall of the Xianzheng Palace, Li Shun removed his jacket, reclined on the sofa, and accepted the teacup handed to him by Su Haitang, taking a sip before setting it down and rubbing his forehead. Gan Ning, seeing Ma Zhong's boldness, was even less inclined to hold back. Intoxicated, he began to loudly rally the troops. Wulinda Gu Si clapped her hands, then grasped her chest where she had been pierced, tearing it apart with force, splitting the Jin soldier into Appo's body in two, blood spraying everywhere as she spat out a mouthful. In the Xian realm, it is said that awakening one's cultivation talent relies on the Kaiko Dan, with the ultimate limit being the upper three great masters. Forever unable to attain sainthood, Guadalu finally began to grasp some of the underlying meanings, recognizing that it was fundamentally a matter they originally believed that with their intelligence, they could discover the method to restore the Rubik's Cube within a mere 2 hours. If they were to frequently encounter other players, merely relying on hunting could yield them substantial wealth. It is common knowledge that hunting others can be immensely profitable. Yet not everyone possesses the capability to succeed in such endeavors. Without the requisite strength to ensure their safety, one risks becoming the hunted rather than the hunter. Chapter 38. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Weilin and Appo's entitled demeanor is quite irksome, Yin Mu Yang is not reliant on this web project for his livelihood. Li Xiaoao opened his mouth to swallow the green light, momentarily startling the cultivator. Before he could react, Li Xiaoao had already delivered a sharp slap through the air. There is a saying that moderation is key. Everything must maintain a balance, for if pushed too far, it may provoke the ferocity of these two, making them genuinely dangerous. The two men turned pale, and the third drew his dagger, cursing fiercely as he lunged at the massive wolf. After listening to the discussion, Chuiong and the others found the ideas presented to be quite plausible and consequently decided to execute them without further contemplation. Xia Jin hesitated momentarily, feeling it inappropriate to immediately retort, and could only smile warmly at the nurse as a form of greeting. However, he could not be entirely blamed. During his months here, the topics he heard most frequently revolved around Yin and Old Luo. Thus, encountering someone who had long departed from this wretched place unexpectedly could lead to astonishment and a slip of the tongue. In the distance, Major General Ball, having just exited the watchtower, did not immediately board his vehicle, but instead contemplated the two cars before him, a bold idea flickering through his mind. The post-match media conference undoubtedly left the prideful Lakers players in a state of disbelief. For several consecutive days, the newspapers in Gangjiang were filled with reports about the airborne fortress, this colossal aerial behemoth. Despite Ying Yupei and Appo's reluctance, she had no choice but to rise and take her leave, pondering that next time she would choose a more auspicious day to pay a visit. Chen Shui, with a hint of infatuation in her voice, called out, causing the siblings Hu Tu and Hu Jiao to turn their attention to Huang Yurong, making it impossible to overlook him. Upon learning that Aiden had knocked him over and struck his face with a football, Li Zitao surmised that he must look particularly amusing at that moment. The tomb of the Demon King, surprisingly devoid of numerous traps and secret passages, presented a grandeur akin to that of a palace. Due to the war, many young and able-bodied workers had gone to the battlefield, leaving the Tsinghua Chamber of Commerce equally short-handed. At that instant, the boy in the room suddenly trembled. The weakened body that had suffered due to the damage to his martial spirit transformed, gaining extraordinary strength in that moment. However, Kobe and Appo's intentions extended beyond merely wielding basketball shoes. He had an entire series of maneuvers in mind, his thoughts filled with the trends of sports gear that would emerge over the next 2 decades. Achieving over 100 million in earnings within 3 years was not an insurmountable task. During that time, equity profits alone could easily surpass 10 million. My lord, please do not be angry. It was I who instructed them to act thus. If you must place blame, let it fall upon me. Jiasu hurriedly approached Gao Fei, pleading for mercy on behalf of Pang De and the others. 2 swirling shades of grayish-blue merged seamlessly, and the formidable essence of spirit was utterly shattered at that moment, transforming into countless wisps of spiritual energy that danced around Ning Rongrong, continuously infiltrating her body through the pores. After Left Feng departed, Gao Fei conducted an inspection within the confines of Chinsong City, soothing the injured soldiers, genuinely extending his care and compassion towards his subordinates, earning accolades within the camp. Long Moshuan felt a sense of bewilderment. When did the interactions between him and Lung Yuru transform into a cycle of mutual harm as a means of demonstrating their concern for one another? He yearned for the beauty of their initial acquaintance, longing for Lang Yuru's warm smile instead of her current sarcastic remarks. The Bug King needed to remain in Dubai to collaborate with the Sky Eagle on the operation of the Black Box auction, while the Car God and Blood Crane departed for the United States, seeking ways to investigate the matters concerning the White Ape, ideally visiting to ascertain the authenticity of its identity. Ling Tian scoffed, his figure flashing as he raised his clenched right fist, delivering a punch aimed at the giant and Appo's armpit with lightning speed. The giant had no time to evade. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying against the wall, coming to a halt with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Ling Tian. I tell you, you are not allowed to come here tonight. Otherwise, we will ensure mutual destruction, Gong Shuahan stated. Mo Qingying and Linda exited the company together, heading towards a nearby restaurant. Qingying, can you still hold on? Linda asked with concern, noting her pallor after a sleepless night and a morning filled with meetings. By the way, could you help me check if there are any shops on this street with the surname Zhuang? They have a son named Zhuang He, but I am unaware of his specific activities, Qin Fei remarked casually. Observing Su Li Ju's unwillingness to bow, the emperor found himself in a quandary. After all, he was the emperor and could not easily lower himself before his ministers. Do you remember? I gazed blankly at the table, recalling that during my freshman year, my favorite food was ramen. Upon hearing Qin Fei's voice, the Qian family's eyes lit up, as they had reached the brink of despair. This meant that among the selected warriors, not only must they possess extraordinary courage, but they also needed to exude a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 39. Although he did not strike Luo Yi, chaos ensued, toppling rocks, flower beds, and nearby water tanks, leaving the scene in utter disarray. The master has arrived. As soon as we stepped inside, the villagers in the courtyard stood to attention. He spoke of matters that I found quite reasonable, although it seemed that Qin Yuan's views were always in opposition to his. The surroundings were tranquil. Shan squatted to the side, vigilantly surveying the area, with lanterns hanging at every courtyard entrance, illuminating the entire street with a bright glow. Engaging in combat with Yakumo, who has mastered the Appo's Monster Fist, and Appo's, is no trivial endeavor. Had it not been for this opportunity to traverse the world of Demon Slayer, where she encountered Bai, who had awakened the Appo's pattern state and Appo's during battle, Resonating with the breathing technique and subsequently mastering the pattern state herself, she would have been defeated long ago. Subsequently, Lord Yu spoke of Yuan Qiming, who, in pursuit of a precious artifact, had callously eliminated an entire family without leaving a single soul behind, not even an infant in its cradle. Upon his arrival, a venerable elder from a sect had just been unceremoniously cast down from the arena by Yun Mingyao, eliciting a chorus of applause. At that moment, two sharp claws erupted simultaneously from the belly of the two-headed snake, ripping through flesh with a sound akin to tearing cloth. As its abdomen was split open from top to bottom, this revelation was not lost on Emperor Kongping, who remained remarkably composed in anticipation of the impending upheaval. Even managing a smile upon seeing Qingzhao, a faint plume of blue smoke wafted from the gun's muzzle, revealing a gaping hole in the mattress beneath. Exposing the sponge within, a glance downward revealed a dent in the cement floor, with a bullet embedded within. Iron General casually raised his arm, revealing a dazzling gold watch that shone brilliantly. They soon realized that Li Qianyun was engaged in a duel with a man named Qin Tian. The elder Zhu Sheng and others willingly sacrificed their lives to assist Li Qianyun. Where are you headed? To that rustic paradise, to deceive my mother? That and Oppos, as utterly absurd. Zhang Shanshan scoffed. However, Manager Zhou paid no heed to their musings. After taking a deep breath, he swung the cleaver with force, cleaving the stone, as large as a grinding wheel, in two. Huling Feng was startled by the thunderous voice of Shuang Qingqing in the changing room. However, he touched his ear, a proud smile gracing his face, for he would not forget how Huang Qingqing had gazed at his physique with a starry-eyed expression. The surroundings were dimly lit, illuminated solely by the luminous pearls embedded in the wall of the grand hall below, casting a soft white glow. Captain Xing urged the chief captain to quell his anger, assuring him that he would prepare the usual arrangements to serve them, and that no one would leave without paying a ransom of 500 taels of silver. Please wait a moment. I will take them to register. Xiao Qiuyu's gaze lingered in the direction where the lion had vanished, though his concern was not for the beast, but for the figure seated upon it. Very well, I now declare your sentence. You may die, he proclaimed, not allowing the bald man to finish his words before delivering a swift kick to his vital point. Mo Wanli and Amp, Oppos, S lips curled into a sardonic smile. Their lingering presence in Yinqing was fueled by hope for Yin Qichen, though they remained oblivious to the fact that the very person they placed their hopes in harbored murderous intent towards them. They have come seeking trouble, why not flee? Aishati questioned, panting, her gaze meeting hers with confusion. The silhouette of the dancing city was cast aside, and just as she exhausted her energy to regain her strength, a figure abruptly appeared behind her, striking her away with a single blow. As long as you can protect me, I shall divulge all that I know. And I am capable of taking lives for you, declared Shirley. The time was too brief to reorganize the surrendering soldiers of Ruzbar. Thus she could only inspire them with the simplest of means. With a flicker of thought, Yin Tian summoned the purple wind sword, which danced through the underground jungle, conjuring a tempest of violet winds that shattered colossal trees and fragmented boulders in its wake. By the campfire before the tents, Gao Yu sat before the roaring flames, prepared to unleash the black sun. Sulo, with his ebony hair, sat leisurely in a chair, his gaze fixed upon the white clouds outside the window, lost in quiet contemplation. Initially, Qin Haotian was able to merge his soul with the black gold puppet due to its inherent special functions. Similarly, Jiangxing could now fuse the old man's soul with the black gold puppet. Yin Hong had been watching the man engrossed in the slot machine from afar, losing track of time, while Lusa grew increasingly impatient. This place was the Demon Suppression Office, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin by exterminating demons and other malevolent beings, though it also had various ancillary duties. It was no wonder that classmate Su Rongrong urged him to steer clear of Lu Yiming. Evidently, her warnings bore truth. Several families had also been implicated alongside Li Jia, many of whom were officials with whom Li Ruahai had frequent dealings. The higher one's position, the greater their contribution to the family, naturally elevating their status within it. In the banquet hall, Ken Ross was engaged in conversation with Zekim, Laina, and the old steward, mingling with other prominent figures. The blade in her hand sliced swiftly through various areas, severing putrid flesh and filth, leaving a multitude of processed remnants upon the white gauze. The serene consort proceeded to introduce the remaining concubines, who were not required to perform grand ceremonies, merely offering simple salutations. After a complete rotation to greet her sisters, the introductions were finally concluded. Chapter 40, it was due to the formidable strength of the opponent, who could have anticipated that the lower bracket would lack skilled fighters, resulting in such weak adversaries in the finals? Wei remarked provocatively at Wei Qin. Mr. Luo and Appo's stipulation was that if he was unavailable, his junior would substitute for him. As stated by Hikijing. Upon hearing Huang Zhongjie refer to him as a son-in-law, Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression turning awkward. However, he had no intention of pursuing Zelima. Whether the latter chose to flee or not was inconsequential, for his true target was Kazang. After a thorough contemplation, Tong Xian had devised a relatively comprehensive plan in his mind. While it is crucial for the elderly to maintain a childlike heart, two scenarios may arise, one that is endearing and another that is bothersome. The old woman evidently belonged to the latter. With no choices left, they dashed out in the first instant, ignoring the direction entirely. Song Jianli refrained from acting rashly and promptly entered to pay his respects. Upon witnessing the grave expression etched upon my mother's face, I discerned that a tempest was imminent. The night unfurled without a single soul seeking trouble. Kong Biao had yet to dispatch anyone to summon them to the celestial palace, allowing Nangong Muyang to finally release the heavy stone of anxiety nestled within his heart. Brother, that is a blood maggot. You. My words lingered unspoken, yet Gu Jihan appeared to intuit my concerns and proactively offered an explanation. However, Yun He, though merely 3 years old, not only grasped the importance of showing me due respect but also understood the necessity of providing suggestions and critiques when I erred. The topic veered towards Tang Ling Yun's lifeless body, a sight we all wished to avoid. Thus, I refrained from contesting Meng Chong and Appo's opinion, fully aware of his sentiments. Upon glimpsing the yellow light, one ought to decelerate. This is common knowledge. In such torrential rain, prioritizing safety is paramount. Do you not comprehend? Upon encountering a yellow light, one should gradually halt, awaiting the transition to red before proceeding. Surely, you must know this? It's nothing, merely a sudden recollection of certain matters. Do you have any carpenters here? She certainly could not manage it alone. I glanced at the male student who had spoken, standing at approximately 180 centimeters, indeed robust. Yet I detest being directed by others. We were expelled from the snow cave, cascading downward alongside the flurries of snow. The biting wind scraped against our faces, threatening to cleave them asunder. I inserted the key, turning it gently, and was met with the resonant clicks of mechanisms unlocking. No, that is not my intent. It's just, how should I put it? Do you usually consume such things? Kong Wei did not perceive him as one who would indulge in such fare. Simultaneously, he silently chastised Tang Wu Lin. If one must take a life, why desecrate the body? Such an act is revolting. Look, the ground is littered with mosaics. How could this be acceptable? Whether Emotion S punch could indeed shatter mountains and rivers was a question he preferred not to validate through personal experience. Hence he chose to evade. Although Su Shaoxing presently resembled a state akin to that of a vegetative individual, consciousness still flickered within her mind. I beheld the scene with incredulity, an unsettling disquiet brewing within me, even a sensation of nausea. I dared not delve further into my thoughts and lacked the courage to continue bathing, repeatedly convincing myself that fearsome entities lurked there, that all was but a fabrication. I raised my hand to tap the back of my head, only to hear a robust voice from below exclaiming, "Get lost," unmistakably the voice of old Huang. Startled, I sprang from my bed without pausing to wash my face, rushing down the stairs. Having seen through his intentions, Mu Li unceremoniously dealt him a thrashing, thus calming this gluttonous troublemaker. With such military might at his disposal, along with the power of the Grim Reaper and the terrifying combat prowess of Iper, Harry should encounter no obstacles. Brother Zhu, is it truly the case that Zhang is absent from the residence at this hour? Could it be he has ventured out for revelry? Tang Qi inquired, his brow furrowed. I tightly shut my eyes, unwilling to gaze upon Xia Haoyu, yet felt that hand resting upon the pristine expanse, tightening its grip. Ultimately, only the thumb and forefinger remained, resolutely twisting my focus, the sensations within me becoming increasingly pronounced, compelling me to gently bite my lip. Now, with family members attending school and others engaged in work, Huang Hohat finds herself with little to do. So she tends to the household and Appo's needs. Alas, the effects of the foreign liquor are rather potent, leaving my head spinning. De Guang presses his hand against his forehead, attempting to rise, yet after several efforts, his body feels weak and unresponsive. I blush, unable to meet Xia Haoyu and Appo's gaze as he gently caresses my chin. Suddenly, he leans in and kisses me. Well then, we shall take our leave. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Although Jiang Feng longs to escape this sorrowful place, he maintains his composure. Chapter 41 reveals the formidable nature of this formation. Those lacking in skill either find themselves buried beneath the dust or scorched by lightning. Chu Yunqi cannot help but marvel. Luo Yinqi had no intention of venturing into the witching cave. He merely wished to prevent the young Chu Yunqi from taking unnecessary risks. However, upon hearing her inquiry, he readily agreed. Very well, let us set a time for our departure. The previous incident went unnoticed by Director Wu, yet those who witnessed it were left astounded. The human brain is an incredibly intricate structure, a veritable forbidden zone. Even today, humanity and Apos' understanding of it remains but a fraction. Thus, Han Feng hesitates to act rashly. Fearing potential mishaps, he must first simulate the situation. Chu Yunqi states, there should be no issue. After a pause, she adds, this water-winged Tianluan is a 6th-tier metamorphic beast. I stumbled upon its corpse purely by chance. The establishment of the 11 Fund indeed marks one of the most significant initiatives undertaken by the 11 Studio in 2009, serving as a unique gift to commemorate the studio and Apos' 10th anniversary since its inception in the summer of 2000. A decade, fleeting as it is, has passed in the blink of an eye. Arlo's spirits are high. He finds the air on Paradise Island remarkably refreshing, far superior to that of Sydney. Meanwhile, Catherine Bell juggles her design work while engaging in discussions with the runway director regarding the upcoming show. During this time, she graciously accepts invitations from Tom Ford to attend 2 designer gatherings. Autumn. The familiar voice shatters the calm expression on Xia Hanqiu and Apos' face, and she turns to confront Fu Yingying's furious gaze, rendered speechless. The two are closely entwined, and Rong Jin can hear his rapid heartbeat thundering beneath a facade of composure. Song Qing assesses Li Yongyan, momentarily unsure if Li is merely being foolish or attempting to provoke him with words. God of Wealth? I find myself intrigued by who he refers to, yet given the current atmosphere, I refrain from inquiring further. For a director of my caliber, crafting such a script borders on disgrace. It is tantamount to an apology to the national audience. After all, in Songjia village, Song Qing and Apos' prowess is unmatched, and he holds the esteemed position of village chief. The apple in Jiang and Xi's hand suddenly fell onto the bed, shattering her heart with a thud. She had thought that Mo Yinqing had changed his nature, only to discover that he had brought the old man last night to catch her in the act. This could serve as a safeguard, for the future film industry is bound to flourish increasingly. Even if one does not attain the status of a first, second, or third-tier star, merely playing a supporting role and occasionally acting can yield a fortune beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. The two had known each other since childhood, having studied martial arts under Xiao Wanya for over a decade. Despite his disdain for Shun Yu and Apos' recent actions, he could not fathom that Shin Yu would harbor thoughts of harming his master. Although Lu Huang's strike missed its target, upon witnessing the reaction of the Yamada no Orochi, a fervent smile spread across his face. Otherwise, he would certainly believe that this was not Japan. After all, wasn't Japan a nation that forbade the possession of armies? Arrows rained down densely upon the soldiers of the Panwang army, and in an instant, Yang Zixing's armor was adorned with arrows. I do not know, the Empress murmured. Observing the slight anger on Yi Zhao's face, she realized how astute her actions had been today, feeling a stroke of luck within. Yet, Gui Bao ignored the furious roar of Lang Qiling. They besieged their fellow disciples, and within the formation, their lives hung in the balance. If they did not strike at your Tiangshuanzong now, then whom else would they attack? With a breathtaking velocity, a luxurious sports car tore through the night sky, racing towards them from afar. Hey! Qiu Xian waved his hand in front of Anjian Na and Apos' eyes, wondering how she had suddenly spaced out. Little did he know that others were contemplating how to deal with him after his defeat. This could be considered a lengthy period of training. Qiu Xian smiled faintly. Such training, spanning thousands of miles, was an experience he had yet to encounter. This time, he would indulge in it. Under the sage, all are but ants. Is this not a fallacy? Except for Huorong, who once contended with the sage. Who else possesses such divine abilities? For billions of years, the river of the underworld has sacrificed 480 million blood gods, yet still struggles to rival the sage. Once more, he channeled his energy, summoning 50% of the great Luo's might, and with a single stroke of his sword, he left a deep gash upon the black stone. It had not cleaved it open. A brief utterance, like a long-lost sweet spring or refreshing dew, instantly calmed Hanzai's burning heart. I must see her. This was his heartfelt desire. He yearned to meet her. Chapter 42. Having contemplated many individuals, Yi Yaoguang even doubted the Xinhua emperor. Yet she had never considered the eighth prince, who had been living a reclusive life, practicing Buddhism since bidding farewell to his ghostly brother. He was now truly referred to as the eighth wise king. At present, there seemed to be no better course of action. Once when Tingzhan and his companions were exposed, all would be revealed. The demon scorpion, injured by Yi Yaowang and Amp, Oppos, S auspicious token, rolled backward, finally revealing its true form. Meanwhile, the undercurrents of the former dynasty had surged into the inner palace, where both the palace maids and the various mistresses were filled with trepidation, each shrinking into their own little corners, unwilling to venture out a single step. Since Master Qiren insisted on personally welcoming Yi Yaowang, he would undoubtedly emerge. He was certain to see her. Suddenly, her expression shifted, her eyes glistening with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. The underground arena was in chaos at that moment. The nobles pale and desperate to escape. Even without uttering a word, Lu Weiguo could discern that Lu Chuanshan appeared pallid and devoid of vitality, her mental state severely compromised. Zhou Ren, clad in a black trench coat, approached with a hunting rifle resting on his shoulder. Fei Kong smiled, relief washing over him. Reinforcements had arrived. The devastation wrought by the clash of righteous and malevolent forces had long been restored, yet it remained uncertain whether the wounds buried deep within one's heart had healed. From early morning, he had been persistently teasing her, his intentions undeniably sincere. Thus, he reasoned that engaging in some activities could not be held against himself. One claw rested upon her chest, and upon glancing down, she could not help but push the man beside her away. Moments earlier, the waiter, seething with frustration, vented all his ire on Chu Nan. Chu Nan silently commended Chun Wan and Amp, Oppos, then turned his gaze towards the silent shareholders, their heads bowed. Upon being informed that Lu Yaoqing and Qi Yilin were coming to the villa for dinner, when Lu hurriedly descended the stairs in her slippers. It was this mutated bat that, upon opening its mouth to emit a shriek, caused the six-story teaching building to tremble. After handing the proof to the student responsible for registration, Zhou Ming received his own courtyard. Su Ming could not resist licking his lips. If this monkey wine proved even more potent, it might enhance his strength further, which tantalized him. As the head of the interstellar fortress, Zhou Kuan had no choice but to compile a list of individuals participating in the club entrance examinations as per the school's requirements. The selection of scores was to be uniformly conducted by the instructors of the Galactic University. After speaking, Han Feng casually produced a bronze-level zombie crystal core and waved it in front of Luo Yin. Perhaps the prince truly loved Su Shi to the marrow of his bones. Otherwise, why would he arrange matters in such a manner? The current situation saw the safety zone of the capital city aggressively eliminating the forces belonging to the eastern safety zone. If Li Qianquan remained entangled, Kong Leki had no assurance of rescuing anyone from Han Feng and Amp, Oppos' grasp. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. A man facing issues at home ought to devise solutions rather than evade them, for avoidance would resolve nothing. As the leader sharpened his focus, the unease within him diminished considerably, and he exhaled quietly, feeling a tinge of regret. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the threat posed by Han Feng became, leading the leader to question the accuracy of his prior judgments about him. Walking through the fantastical city, Lin Yifan grew increasingly agitated. The individual remained unconscious, and the dream of sudden wealth had been utterly shattered. Now, individuals like Yi Jing, who were inherently restless, frequently found themselves embroiled in new conflicts. Huichin, aware that Washisho could not handle the situation, simply signaled to his bodyguard to incapacitate him, forcing him to rest. He could also take Qian Fanny out on a date next time, using it as a reference for future strategies. Although their relationship had softened slightly, such matters were still but a shadow of hope. Only the Viceroy and Oppos' personal guards, accompanied by 6 attendants clad in blue and white porcelain patterns, were present. However, to ensure all contingencies were considered, Xiao Yu sent forth the titled Dolua Jikfulide, along with the soul saints Alugalu and Dadi, to Gangshin City. Alugalu, summoned as a sole emperor of level 65, had diligently cultivated over the years to attain a formidable level 74 in soul power. Who could have anticipated that the duo would be capable of vanquishing the master of the second sequence, the Wind King and Amp, Oppos' throne? The dignitaries present were far from foolish. In fact, each was adept at discerning the situation, which was precisely why they had chosen to ally with the Lord of Silence. Initially, some viewers perceived the film's conclusion as unsatisfactory, but after listening to Han Yan's critique, they quickly realized they had been misled by Chen Shinin. The contents of the third carriage appeared rather mundane compared to the previous two, yet Luchin felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. Lin Guan, noticing a sudden disappearance of a significant number of fish beneath her eyes, turned her gaze towards the direction the fish had swum off to, and upon looking up, she beheld Suyu. The scar-faced man inscribed auspicious characters and then used his fragrant blood to mark the belly of a paper effigy. After bidding farewell to the monitor room's administrator, the two directly ventured into the region where the surveillance had malfunctioned, glancing briefly at the vehicles parked there. Unable to discern any clues, Catherine sighed deeply, stating, You still do not understand me. Alas, after so many years dedicated to the teachings, I have grown weary of the bloodshed and turmoil. I wish to lead a simple life. Do you comprehend? As she spoke, she approached him, extending her hand to assist him to his feet. Song Kong regarded the unexpected interloper with an unfriendly demeanor, puzzled by the identity of this unfamiliar youth. In a shroud of mystery, Gu Xuanfeng looked at Shi Xia, hoping she would divulge some insight, but Shi Xia maintained an inscrutable expression, refusing to share. If your enemy is excessively formidable, we shall cease our sponsorship, yet you will still be required to pay the price. She lifted her gaze to her husband, who towered over her by more than 2 heads, his eyes shimmering with a tranquil and profound light. Fang Zishuan's attack was already challenging to withstand, and now, with his injuries, Ma Yifeng and Amp, Oppo's speed and reflexes were slightly diminished. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Tony, without sparing a glance at the dice on the table, buried his face in another young woman's embrace, repeatedly turning his head, seemingly dissatisfied with such a life. The group, their faces pale, dared not venture outward. Instead, they took steps deeper into the tomb. The incident bore no connection to Ao Mu Yang. It was merely the villager's animosity towards his uncle's family, seeking to isolate and drive them away. Hong Jun Daozu, infuriated and humiliated, suddenly produced a whisk, sweeping it with a flick of his wrist, unleashing a gale that sliced through the air towards Taishang below. This assertion held true. Within mere moments, the door was flung open from the outside, and Professor Tian entered, carrying a plastic bag containing 3 bags of salt and a few eggs. Steady your heart. The voice of Lao Rua seemed imbued with a touch of mystical power, causing the ripples in Fang Zishuan's heart to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, a faint yet peculiar aura quietly manifested around him. Over the past few days, Ying had been investigating outside, yet each time, it felt as though they were a step behind. This time, they had finally managed to capture Yunya, albeit at great personal risk. After a round of apologies, Zui Wagucheng led 2 young men away, stopping in an uninhabited area to turn and gaze at the 2 following him, who dared not speak and averted their eyes. During the annual semester assessment for martial arts, all students must enter the sacred domain mountain surrounding the academy for a 20-day trial, where they must hunt magical beasts while surviving amidst the chaos of the sacred domain. In addition, the academy provides each student with a unique spirit token and a points card. How impressive, Zijing remarked, his gaze resolutely fixed on Wei Wei. No, I must strive harder. Wang Mou stepped forward, succinctly recounting the discoveries made by Wei Wei, cleverly omitting her name. Others, clearly disinterested in who had spoken, promptly accompanied Wang Mou to the location of the groove. Do not forget, I am currently at my peak condition, Long Yunxiao coldly stated, clearly indicating to Zhang Tao that he would be no match in combat at this moment. An unsettling sensation surged from his heart, not due to disappointment over empty pockets, but rather from concern regarding the enemy's enigmatic actions. This feeling was akin to being forced to swallow something unpleasant, something picked up carelessly from the roadside. Be advised, a significant wave of linguistic bombs is approaching. Prepare for engagement, Qi Zheng proclaimed with a serious expression. Fortunately, Tao Zhang had detected the anomaly early. Otherwise, the consequences of their intrusion would have been dire. In truth, Zhang Tao was also conflicted. If there were poisonous gases, he was unafraid, yet how could they possibly proceed? Was this torn scroll a jest? Indeed, it did not take long for Gao Lei to encounter an unexpected egg on the official website of Dawn Entertainment, which was, in fact, a link that only appeared when significant news was to be disclosed by the company. The silver equipment had garnered an abundance of high-level items, ranging from levels 50 to 60. However, when players reached such mainstream levels, who would still don silver gear? Enduring long treks during the Han Dynasty was a formidable endeavor. Yet what troubled Xin by more than the arduous journey was the anxiety that plagued his mind. Events from 2 days prior haunted him like a nightmare, swirling incessantly in his thoughts. No matter how fervently he prayed to the holy light, these memories would invariably surface unbidden. Regarding Cantonese cuisine, the finest broth is typically the superior stock, while the second stock is derived from the materials used in the first, simmered anew. Thus, in terms of flavor, the superior stock is decidedly more robust than the second. She raised her other hand and waved it towards the sky, causing the stardust to become transparent, revealing numerous celestial bodies in the distance. Bimu turned to Qianjian. In a flash, Qianjian pulled Susu to his side. At that moment, Ngul launched a sudden attack on Bimu. What chaotic nonsense are you spewing? Just as Qianjian was fantasizing about exchanging countless pieces for treasures, he felt a kick on his back and heard the indignant voice of the Sea Conch Maiden. When a group of demon hunters arrived at the vicinity of the ranch, Chun-Li was astonished to discover that a number of armed mercenaries were already waiting there. Beyond the second mountain lay a dense forest, characterized by its low-lying terrain. If one listened closely, the roars of demonic beasts could still be heard. Due to the nighttime journey, Dufeng appeared less clear than during the day. However, with the aid of the map, he understood the situation well. At present, I have no intention of selling this technology, as it belongs to the core assets of the company and is generally not for sale. Yet, if the stakes are substantial enough, I might consider it. Though I currently lack the time to deliberate, Qin Hailing remarked with a faint smile. Due to their semi-four-dimensional characteristics, they could effortlessly traverse and attack any three-dimensional entity. Chapter 44. Why does this world treat Bai Yinchi so favorably? Not only is she exceptionally beautiful, but she also garners the affection of so many outstanding men. The man who previously ignored her, Fui Chen, is among them. Under Nanshen's gaze, Xiang Chao shuddered. Yes, this servant will go now, she said hurriedly, remembering to close the door as she left. It was only when Bai Yujing truly began to practice swordsmanship that he realized his previously swollen arm had returned to normal. Though still fatigued, it no longer hindered his training. Kangwu, dressed impeccably, soared into the sky on his sword. Reaching the mountain peak where he gazed down at the town basking under the scorching sun, his eyes resting on a rather tall corner tower. After all, fortunes shift every 30 years. Perhaps this moment is yours to relish. Inside the carriage, Tang Dui lifted the curtain, fanning herself in the sweltering heat, while curiously observing the bustling street. Following this line of thought, it was clear that Sun Subai's invitation for her to visit the peach grove today was not without ulterior motives. Given her deep-seated grievances with Sun Subai from their previous lives, it was remarkable that in this reincarnation, she could converse easily with her former enemy. Her character had indeed become far more restrained and subtle. Regarding the affairs of the He family, she had done all that she could as a fellow townsman and friend, having shown utmost benevolence. Watching the ecstatic Isha leave, Qi Sangming and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened further. The five great Ming Luo exchanged glances, each wearing a look of helplessness, and they begrudgingly sat in their chairs, lamenting the absurdity of it all. How foolish it was to abandon their esteemed status as Ming Luo to endure this indignity in the human realm. Unbeknownst to her, Yuding had learned not merely 5,000 commonly used words, but had mastered every single word contained within a lexicon of 150,000 terms. The ecosystem of Silicon Valley has never been a bountiful, peaceful ivory tower, but rather a dark jungle, concealed beneath a veneer of glamour, where the land is barren and corpses litter the ground. In the beginning of this tale, amidst the myriad of destinies, the ancient trio of Sambao converged with the enchanting Kong Lingdang, alongside the invincible Xin Yuan, the ethereal Qi Kaiyan, and the enigmatic Chu Moli, as they embarked on their treasure-seeking odyssey across the mountains and seas. Meanwhile, the delightful duo of Tion and Tiffany, affectionately known as the Taney couple, joyfully ventured to the cinema, only to have their moment interrupted by an unwelcome interloper. Despite his claims of mere friendship with Taney, the implication of their bond seemed to linger in the air, uncomfortably close to intimacy. As windows were flung open and doors creaked ajar, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over, dissipating into the intangible ether, leaving the home devoid of life. At that moment, the mischievous Ye Hu Li keenly observed the six-eyed demon, Shin Gonghu, whose demeanor was evidently awry. In a realm inhabited by ancient sorcerers, it was evident that treasures of great intrigue lay hidden within. Even the tone of the copper-booted figure shifted to one of longing as he produced a handful of palm-sized, verdigris-hued stones for the camera's gaze. Could it be that even the Academy's competitive matches were unknown to him? Surely, as a pupil of Randolph, Reno had not performed to the expectations set for him. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Ji chastised Reno, returning the favor for Lin Ka with a deft retort. Turning our attention to the middle class, one could encapsulate their values in a single phrase: career planning. While the monsters posed no deliberate threat, Their sheer size constituted an insurmountable barrier. With a naginata in hand, one could liken him to a colossal beast charging forth with a tempestuous ferocity. Promisingly, he waved his hand lightly, and where his formidable power swept through, numerous boulders were reduced to mere dust, carried away by the wind. The foundation of an array, known as the formation base, could arise from the surrounding environment or from treasured artifacts. Enveloped in the misty glow, he felt a gentle warmth pervade his being, as if something was breaking free within him. During the Chess King Championship, the city erupted with life, bustling with spectators eager to witness the masters and oppos duels, while also participating in preliminary rounds to test their own skills. Deep within, he perceived himself as an elite, having received a distinguished education, with family circumstances far beyond the reach of the average person. Beneath a facade of calm, Haimu Rin simmered with indignation, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure of Akai Shuichi, wearing a disarming smile that radiated warmth. After exchanging treasures, Shio implored her sister Yu to escort her to a boutique specializing in clothing and accessories. There, she discovered a plethora of garments, delightful shoes, exquisite hairpins, and alluring ribbons for her tresses. In his eyes, the maintenance of order hinged upon the substantial cost of betraying it. With an epiphany regarding the spiritual source patterns, he discerned the existence of several distinct spiritual source patterns emanating from their edges. Merely glancing at the cover page of the In 5 Thunder manuscript, he set aside the thunderous incantation with an expression of bewilderment. Even if the deity of conspiracy were to manifest here, not a single clue could be gleaned. All that could be discerned was that his projection had been decisively eliminated by someone. As to who was responsible, their motivations, and the means by which they dispatched his projection remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the trained Yufeng maintained his requisite composure. Serving as the special assistant to the imperial conglomerate, aiding General Manager Wu Hao in conducting a significant meeting, and by Shizhong's view, despite the numerous attendants accompanying the carriage. These individuals were undoubtedly meticulously selected, all belonging to their own circle. Could it be that even one's own kind was to be mistrusted? The Meng family and Oppos' influence in the capital and Oppos' business realm ranked among the foremost, with Meng Wei and Oppos' father, Meng Ryu, being the proprietor of Qinkai Group. As Ning Shui explained in a hushed tone, "Ha ha ha, Mr. Qin is indeed astute. Pray tell, how much has Xian promised you?" In Gu Chun and Oppos' estimation, Su Xian must have offered Qin Yu several 100,000, at most 1,000,000. Chapter 45, The Emerald Pond Reflects Tender Willows. While silk drapes and music dance with the fairies, in gratitude to the guests at the Kuaiji Pavilion, Yanghe should not surpass Yuanhe. Long Xiangma presented Hu Jianmin with a Mansheng pot, while the elder revealed 3 other treasured Mansheng pots, a rare gathering indeed. "Do not be so despondent. I am well enough. I am merely parched. Could you fetch me a glass of water?" Lu Ju patted his shoulder, lifted the covers, and, with the assistance of Lu Yin and Lu Fuling, sat at the edge of the bed, just as he heard Zhu Gui's voice. Sister Long had always engaged in dubious dealings, and he was acutely aware of the inherent murkiness. Yet, overwhelmed by Sister Long's incessant persuasion and receiving several debt collection calls, and he, in a moment of weakness, acquiesced. "Is it truly a 10-ton armed tactical helicopter from Huaxia?" "Father, I wish to have one to play with," exclaimed Xing Lu, unable to contain her excitement. It is said that the realm lords possess cultivation beneath the 9th Emperor, while some exceed the 9th Emperor, existing between the 9th Emperor and the 3 sovereigns. Is this indeed the case? Lin Yu inquired. Yet the conundrum lies in the immutable class structure of the Amada's people, from where, over a millennium after the royal family and Oppos' demise, could another royal emerge. Sure Hao Yin did not interrupt Shi Yin, but listened intently. However, in these few brief words, a tempest of emotions surged within him. He understood that what Shi Yin was about to reveal would undoubtedly be profoundly shocking. "No, father. Ji Zio has truly treated me well. I am resolutely devoted to him for life." Su Qianyu deliberately raised her voice, intending for Suma to overhear. Upon witnessing this, Hu Yu naturally grew suspicious. He exchanged glances with his security personnel, who then departed under various pretexts to rendezvous with operatives active in the city. For Chun Xian, possessing a reliable weapon was paramount. Offending the world's foremost military powers was of little consequence. "We have arrived, not being strangers," Sato Ruizi joyfully greeted as she pushed the door open. Meanwhile, her own role was limited to a few airport staff members facilitating her reception and arranging for a vehicle. However, the free food collected previously remained. Primarily, it is intended for those in need of sustenance, rather than to address one's own necessities. Grace cast a doubtful glance at Leah, noticing that the latter had once again succumbed to a state of stupor, and could not help but shake her head inwardly. After the governor of Hunan, Wu Xingda, took his seat, he refrained from excessive pleasantries and directly addressed Chai Sholi. It must be said that the term expert has been misused. Originally, in the special zone, when a brick fell, it could hit 3 managers, but now in certain institutions, a single brick could at least strike 5 experts. It appears that the Celestial Violet Fairy has inscribed the traces of alchemical paths onto the celestial insects allocated to the River Lord of Flowing Sharks. Yet the River Lord remains unaware of this, which is why my soul-searching went unnoticed. Chi Tian's expression darkened. Regardless, the door is wide open. We shall see for ourselves. A suggestion was swiftly made. Long Ming and Appo's, as plan failed, they could not push the pentagonal Earth Dragon into the swamp. The pentagonal Earth Dragon, a creature of Earth attribute, emits a luminous glow from its sharp horns as it employs Earth-based magic. Let us continue to observe. There are more dreadful events to come. The king of Yakshas, unbeknownst to him, had adopted the habitual mannerisms of Hu Shuntang, beginning to amp, Appo's, rub, and amp, Appo's, his forehead. Compared to the previous few establishments that assuredly claimed they could cure anything, Shinsini found herself more inclined to trust this one, as their words seemed more credible. After stealthily stealing someone else's bun, they began to consume it right under the nose of the owner, astonishingly without being discovered. Suddenly, the Marquis of the Plains, Gu Yun, transformed from a commander who cherished his soldiers into a capricious and cruel tyrant, indifferent to human life, plunging the entire Qintian army into an atmosphere rife with unease, speculation, and dread. Yang Feifei stood upright. Her half-human, half-serpent terrifying form caused Zhang Jiaming's subordinates to instinctively retreat a step. Tu Baobao allowed Nangon Yuhan to kiss her. Feeling a twinge of fear about what might unfold next, the events of that night 6 years prior suddenly felt vividly present, as if they had just transpired. Recalling the same scene from 6 years ago, Tu Baobao and Appo's face flushed once more. If troops were stationed below, and if someone with ulterior motives managed to bribe the soldiers or infiltrate the ranks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gazing at Ming Fan's feigned nonchalance, Song Chantian's lips curled downward into a heart-wrenching arc. Since one has acted, must one not even dare to confess? Li Julie's voice was soft and rich, imbued with the essence of creamy milk. Even when speaking in this cold manner, it did not diminish the soothing gentleness that pervaded the air. Chapter 46. After all, the Golden Dragon's formidable prowess could not be sustained for long. Once Hu Wanjun regained his composure, with his and Tian Qin's understanding of array techniques, the incomplete Tai sword array would inevitably meet a shattered fate. However, the battle-savvy Shui Huang'an did not even cast a glance, merely evading Sylvanas and Appo's ambush with a deft movement. And after regaining his stance, he directed a mocking smile towards her. Before the bearded man could urge further, the literate workers had already begun rummaging through the documents, uncovering the details regarding wages. In a moment of overwhelming fear due to the grotesque transformation of corpses, the Knights of Lord Darren seemed to have found their pillar of strength. Under the leadership of Farrell, they swiftly assembled, wielding their shields to form an impregnable barrier. Tianshun listened intently, and upon hearing the remarkable origin of the Tianxing sword, his heart skipped a beat, secretly reveling in the revelation. Yet, the thought of the sword being fractured crossed his mind, suggesting the existence of even mightier divine weapons. His expression shifted, and he could not restrain himself from inquiring further. Your wretched establishment is hardly worth anything. Your son is deceased. If we depart, and you attempt to flee, who will we hold accountable for the payment? The leader of the unruly gang spat contemptuously. With a clatter, 2 daggers fell to the ground, and the proprietor and the attendant stared in disbelief at their trembling hands, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Aside from Brother Gong, Dawei also joined me in this endeavor. He had procured the investigative reports of the 3 coordinates a fortnight ago. However, he was a governor, commanding formidable subordinates. What if he were to uncover something? Ai Hui hesitated. When Lung Wuwei saw the emperor and the officials waiting for them at the Donyang gate, he hastily dismounted and rushed forward, kneeling before Emperor Dawudi, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have yearned for you. Long live the emperor." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he spoke. "Ah, the hero has arrived." Upon my Yong and Appo's entrance into the classroom, a voice rang out enthusiastically. Hey. So, according to your logic, does that mean one can simply leap into bed at will, without concern or consideration? Su Nin remarked as he braced himself for the kick from Zheng Jia, unable to evade in time, merely cradling his head with his arms, slightly crouching. The jarring sound of brakes pierced the air, drawing the attention of patrons within the dessert shop, who turned to gaze toward the entrance. As an ancient demon tiger, I possess a sliver of ancestral bloodline. My instincts are infallible. That seemingly innocuous pet exudes a sense of impending danger. Jinden and Appo's assertion holds merit. Upon their arrival, a crowd had already gathered outside the residence, people gesturing and murmuring among themselves. It seemed like a decade ago when he first became Qiao Aming and Appo's chauffeur. At that time, Sheng and Appo's and was experiencing a period of rapid growth, engaging in numerous social gatherings, and Qiao Aming often required assistance from subordinates to exit the establishments. With a thunderous crack, a fissure appeared in Chun Yun's blood essence, and at that moment, the golden skeletal hand erupted with a surge of energy, rushing towards the crack in the blood essence. The army mobilized with alacrity, racing toward the city of Yinchi to launch a surprise assault. Throughout the night, I refrained from ascending to the third floor, fearing I might succumb to the impulse of seeking out Yi Hansheng in his private room. Instead, I lingered in the second-floor rooms and the lobby, exhausting myself to the point of fatigue. Although I had consumed little alcohol, I felt disoriented, perhaps due to my troubled state of mind. The depths of the entertainment industry far exceed the imagination of the average person. Wang Naiyu's ascent to his current position within this realm is no trivial feat, Li Changsheng, however, remained unperturbed. The limits of human martial arts are finite, with the pinnacle being the acquired peak. Only by bridging the connection between heaven and earth and cultivating innate vital energy can one transcend the limits of humanity and enter the realm of the innate. In a few brief words, Zhu En dismissed Duolungduo, cast a glance at Saratobi, and mounted the back of the wind dragon, setting off in a particular direction. Moreover, the relationship between Ling Luoxian and Chu Nan, as well as between the alliance of the four directions and the destiny, has always been one of hostility. Brother Han, you are our grand general in the Pingwang army. If you were to leave, what would become of us? He Qingji was the first to voice his opposition. In the midst of all eyes upon him, Wang Daolin's subsequent words ignited a spark of excitement in everyone present. After that, there was little else to attend to. The two of them simply indulged in a day and night of revelry in Quanqing City, returning home only the following day. As for our Dao brother, while he was relatively handsome, he paled in comparison to Su Lisin beside him, who could easily obliterate him in an instant. Upon Bai Yi taking a seat, a continuous stream of delectable dishes began to appear, many of which Bai had never tasted before. Insha was momentarily taken aback. Upon looking up, she immediately recalled that this was the bird capable of mimicking animal calls, which brought her some relief. After a brief pause, Ji Jing suddenly sprang from the bed and walked outside, startling Shi Liao. The Ancient One did not wish for his disciple to become such an entity, thereby augmenting his chances of survival in other aspects. Wang Qinglian was filled with emotion. Standing firmly on the ground, he waved one hand, unleashing a divine ape's mountain-splitting strike and firing it forth with great force. Furthermore, it was simply his nature to be playful and carefree, unreliable yet exceptionally sincere. Following the man, Insha did not realize until they halted by the campfire that he had learned the method of preparing fish soup from her the previous night, boiling the meat of the bird or chicken with a heap of grass leaves to create a pot of soup. Sister, take a guess. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Lin Ling ran along the way, a layer of sweat already forming on her brow. Yet she refrained from speaking her thoughts, wanting to surprise Linjia. The old woman pondered to herself, still unaware of what the treasure was. If she were to inadvertently destroy it or some particularly unique treasure, would she not miss an unparalleled opportunity? Mu Luo sensed the aura of a martial artist at the initial stage of the heavenly tier, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was the Lin family not merely an ordinary business clan? How could there be other martial artists at the initial stage of the heavenly tier? Compared to conventional beasts, having this man around made things considerably easier, especially since their numbers provided them with a certain advantage. Cui Yufeng spoke nonsensically, yet he had the older generation willing to testify on his behalf, all claiming to be aware of the matter, as if ignorance would be a grave sin. Moreover, they leveraged this knowledge to strengthen their ties with the Qiqing sect. Chapter 47. The sudden appearance of Mimikyu stunned the three adults in the hospital room, including Imo Jingran, who gasped in disbelief, trembling with excitement. Truly, being able to sleep beside the princess was already a source of immense joy for him. Outside the door, an urgent knocking was heard, and before he could respond, Zhang Yang pushed the door open and entered. Seeing her pale with anxiety and fear, Mother Gui hurriedly asked Yubai, who had followed in, to take her outside. While she gently patted Song's back and instructed Bai He to fetch a basin of warm water, housekeeper Zhang looked at Imo Jingran, who was overjoyed, with a bemused expression. Just moments earlier, he had claimed the child was not his, yet now he was fervently kissing the infant, not realizing he had frightened the poor baby to tears. Humph! How dare they? Duan Muming cast a disdainful glance at the predatory individuals surrounding them. Leading the pack was Xie Yuanmao, who, upon witnessing the scene before him, turned pale with shock and hurried over. Hua Fenglan was deeply moved, feeling an overwhelming joy and affection. They then performed the customary rites of marriage. Bowing to heaven and earth and to their parents, the couple exchanged vows, followed by the ceremonial drinking of the nuptial wine. Their arms tightly intertwined as they lifted their heads and savored the intoxicating fruit wine, which seemed to sweeten their very souls. This was quite at odds with tales of formidable beings who typically disdained such trivialities. But what would come next? Where else could he seek alternative paths? Long live the leader. Long live the Red Flag Army. The soldiers raised their arms in jubilant cheers, tears dampening their collars. Some so overwhelmed with emotion that their lips quivered uncontrollably, their voices hoarse from fervent shouts of excitement, unable to articulate their inner fervor in any other way. Su Qian entered the verification code, only to discover that Lin Qingyi and Appo's phone number was already linked to the account, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Amidst the dust, Lin Dong and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment as his gaze darted between the bench in his hands and the courtyard wall. After a lengthy pause, he reached out to forcefully pry at the chipped corner of the wall, but the bricks remained steadfast and unyielding. This was to say that in the era when the term 10,000 yuan household first emerged, when it denoted a high-income status for only a select few, Hong Yanwu had already been earning the equivalent of such an income in a single day. With a sharp command from Blue Phoenix, Lu Shanzi and Chun and I swiftly subdued Chui Wei, pinning him to the ground and disarming him. Huashan Ziji pressed his thumb against his throbbing temple, feeling inexplicably overwhelmed today, unable to gather his thoughts. Even the words spoken by Rear Admiral Higashikawa Haitaro beside him went unheard. Salute the princess. Xu Yunxiang felt an overwhelming pang of regret. How could she have given the cold shoulder to her most admired figure? Even now, the back of his head throbbed with pain, recalling that just before losing consciousness the previous night, someone had struck him. Otherwise, how could he have slept through such a tumultuous event? Upon hearing the harvest from Yi Zhiheng's watermelons had been splendid, both were elated. Su Li even ordered a reward for the farmer who delivered the watermelons, sending her maid to choose a few to soak in well water. After arranging everything, Yi Zhiheng had already discussed acquiring a plot of land for Yi Lanyang. Interestingly, a few mercenaries swept away by Aolong and Appo's tail were flung aside, their bodies twitching slightly before they could not rise again. Such clumsy theatrics were indeed laughable to those with discerning eyes. Early in the morning, Hua Lingyu found himself unable to locate Luo Shui. When the signaling fireworks of the Xiangxi Tower erupted, he intended to seek her out, but was thwarted at the doorway by Madame Luo, who engaged him in conversation for the entire morning. Genie was astonished. The old adage about the wisdom of age held true. He had presumed his feigned profundity would escape detection, yet he had unwittingly revealed himself to the longevity deity. Although his purpose for coming was to meet Shen Tianlan and Huolian, and he should have felt joy at her appearance, a thread of unease tugged at his heart upon actually seeing her. Fortunately, Shui Rongwo was in good spirits today, even speaking less than usual. Naturally, the banquet and Appo's discussions gravitated towards the blood demon jade crystal. Maid Axing voiced his previous concerns, seeking assistance from Sun Xiangyu and Yang Kunlun to find a secure location for the storage of the blood demon jade crystal. My God, do you even comprehend what you were saying? Such technological marvels cannot possibly exist in this world. And you expect me to believe that you can simply place one within my body with a mere tap? Jerry laughed heartily, as though he were witnessing madness. Hua Chenli nodded, gripping his hand tighter. As long as they were together, no matter the obstacles, they would continue to hold each other's hands and forge ahead. After all, possessing the power to command both night and day was exceedingly formidable. If such abilities were easily wielded, one would be invincible. In a moment of panic, I cried out. The woman seized my shoulder with a firm grip, her eyes suddenly wide open, devoid of any emotion. Witnessing the transformation of Qing Yan's heart, Gui Mei and Mang Yan felt a deep resonance. Qing Yan silently lamented, shedding burdens of thought, feeling a certain emptiness within, yet ultimately joy outweighed sorrow. At that juncture, upon hearing Zhang Lang's remarks, Aura instinctively reached out to touch his forehead. I was indeed regarded as a supreme entity in the eyes of spirits and sorcerers. Even the most reckless would refrain from courting danger in Jiangqing, as such actions would be tantamount to inviting death, no matter how fatigued she might be. Xinxi would always take a bath before sleeping, just like her father, while Lu Bailu had grown too weary to comment. The members exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave, with some even breaking out in a fine sheen of sweat, feeling the tension mount within. Chapter 48. As the group engaged in fervent discussion, a sudden tremor resonated above the Temple of Light, followed by the emergence of dozens of divine presences from around the Vatican, all converging upon the temple. When the lightning sphere grazed my hair, I heard crackling sounds above my head, as if something was being scorched. I surmised that the outer force of the lightning sphere had singed the layer of my hair. I paused momentarily, recalling that although Yu Hong had been well-intentioned in assisting me, we were indeed strangers, and it was far-fetched to claim that he had fallen for me at first sight. Yet, that day, an undeniable connection had naturally unfolded between us. The martial arts sparring that commenced at 8 in the morning had concluded merely a little past 10. It was evident that miracles would not occur a second time. The wild boar moved with assured steps, determined not to stumble again. In the eyes of the Blood Clan, humanity is merely sustenance. Thus, they could never treat Ding Yu with the same reverence as they do Catherine. With a resounding crash, the pinnacle of martial spirit, Deluo, was sent flying. At the same time, over 100 blazing blue daggers surged forth, targeting his vital points. Deep within my heart, I had always believed she was a disciple of Bai Shaoxing. The moment she grasped me, I recognized her by the scent she bore, identical to that of Bai Shaoxing. In an instant, the heavens shifted, the sky darkened, thunder roared, as if the universe itself disapproved, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. The man let out a bitter smile, unfurling his divine domain to obscure the aberration. Just then, as the space trembled, the demon lord and amp, Apos' smiling visage gradually appeared before a few individuals, causing them to pause. Having not seen Wang Jie and the demon lord for such an extended period, his sudden emergence left them momentarily bewildered. Unfortunately for Wu Su, the army had not formed ranks. The fleeing soldiers resembled a serpentine mass, devoid of any combat capability, having barely glimpsed the appearance of the Sudeten forces before their own army collapsed. Short-sighted individuals left me devoid of any desire to explain. Grandfather, I must insist. If the Jiang family continues on this path, it will be utterly doomed under your tenure or the next. The pests within the Jiang family are far too numerous, especially the so-called relatives led by my elder uncle. Night Shadow sighed softly, gazing at the enchanting smile adorning her face. Both Old Pig and Deshanzi felt a chill creep down their spines, and in the next moment, they vanished from sight. That massive hand paused momentarily, then gradually ascended. My gaze followed his hand, moving from his chest to his face. The silver mask remained unremoved, with perfect lips curling into an enticing smile, akin to a demon in the night, luring my consciousness. I was unsure why, but it undeniably resonated with the dragon's eye within me. Xin Siyu shook her head. If the lady had not reminded us, we would not have considered urging the prince to engage in outdoor activities more frequently. Xi and Luo nodded in approval. Let us depart. Ling Feng, unable to restrain himself, vanished from the plaza alongside the brothers of the Junzi Alliance. Haha, no wonder Brother Chu has always remained composed. It seems he has long been prepared, Fian chuckled. Ran Mu Yin commanded his battle beast, unleashing a torrent of flames that compelled the left flank to retreat. The servants, eager for rewards and fearful of punishment, clamored loudly, transforming the entire Wangmei pavilion into a cacophony. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Su Ran, I felt an overwhelming sense of contentment with her presence, my mind free of distractions. It was not merely due to these factors. Even without bathing, her scent was alluring, capable of inciting desire. I shook my head. Su Ran's current state evoked only a sense of pity within me, devoid of any other intentions. Presently, among the disciples of Baiwa Valley, Chao Zhaojiao stood at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. While Su Xian had just advanced from a high-level martial apprentice to the transformation realm, the rest were all martial apprentices. It could be said that Jiang Feng and Apos' teachings on martial apprentices were suitable for everyone except Chao Zhaojiao. The protracted battles have endowed Chang and Apos, and with considerable expertise in stealth. This desolate mountain rises high, its summit imbued with an overwhelming power, the power of the Sun Piercer. Have the two of them finally met? The Master's wife leaned against the window ledge, half of her body protruding, revealing a dazzling expanse that momentarily blinded me, while others may remain oblivious. Gao Xing comprehends the reasons behind the Warriors Association's intervention. Is old Lin genuinely here to uphold fairness and justice? Is he truly concerned about preventing friction among the martial families? The fourth princess, still brooding over the grievances suffered by the riverside, wore a countenance marked by resentment and ferocity. Why the flurry of activity? There's not an ounce of the demeanor befitting a grand palace maid. She recalled her audacious actions by the riverside that day, which only fueled her ire. Nightshade observed her sorrowful expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. He lowered his gaze and closed the wooden box in his hands, silencing all emotions for a moment before raising his head once more. His eyes now as cold as a deep abyss. It was apparent that the golden-hued skeletal hyena was not something the crowd could contend with. The brothel was currently safeguarding its own interests, keeping a watchful eye on Lingwei while casting sidelong glances at the skeletal beast. This world is inherently treacherous, especially for the affluent scions, whose hearts are often filled with repugnance. However, the paramount concern is how to handle the Heavenly Gate. The Heavenly Gate possesses knowledge about Hua Zhanxian, an outsider who cannot be trusted. Although there are tens of thousands of disciples on the arena, they're all trusted allies. While the outer disciples and untrustworthy individuals are conspicuously absent, Lin Wei understood Sanier's implications. The matter concerning Cialis evidently involved formal wizards, and Sanier was cautioning him to know his limits. Yet, upon finishing his words, he felt a twinge of regret, sensing that Wang Haodong might be plotting against him, and hastily sealed his lips. It turned out that Sherry and the others were concerned for their safety and had borrowed an armed helicopter from Guaba to search for him. Upon seeing this young man, who frequented the Peak Champion's noodle shop, yet was willing to pay only a few coins, the owner couldn't help but cast a few more glances in his direction. Stationed at the Martial God Arena, while one may gain the enhancement of stellar energy to improve their cultivation, it also poses the risk of exposing one's weaknesses and trump cards to outsiders. After exchanging a few words, familiarity blossomed. Deputy Zhao accepted the cigarette offered by Yu Chong and lit it. However, their conversation did not touch upon work, but rather meandered through current affairs, the customs of E-City, and so forth. I love Zili, and I wish to marry her. I aim to ensure her a life of happiness. This declaration was made without a trace of hesitation, and Yi Ziqing and Amp Oppo's resolute conviction moved everyone present. It turned out that in Changding Township, and indeed throughout the entire Tianshui prefecture, the most significant aspect was not power but rather the adherence to rules. Buzzing filled the air. Upon hearing Lin Yifeng and Amp Oppo's words, Salvador nodded, his wings behind him pulsating with an intensified frequency, causing a subtle shift in the expressions of those present, revealing hints of agony on their faces. Aragorn wielded the flame of the west as a sacred radiance erupted, akin to the moment he faced the ringwraiths when he summoned the power of the Holy Sword. However, this time, it was not Aragorn who actively invoked it. Rather, the sword itself, in response to the malevolent fire demon, unleashed its fury and bestowed its strength upon Aragorn. Could you wait for me here for a moment? I need to step away, Li Yi said, his tone rather brusque despite the request. Yet, the officer displayed no irritation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, you can do it. Go ahead, Susan. Gazing intently into Gandalf's eyes, Lin Yifeng held his stare steadfastly, while Gandalf mirrored his gaze. After a brief interval of about 10 seconds, Lin Yifeng eventually averted his eyes, bowing slightly as he exited the kitchen, addressing Susan as he did so. Wani, as I mentioned, you should wear silk as undergarments. It alleviates fear and is far more convenient. With that, Xiaoman stood up and conjured silk, transforming it into an undergarment that enveloped her pride, accentuating her ample curves. As Rodick recounted his tale, Lance became aware that he might be inadvertently entangled in the internal strife of the Rodick family. Simultaneously, Li Yi was intrigued by the enigmatic background of Shi Xiao. What was the truth behind it? Could it be that Shi Kuei had once had an affair with the elderly gentleman before him? Such disputes were devoid of significance. Iamak, having entrusted his longsword to a nearby guard, interjected with a plea for reason. The ethereal shield merely ensured one's equilibrium amidst the chaotic forces at play. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the ancient path, as a lone celestial demon emperor was felled by Yi Chun's sword, descending into the realm of the dead. Fully aware of his assailant's identity until the very end. Though it was a slight tremor, Yi Chun, lying prostrate, was violently thrown backward, his body crashing against the hard rock wall, leaving fissures in its wake. The Black Fiend Tiger King, though still seething with rage, felt the pain in his hands pulling him back to lucidity. I am not only to ensure Chu Shaoxing's demise, but also to make the orchestrator of this entire scheme, along with his accomplices, pay an exorbitant price. The skeletal remains unearthed in Yamaguchi Prefecture bore a striking resemblance to those found in Shandong Province, affirming this notion. Xia Xianzun, let us depart. Nightshore walked ahead, embodying the grace and might of the Zhike clan. Grandfather, I understand your disbelief. Let and Imp, Oppos, proceed with the engagement. I believe it is best to solidify matters sooner rather than later. Chun Yinshi was well aware of the implications behind her grandfather and Amp, Oppos' words, yet she displayed no emotion outwardly. Fortunately, during the Zheng family and Amp, Oppos' rebellion, Fang Qian sensed trouble upon learning of the connection between the Shun and Qin families, and he took preemptive measures to escort the Shun family out of Chang'an, thus alleviating his concerns. Regardless of the outcome, one would gain clarity by crossing this threshold. With that, Shauna and her companion stepped into the mercury-like mirror, where the scenery before them abruptly transformed, as Li Tianba found himself engulfed in anxiety. Yi Yuntian had already arrived at the most vibrant commercial district of the capital. Su Qingzhou felt a chill in his heart, given Song Yao and Oppos' temperament. It was likely that she had overlooked his drunken antics from the previous day, but today she might very well decide to sever his fingers. He entrusted his belongings to Song Yao and rose to make his way toward the academy, although Professor Gu Zhizhong had not disclosed the matter at hand. Su Qizhou had surmised its nature. The left protector hastily produced a black shield, enlarging it to stand tall before him, shielding himself and the right protector behind it. Look at my strikingly handsome appearance. In music, culinary arts, combat, technology, and academia, I am a paragon of excellence, he mused. Who dares to claim I am unpopular? Though I may have eccentricities, they do not diminish the noble aura that radiates from within me. Had he not discerned the impending danger and feigned death in a well? Coupled with the fact that the divine being was merely a remnant of consciousness, he too might have been obliterated like the other cursed insects. Senior brother, could you emerge from beneath the bed when you utter such words? Otherwise, your argument lacks credibility, lamented Lu Mingfei. Having said that, he departed, leading a contingent of disciples from the Ziyun Hall to encircle and eliminate a 7th-level Earth Turtle.